This is Audible.
The Assassin's Game, Jason Drake, Book 2. Written by Austin King. Narrated by John Andrews. Prologue. Present. 6 bullets. Kill 5, leave 1 alive. The driver of the black Cadillac Escalade SUV was used to unusual assignments. Once given a target, he'd do what he had to do, regardless. But the stakes were much higher with this one. Everything had to be executed perfectly. If one thing went wrong, it would be game over. He steered the SUV down a side street off of Constitution Avenue in Washington, D.C., and drove toward the address he'd been given. It was a 6-floor parking garage located a street northwest of the National Mall. The top floor had been rented out for him only. He was working for some very powerful people. He waited for a family to pass before pulling in. He tensed up. His pupils narrowed. The streets were packed, full of celebrating patriots, waving their flags and smiling. Their dumb, compliant faces made them look like sheep being herded into a pasture, guided by their blind faith in the institutions and people they'd elected. Illusions, the driver thought. The sun was shining a bright, albeit cold, light. He rubbed his hand across his jaw, feeling the rough, sandpaper-like texture of his 5 o'clock shadow. His heartbeat rose. He needed to move. The sight of the smiling filth in front of him made him want to scream. At long last, a gap in the crowd appeared, and he sped inside the garage. He pulled up to the gate, scanned his prepaid ticket through the reader, and waited for the long wooden bar restricting access to rise. He checked the clock on the dash. 10:21 a.m. EST. He had 9 minutes. As his thoughts drifted toward his mission, he lost sight of his surroundings. He lost his concentration, the presence of all those American flags, and he could feel his emotions swelling inside him like a dark tide in a torrid sea. He only came to when he saw the horrified face of a young boy light up in his headlights. He slammed on the brakes, screeching the SUV's tires against the stained concrete. The boy was lucky. The Escalade didn't touch him. It stopped inches before impact. A part of the driver wanted to get out and curse the boy. Another part wanted to do something far more sinister. The kid wore a small ball cap on his head that said, America. The child stared at the driver like a squirrel in the middle of a road, afraid and unsure of what to do next. It was almost symbolic, he thought. The boy's mother seemed to recognize the dark thoughts percolating within the driver's head. She yanked her child to safety and looked at the driver with a kind of horror, a kind of fear. She mouthed something at him, something he couldn't hear, but something he felt. He cursed her and waved a backhand as he drove past. He hated mouthy women like he hated his mother. She slammed an open palm against the passenger side window of the Escalade. He thought about pulling out the Glock he had under his jacket and putting 3 holes in her chest. He resisted the urge. After recalibrating himself, he slammed on the gas, causing the tires to peel. Parasites! He shouted. This whole damn country, full of idiots, scum, sheep. He steered the SUV up the spiral path that led to the roof. To clear his head, he turned on the radio and listened to the news. The radio host could hardly contain his excitement. He spoke like a cartoon character, his cadence bobbling as if drunk. It's mere minutes before President Roy Clarkson takes the stage, before he places his hand on a 200-year-old Bible and reaffirms his pledge to God and country, he said. This is a day for all Americans to be joyous. President Clarkson, unlike so many before him, has almost universal approval. He's followed through with his promises of reinvigorating the economy and starting the engine of America again. The driver groaned. It was always the same old thing. The machine was good at spitting out platitudes and empty promises. It was all meaningless. He drove up onto the roof, turned off the radio, and chuckled. He felt a sense of ease, knowing that what he was about to do would make that radio host soil his pants. He pulled the SUV to a stop and got to work. He stepped out and made his way to the trunk. He grabbed a small case from inside, placed it on the ground, unlocked it, and began the methodical process of putting together every component of his sniper rifle. It took him 2 minutes, a little slower than his best time, but still not bad. He attached the barrel and scope. He was using a Schmidt & Bender 6x42 PM2 scope, which had a range of about 800 meters. It would be a little short of his target, but he'd practiced enough that he'd be able to compensate. He'd spent the last 4 months in a farm, located deep within rural Pennsylvania, going over every detail of the mission, getting ready for every possibility, changes in weather, enhanced security, anything. Once his rifle was complete, he moved to the shooting location. He mounted the rifle up on a concrete ledge and looked down the scope. After adjusting his focus, he took a deep breath. His heart rate slowed, his muscles relaxed. He always felt better with a gun in his hands. 1,000 meters, or about half a mile away, was President Roy Clarkson. He was in a small chair set up on the promenade of the Capitol building. To his left was his wife. To his right was his teenage daughter. The driver looked away from the scope and checked his watch. 2 minutes. He looked back down the scope and scanned the promenade. The other targets were there too, exactly where he'd been told they'd be. At the tip of the promenade on the Capitol steps, the vice president was giving a speech. Once he was done, a roar emanated from the horde of sheep clumped on the grass of the National Mall. The driver's watch buzzed. 20 seconds. He aimed the reticle on Clarkson and followed the president as he moved from his seat to a podium at the front of the promenade. The driver took a deep breath to steady his aim. His hands shivered. It was cold for January, more so than he remembered it being in the Capitol when he worked for the CIA. 5 seconds. President Clarkson sighed and looked out at the large crowd in front of him. He closed his eyes, rested his hands on the Bible. He was about to promise 4 more years of his life to his country. The driver didn't let the president speak. It was time. He pulled on the trigger of his rifle. A thunderous blast silenced the hordes of sheep. The silence lasted only a few seconds, however, as it quickly became apparent what had happened, what had just transpired. The driver kept firing. He had other targets. 6 bullets. Kill 5, leave 1 alive. A cry of horror emanated from the mall like a shockwave. It was a shriek of terror, unlike anything the driver had ever heard. He closed his eyes and felt a zen-like calm. His mission was complete. When it was all said and done, 5 dead bodies lay on the steps of the Capitol, their legs crooked in a ragdoll-like fashion, their eyes either half-opened or half-closed. Their expensive clothes were stained with blood. As the frightening roar of horror crescendoed, the driver packed up his rifle and drove out of the garage undetected. 1 of the 6 he'd shot would live. It all happened as planned. Phase 1 was complete. It was time to focus on Phase 2. Part 1. The Assassin. 1. CIA Director Kate Price put down the newspaper on her desk. She was inside her office, located on the top floor of the George Bush Center for Intelligence. She couldn't remember the last time she'd slept. She thought reading the paper would give her some respite from her constant anxiety, but it just made things worse. The whole world felt like it was falling apart, whether it was Russian military aggression in Eastern Europe or the shooting of the president. Everything seemed to be on the brink of total chaos. Since the shooting, she'd been communicating with teams across the globe, and with executives and directors within various divisions of the CIA, all in the hope of trying to find out some information about the attack on the president. No one knew a damn thing. The whole situation was unprecedented. The fact that the shooter was able to circumvent Secret Service security was impressive. The fact that they'd managed to evade capture was downright shocking. Price rubbed her temple. The FBI were leading the investigation. All they'd managed to determine was the likely location of the shooter, a parking garage close to the National Mall. Price stared at the front page of the paper. There was a picture of the president seconds before the attack. She shook her head. "You were lucky," she said, as if talking to the president himself. "Damned lucky." The president was the only one shot who was still alive. The assassin's bullet had grazed his throat. Still, it had done damage. He needed surgery and was being held in Washington Memorial. The Surgeon General said he'd be there for weeks, if everything went to plan. What bothered Price most about the attack was the way the press was reporting it. The headline on the paper was, "The President Lives." It was almost celebratory. Typical DC media bullshit, she thought. Were they trying to make everyone in the country feel safe? There were still bloodstains on the steps of the Capitol that needed to be cleaned. Men and women had died. Were Americans supposed to be satisfied that the president was alive? 2 Joint Chiefs of Staff and 3 senators had been killed. She checked her watch. It was almost lunch, but she didn't feel hungry. Her office phone buzzed. "What is it?" she asked, answering. "The FBI director is here to see you, ma'am," her assistant said. "What does he want?" "He said it's about the attack. Some new information has come to light. He wants to go over it with you. He said it concerns the CIA." "Send him in." Price felt a migraine coming on. A bad one. The kind that ripped your skull in two and made you feel like the only relief would be to rip your eyeballs straight out of their sockets. Seconds after agreeing to the impromptu meeting, a plump man with a round belly, a baggy suit, and slicked-back hair stomped into her office. FBI Director Tony Gallant sat down across from her at the desk, pulled out a small yellow handkerchief, and patted his moist brow with it. "Don't play games with me," he grumbled. His face was red, and he was gasping for breath. "What is it?" she asked. "Have your people found anything? What's this new information?" She wanted to get to the point. "You really want to talk to me like that?" "Is something bothering you?" "Yes," he said, pointing his sausage-like index finger at Price. His hand was shaking. She rolled her eyes. "Calm down. What do you want to tell me, Director Gallant?" "We've got something, and I want to know everything you know. This could implicate you. This could bring you down, and who knows how many others in this agency." "Okay," she said, irritated. She could feel the knife-like stabbing sensation push through her brain. She winced, closed her eyes, and grabbed hold of her seat. The migraine was attacking. It was fierce. Gallant didn't notice her struggle, but even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. "Is the CIA responsible for the attack? Did your organization try to assassinate the president?" he said. The cutting sensation Price felt through her mind was unbearable. She knew if she held on for just a bit longer it would pass. She waited, took a deep breath, closed her eyes. It passed. When she opened her eyes, Gallant was staring at her. "Well," he said. "Well, what?" "Is the CIA responsible?" "Responsible for what?" "You heard me." "Ask me again." "Did the CIA attack the president?" Gallant said, his voice loud. "Are you joking?" she asked. "Is that why you're here, to accuse the CIA of attempting to assassinate the president?" "The only damn bit of evidence we've been able to uncover in this whole mess connects you, the CIA director, with the shooter." "Oh, really?" "Yes," he said. "Then get to it. Tell me how I am connected." Gallant looked around Price's office. "This is a nice office," he said. "Very nice. Pays to be in charge, huh?" "What are you talking about?" "You were promoted 6 months ago, right?" he said. "The papers said the former CIA director died of a heart attack." He winked at Price. "I know how things work here. I heard some things. I heard that he went rogue and had to be put down." "What you're suggesting is criminal," Price said. 6 months ago, there was a man spotted in the city. According to testimony collected by the MPDC, he was tall, had a scar on his face, tattoo on his wrist. It was right around the time we found all those dead Russian gangsters on the streets." "I don't know what you're talking about," she said. Gallant pulled out a brown envelope from inside his jacket and tossed it on the desk. "What is this?" she asked. "There's a photo inside." Price opened the envelope. Inside was a photograph taken on the White House lawn. It was of her, President Roy Clarkson, and him, the tall man with the scar and tattoo, the man who had killed all those Russian gangsters. "See the scar on his face?" Gallant said smugly. "See the tattoo on his wrist?" "What about him?" "Who is he?" "He's no one." She hoped he couldn't tell she was lying. "Well, isn't that convenient? A no one met with the CIA director and president at the White House. That's strange." "It's confidential." "Yeah? Well, what I'm about to tell you is confidential too. My forensics team determined where the shooter fired from based on the entry and exit points of the victim's wounds. Whoever shot the president and killed the other 5 fired from the parking garage on Patterson Road. All logistics point to that location. And wouldn't you happen to know it, but we got a witness statement. Some woman from Denver who came down to celebrate the inauguration. She said that a man in a black Escalade, with a scar on his face and a tattoo on his wrist, almost hit her kid in the garage.
Did you check the security footage? Could you corroborate her claim?
Of course we did, Gallant said. That was the first thing we checked. But the whole place was blacked out. Every camera was a snowy mess of nothing. We even tried looking for the SUV after it left the garage, but couldn't find anything. It's as if the asshole was able to turn off security cameras at a whim. All we have is this woman's testimony. That's it.
And you think the man in that photograph is the man the woman described?
It's a strange coincidence. The scar, the tattoo.
And the FBI will take that as proof?
It's all we have for now. Just tell me, who the hell is he? Where can I find him?
He is no one.
Screw you, Gallant said. Where is he?
Are you going to keep asking me the same question? He's not your shooter.
Where is he?
I don't know.
You won't tell me where he is?
I don't know where he is,
Price said. Gallant threw his hands up in the air. You're a bitch, you know that, he said. Have it your way. I'm giving you 48 hours to come clean before I release this photo to the papers. I've already leaked them information about the suspect. By 6 p.m. tonight, every damn person in this country will know to look out for this guy.
You can leave,
Price said. Gallant growled and pushed himself up from his chair. You're connected to this. I know you are. When I release that photo of you and the suspect to the papers, you'll be dragged into the mud. You'll be done. He left her office, huffing, puffing, and wheezing. The arms of the chair he sat in were wet from his sweat. Price reclined back in her chair and closed her eyes. The light, the sounds, the accusations were all too much. She could feel her migraine worsen. As she sat there, she thought about the man with the tattoo and scar, the man she'd met with the president 12 months ago. His name was Jason Drake. Could he be the shooter? He'd just earned his freedom from the CIA. Why would he throw it all away? Although it wouldn't be the first time he'd killed a politician, she thought. Jason Drake killed a U.S. senator years ago. He was a member of the CIA's Terminus Division, a division that specialized in assassinations and covert ops. Price had been the head of the division. Its creation had been her idea. Was her past coming back to haunt her? She began to think of the past, of Terminus and its origins, and of when she first met him. 2. 13 years earlier. Amid a dense and tranquil forest within Langley Oaks Park, Virginia, 3 miles from CIA headquarters, and under the shadow of a tall oak, CIA Director Clifton Taggart smoked a cigar and watched the waters of a small creek gently descend toward their ultimate destination, the Potomac River. Everything that mattered in the capital seemed to flow through the grand and majestic river. He was the director of the most powerful intelligence agency in the world, but you wouldn't have known it. His faded jeans, ripped plaid shirt, dirty boots, and the old brown leather jacket he'd worn since the late 70s made him look like a cattle rancher from Montana. Taggart didn't fit in with the usual D.C. crowd, and because of that, he had enemies in D.C., which to him meant he was doing something right. What made him even more of a pariah was the fact that he didn't like to lie. It was an odd trait for a CIA director, but it was a trait Taggart found incredibly useful in a world full of liars. He had joined the CIA after serving 2 tours in Vietnam. He'd been recruited into the agency because of his proficiency with a sniper rifle and his knack for getting behind enemy lines without detection. At the CIA, he'd worked as a special operations officer till the tail end of the Cold War, where he'd spent most of his time in West Berlin, working with agitators on the other side of the wall. His work helped bring the wall down. Eventually, when he was back stateside, he worked his way up through the ranks in Langley. The role of director was never a job he'd aspired to. It seemed too political. Plus he hated the suits and ties and the bureaucracy of the place. He hated them like he hated warm beer. But shortly after 9/11, before the United States military began their decades-long campaign to root out terrorism in the Middle East, Taggart knew he had no choice. He sensed a shift in the world. He felt that America was becoming too complacent, too confident in its own power and strength. The years he'd spent in the field, tracking, hunting, killing. He'd learned that an overconfidence in one's abilities was one of the most significant flaws one could have. America was vulnerable. When he was asked by the president if he would take the role of director, he said yes. He felt the future of his country depended on it. The waters from the rustling creek glistened in the sunlight that cut through the canopy of trees above. He'd chosen this spot because it reminded him of his youth. He exhaled a thick plume of cigar smoke from his mouth and checked his watch. It wasn't like her to be late, but he knew she was dealing with her own problems. Her 8-year-old boy had cancer. Her husband, Clyde Colt, was always gone. Her life was falling apart, but she was somehow pulling through. She'd be better for all the tribulation, he thought. She'd learn from the hardship, be calloused by the misfortunes.
"I'm sorry I'm late,"
she yelled, pushing through the thick brush, stomping on dead leaves and breaking every branch along the way.
"I had a doctor's appointment. My son."
Her voice trailed off.
"Couldn't we have just met in your office?"
Taggart gave her a solemn look. "How is he?" he asked, referring to her boy.
"I'd rather not talk about it,"
she said. Of course. Her answer was clear enough. He wasn't going to push farther.
"Are you going to tell me why we couldn't have just met in your office?"
"I prefer a more natural environment for important matters," Taggart said. "I like the peace, the quiet. Plus I don't have to worry about some tight-assed sycophant listening in and undermining my every word. You know what it's like in there." He glared in the direction of Langley's main building with a certain kind of contempt. Price smiled. She knew exactly what he meant. Price was an up-and-coming officer at the agency. Like Taggart, she'd served as an operative for years, although during a very different time. What made her stand out from the rest was that she was a stickler for details. She'd led various successful operations in Kosovo, Iraq, and Afghanistan, and had a nickname in the agency, the Witch. Price was one of those people who didn't mind being the bad guy if it meant doing the right thing. The agency needed more people like her, Taggart thought. She walked through the creek and stood close to her mentor.
"I'm not used to giving a presentation without my computer,"
she said. "You wanted to meet," he said. "I'm the boss. I get to choose the meeting place."
"It's hard to present an idea in a forest."
"You got 5 minutes.
"That's bullshit, sir,"
she said. Taggart chuckled. He liked that Price didn't crumble to her knees when he spoke. She didn't kiss his ass or cower when he threatened her. She stood up for herself and challenged him. She had bigger balls than half the men at the agency. All right, he said. He took a long puff from his cigar. "I'll give you 10 minutes. What's this about?" She shook her head.
"The agency is sick, sir."
"Sick?" His eyebrows rose. "In what way?"
"I've spent months in hospitals, surrounded by doctors, clinicians. They're doing everything they can to help my boy. They're making Cody sick to weaken the sickness in him. It's all we can do with modern medicine. They do this because the damaged cells in his body are multiplying, killing him, taking over the healthy cells. To save him, modern medicine must hurt him. It's fire fighting fire. Yet he's losing."
"So his diagnosis isn't good?"
"They gave him less than 3 months to live."
"I see. Well, what's this have to do with the agency? Us?"
"My last mission in Egypt, we failed to apprehend the target."
"I know."
"He got away because of political red tape. My assassin had a kill shot. The target was lined up. All we needed was the green light."
"He was with a Saudi prince. You know why we couldn't take that shot."
4 months later, 20 Americans died in the Cairo embassy bombing."
Price growled. Taggart rubbed his brow. "Is that what this is about? You want to lecture me about that awful day? I get it. We should have killed him."
"You know and I know that the Saudi prince funded that attack. How else would a group of ill-equipped rebels get their hands on that kind of explosive material, let alone sneak it into our embassy? I had a member of our financial department monitor wires in and out of one of those terrorists' Cairo state bank accounts. The money was traced back to the prince. We should have taken the shot when we had the chance."
"You wanted to kill him before you had the smoking gun."
"I was right."
"The world is a complicated place."
"No," Price said. "It's not. Our organization is sick. We're too tied to the political machinations of the state. We're bound to the rules and regulations of our corrupt overseers. Foreign governments control many of our political officials. All they have to do is lobby them, pay them. That power has silenced the CIA."
Taggart shook his head. "You just noticed that? Come on, Kate. I know you didn't call me to meet to tell me something we all know. I'd love to be able to act without worrying about pissing off half of DC. What is this really about?
I want to create a Black Ops team, one that can get shit done, one that isn't beholden to the rules of the state. We'll operate anonymously. We won't be tied to the agency in any way.
You got a kid to take care of.
Don't talk to me about my son. The cancer that's eating away at him will win.
Her jaw was clenched so tight her head seemed to be shaking. She was a woman at her wits' end, trying to control an uncontrollable world, despite knowing that she would lose.
Cody would want this.
He'd want to spend time with his mother.
Clyde is with him.
How are things going between you and your Scottish husband?
We're still separated.
I'm sorry.
Listen, I'm trying to prepare myself for when my life falls apart. When I lose Cody.
She paused and wiped a few tears from her eyes.
When I lose the only good thing I've ever created, I'm going to have nothing. I'm tired of constantly losing.
You want to spearhead a team that operates outside the law? Taggart closed his eyes. You know what that means, right? If you mess this up, if something goes wrong, it'll haunt you forever. No matter how corrupt the world is, what you're asking for is, well, it's worse. Trust me, I've seen the result.
I'm willing to take the risk.
Your boy needs you. Just go home.
Don't you dare tell me what my boy needs. Do you have any idea what it's like knowing that a life you brought into this world, a life you swore to protect, will be taken from you and there is nothing you can do about it? When I look into his eyes, I have to lie to him. I have to tell him that he looks better each morning, that he will win. I have to hold his hand and promise him that tomorrow will be better, when I damn well know it won't be.
Taggart saw the pain in her eyes. He understood the sincerity of her request. Why do you think you're fit to operate such a team?
I'll stop at nothing to do what's right.
Taggart took a long drag from his cigar. We don't have many Black Op teams in service. They were more of a Cold War thing, a relic of the past.
A relic of a time when the agency could do something about its problems, when the intelligence we gathered mattered.
I'm not going to let you go into this without any help, without some guidance.
I don't need the help.
You do. You also need to see what the end result of what you're asking for is before you go too much further. Men and women who go into that line of work, well, they don't turn out normal. You want to operate outside the rules of the Capitol? You want to create a team of operatives who will do the dirty work the government doesn't want to admit they do? You want to see the limits of the intelligence underworld?
Yes.
I'm going to give you an address. It's in West Virginia, I think. I hope he's still there. He moves around a lot.
Who?
An old friend, Taggart said. He's former CIA. You won't like him. He won't like you. Should be a good fit.
If I meet with him, you'll authorize my request?
Taggart finished his cigar and stamped it out onto the ground, so that the remains of it disappeared under the mud. If you meet with him and you still want to go through with this, well then, yes, but only if he agrees to help you.
Thank you, sir.
Things go wrong, you'll be the one responsible. Are you willing to accept responsibility? Price nodded. Taggart checked his watch again. Her 10 minutes were up. I'll send you the address. Price closed her eyes and smiled. She turned away from Taggart and walked back toward the Langley building. One last question, Taggart yelled. Price stopped, turned around, and looked at her mentor.
What is it?
What will you call this new team? Every Black Ops team has a code name. Have you thought of one?
Terminus.
Terminus?
Yes,
she said. What's that mean?
It's the final point in space or time. It's the end or extremity of a place.
Taggart looked at her wearily and nodded. A crow that was nestled high in a branch cawed. He looked up to its direction, sighed, and then spoke to Price. Don't lose yourself in this, Kate. You're one of my best. Don't lose sight of the truth, and don't try to control what you can't control.
I won't, sir.
The meeting finished without much more said. Taggart watched Price as she disappeared into the forest. He then knelt down and touched the dirt with his hands. He hoped he wasn't making a mistake sending her to meet with him. He hoped that she would see, would come to her senses when she met with him. But he also knew that she was a woman who was desperate and sad, and he didn't want to take away any bit of hope from her life. Three. A week later, Price went to the address Taggart gave her. It was a cold, foggy day, and the roads through West Virginia had a restless energy to them. They undulated and twisted, which didn't help ease the anxiety she felt. Her mind was tied in knots. She had once felt worried about her son and his sickness, and then also about her self-assigned mission to start a Black Ops organization within the CIA. Was she wrong to take on such an assignment when she was needed at home? Was Taggart right? Was she losing touch with reality? She didn't know. She followed the directions on the GPS, pulled her Jeep off the main highway, and turned down a long, serpentine road, up and down, left and right. Her stomach churned. The trees seemed to grow taller the farther she drove from the highway, the shadows longer and darker. She looked down at the GPS screen on her dashboard. It read 15 miles until her destination. The small red marker on the screen blinked in what appeared to be the middle of a forest about a mile north of the road. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, her hands so moist with sweat they felt slippery. Cody was with his father, her husband. He was going to be okay, she reminded herself. Still, she felt awful leaving the city for even a couple hours. She pulled to a stop after coming up on a small clearing in the woods and examined it. The red dot rapidly blinked on her GPS, almost to the pulse of her heart. The voice of the GPS sounded. "Turn left," it said in its robotic voice. The location Taggart gave her was immediately north. She had to turn into the clearing. The only problem was it didn't look like her Jeep would fit between the tall maples on either side. If not for the tire tracks on the mud, she would have walked. She decided to take the risk. She pulled into the clearing and drove down the narrow path, slowly. Eventually, the marker for her car and the red dot converged on her digital map. She'd arrived. She pulled the key out of the ignition and looked at the small wooden cabin that was in the middle of nowhere. After wiping the sweat from her hands off on her pants, she got out of the vehicle and walked up to the cabin's front entrance. She knocked on the door. It swung open almost immediately. "Who are you?" Price looked at the man who answered. He had scars on his face and a thick, long, white beard. He looked like a hermit, a man who hadn't been out in civilization in months, or maybe even years. His eyes twitched, and he had a scowl on his face.
"My name is Kate Price. I was told—"
He cut her off. "CIA."
"Yes."
He slammed the door shut. "Leave," he shouted from inside the cabin. His footsteps aggressively pattered against the floorboards. He muttered to himself. Price couldn't make out much of what he said, but what she did hear sounded something like, "That asshole, I'll kill him. I told him, never again. How'd he find me?"
"Clifton Taggart gave me your address,"
Price shouted at the door, assuming that whoever the man inside was referring to was her boss.
"I just want to talk."
The man inside the cabin laughed. "Clifton is a fool. You made a mistake coming here. If you don't leave in the next 10 seconds, I'll kill you." Price rested her head up against the door, but pulled back when she heard a clicking sound. A rifle? The door swung open before she could pull away, and she fell. The old man held a rifle and was aiming it at her head. Price pushed herself up and raised her hands. She slowly walked backward toward the Jeep.
"I'll leave,"
she said.
"I'm sorry. This was a mistake."
"No," the crazed man said, licking his dry lips. "You're going to tell me why that bastard sent you here. What does he want with me? Are you here to kill me? I did everything he told me to do. I disappeared. I stayed hidden. I could have made his life hell. He knew I didn't want anything to do."
"He said I needed your counsel."
"Counsel?" The man's sour face disappeared, and he smiled. He lowered the rifle and broke out in a heavy laugh.
"This was a mistake,"
Price said. She peered back at her Jeep. She was close to the driver's side door, about 10 feet away. She didn't want to spend any more time with the lunatic in the cabin. "Counsel," the man repeated. He rubbed his chin. "Has he lost his mind? Does he want me back?" Price was beginning to wonder if she was losing hers.
"I'll leave,"
she reiterated. She put her hand on the door handle of her jeep.
No,
the man shouted.
You'll stay or I'll shoot. Stop moving. You're bothering me.
He lifted up his rifle and aimed it back at her.
A second ago you told me that if I didn't leave, you'd shoot.
Things have changed. What is your title at Langley?
I want to go.
The man fired a shot at the ground and then aimed it back at Price. A small crater formed on the soil in front of her. She froze and let go of the door handle. Her voice trembling, she said,
I'm a station chief at Langley. I oversee operations in Eastern Europe.
Have you ever had a gun aimed at you before?
Just once,
Price said. He lowered the gun and approached her, extending his hand when he was close enough.
Name's Spectre. Elias Spectre.
Spectre?
Price said, her eyebrows raised. She shook his hand.
I've heard about you.
He smirked.
I'm dead, aren't I?
She nodded.
You...
He cut her off.
I died in Berlin. A car accident, right?
10 years ago,
Price said.
I think we might have even worked together once. You were an executive, someone important, high up. I never saw your face, but I heard your name. Taggart was at your funeral. He has a picture of you and him on his desk.
And you didn't recognize me when you saw me,
Spectre said, with a coy smile.
You look different with the beard.
The plastic surgery worked then.
Why did you leave Langley?
My last mission went wrong.
Wrong?
Very wrong.
What do you mean?
I don't want to talk about it. I just want to talk about you.
I need your advice.
Advice?
I want to start a Black Ops division. Clifton will only give me permission if you help. Listen, she said. I just want to talk.
Spectre's eyes narrowed. The crazy look that he had on his face earlier had vanished. He almost seemed like a different person now. He looked more like the man in the picture that adorned Taggart's desk, even with the beard and the surgery. He looked like someone who was both dangerous and mysterious. He was clearly someone who didn't want to be found, and he knew how to keep himself hidden.
No one at Langley in my position dies of something happenstance like I did. And when they do, it's because the agency doesn't want them to be found, or they want to remain hidden.
I know.
Clifton didn't send you here to kill me.
No, I swear.
Follow me.
But...
Price was trying to piece it all together, but she couldn't think. She nervously followed Spectre into his cabin. Once inside, she marveled at the strangeness of it all. There was nothing hung on the walls or atop the mantels. He was a ghost, a shadow, a reflection, yet still askew. The only thing of note to her was the small duffel bag on the floor in the corner of the room. It was half open, and she saw some of the contents inside. It was clear that he was ready to run at a moment's notice. Inside were stacks of cash, ammunition, and what looked like phony papers. Passports, ID, and receipts. She turned her attention back to him and studied his movements. He had a way of moving that seemed both weak and strong. She wondered if he was still playing with her, or if he had been so badly injured during his time at Langley that he couldn't help it. Spectre walked to a sink in the corner of the room, put his rifle down on the counter, and washed his hands. He looked back at Price, sighed, and then at a bottle of Jameson he had on top of the fridge. He grabbed the bottle, opened it, and poured himself a glass.
You shouldn't start a Black Ops team. You'll end up like me.
You sound like Clifton.
He shot back his glass of whiskey and smiled.
Then he's finally got some common sense in him. He's changed, I guess. Common sense was the last thing he had years ago. He authorized my first team. He gave me everything I wanted. Everything.
Spectre began to pour himself another glass, but stopped. He turned to Price.
You have pain in your eyes. I know that pain. Listen to me when I say this.
He took a deep breath.
You don't want this. It won't fix anything.
I want this.
Look at me. Look at what I've become. I'm a shell of my former self.
I don't care. In a few months I will be a shell.
Price looked out the window of the cabin.
What do you mean?
My son is dying. He's got weeks to live.
And you're here talking to me. You should be with him.
He's with his father.
Ah, I see. A dying son and a failing marriage. You're looking for purpose. You're looking for meaning. Your whole world is a mess, so you're trying to fix what you can fix.
I'm looking for life after death. When my son...
She stopped herself from saying it. She couldn't put air to the words in her mouth.
When I have nothing left, all I want to do is work. That's it.
You know what you're asking for, right? You know that this will be a world of pain. Your mind will be wrought with worry and overwhelmed with information. Everything will go wrong, and whatever control you think you have will be an illusion.
You don't think it is right now? Will you help me or won't you?
What's killing your son?
Glioblastoma, an aggressive tumor in the brain, one that they can't remove.
Spectre shot back his second glass, turned to Price and said,
That's rotten luck.
There are days when I hate the whole world.
And you think that by fighting the bad guys, you'll get some control over your life.
Price nodded. Spectre looked at Price with a certain kind of intensity and sorrow. It made her feel awkward, uncomfortable. She felt naked. She knew he saw right through her, and yet she didn't care. She just stared right back.
The reason my team failed was that they were limited. Bound.
Bound?
Price said.
Are you referring to the red tape around clandestine CIA operations? I was just on an assignment.
I'm not talking about the red tape,
Spectre said, interrupting her.
It's something else.
How were they bound?
I mean that my men needed to be better.
Better?
Spectre began to pour himself another drink.
If I tell you what I'm about to tell you, then you're going all in. There will be no going back. Do you understand? I'll help you start your Black Ops team. But you need to help me fix what I think is our biggest problem. Together, we can create something special. Very special.
Price looked at the former Black Ops director and nodded. She'd come too far to turn back now. She was hell-bent and determined. She was going to see this thing through. 4. For 2 days, Price stayed at Spectre's cabin. He walked her through everything he felt was wrong with Langley and his failed Black Ops team, which was codenamed Raw Spec. It was obvious that he knew his stuff. He showed her operational notes he'd taken, provided insights on the limitations of his men, and gave reasons why he felt he and the agency had failed them. Spectre said he had a solution for their limitations, but he never disclosed what exactly that solution was. At the end of the second day, the two of them sat on his front porch. The sun was setting, and the stars were beginning to dot the sky. Price was growing tired and wanted answers.
I'm leaving in the morning,
Price said.
My husband is heading back to the UK tomorrow, and I need to be with Cody. I can't stay here any longer. You've told me your team's problems. Do you want to tell me what your solution is? Do you have a new training method, a new strategy?
Maybe I should tell you how my last division ended first.
You said they all died in an operation that went wrong.
They did.
What happened?
My team was less Black Ops and more mercenary in nature. Less intelligence and surveillance, more death and destruction. They were comprised of 7 of the top officers in the agency. They were ex-military, Army, Navy, and Air Force, and they were good, albeit brutal, men. They didn't take no for an answer, and they were driven by one thing, complete the mission at any cost. Did they have a moral compass? Well, that depends on who you ask. They enjoyed what they did, that much is sure. They liked to kill, and they didn't mind operating outside the bounds of the law. At the time, Clifton was my handler, my go-between, if you will. He was my pair of eyes in Langley's inner circle, and made sure that the red tape that holds back most operations stayed away from me and my men. Anyway, shortly after the start of the Second Iraq War, when shit began to turn south, I got word from Clifton that a high-profile target, one of Saddam's former generals, was hiding out on an island south of Iran. My men were to take him out. The general was apparently organizing with Pakistani and Iranian officers to stage coordinated attacks on U.S. military targets.
I remember reading about that operation,
Price said.
The general was killed, right? It was
Operation Daybreak. And yes, the general was killed, but not by my men,
Spectre said. He looked out into the darkening sky and seemed lost in memory. He looked like he was in pain just thinking about the past.
What do you mean?
The intel given to us from the army about the general suggested that the area of operation, the island, would be crawling with hostiles. Satellite photos given to me for mission planning showed at least 50 men on the island. By the looks of it, it looked like my team were in for one hell of a fight. Yet the operation, at its core, was simple. Get to the island, kill the target, get out. The day of the operation, my team made their way to the shores in small boats and found nothing. No pushback, no hostiles of any sort. All they found were weeds, trees, and abandoned buildings. The island had been deserted. I was stationed in a hotel in Kuwait, in a small room that smelled like sewage and was hot as hell. I was communicating with them via a bad satellite connection. The deeper they moved into the island, the more distorted the communication channels got. Eventually, I lost communication completely. Something didn't feel right.
What happened?
According to the official CIA post-op breakdown, my team were killed during an intense firefight after assassinating the Iraqi general.
How'd they determine that?
A Navy SEAL team sent to clean up the mess after I lost contact found their bodies. They confirmed that the general was killed and that my men were dead. I saw their bodies when they were brought back to Virginia. My men, my brothers in arms, they were slaughtered. Each of them had been shot multiple times. It looked like they'd been through hell.
What happened next?
Clifton told me that I was under investigation.
Why?
The CIA and the military felt the op went wrong because of my training. They said my men lacked expertise. They said, based off the post-op investigation conducted by the military, that my men made mistakes. What those mistakes were they never told me. Clifton disclosed some of it. He said that they believed my men were too slow, lacked strategic thinking, and seemed to turn on each other at the last minute. The conclusion the CIA auditors came to was that my men were reckless and unfit for agency work.
They turned on each other?
According to the report that Clifton shared, 2 of my men allegedly killed each other trying to get to the boats. They determined that based off the position of their bodies and the fatal wounds they both received. It's all bullshit, of course. My men would never have done that. They were more like brothers than anything else. They loved each other the way men-at-arms do. I was so upset with the findings of the post-op that I didn't comply with the CIA during the investigation. They later threatened me with prison. The bastards. They thought my men... Spector's voice trailed off. He closed his eyes tight, trying to hold his pain deep inside. He turned to Price. I was done with Langley at that point.
So Clifton told you were done and offered you a way out?
Spector nodded. He staged a car accident in Berlin. I was killed. Afterward, I disappeared. But obviously, because of your presence here these past 2 days, he'd kept an eye on me. The prick.
But you'll help me? You'll come back to the CIA?
Yes.
Why would you do that? It sounds like you have every reason to hate the agency.
Because Clifton saved me. He gave me a way out when I needed it most. If he thinks that a new Black Ops organization is what's needed to bring things back to order, then I will help him. I'll come back for him, but only if we do it my way and use my solution.
Which is?
I need a scientist from Russia, a defector of sorts, Dr. Alexander Khrushchev. If I'm to come back, I want him.
A defector of sorts? Who is he, and what does that even mean?
It means he will defect if we ask him, I think. The man is a genius, and he may not even know it.
So he's still in Russia?
Yes, but I've had my eyes on him for years. He was performing experiments for the Russian government until they shut him down. He's in some remote city called Gdansk. I can get him out of there. We can use his knowledge.
Why do we need him?
He will help us avoid another raw spec. He will make sure our men are never outrun or outmaneuvered. If the agency audits us, they will never blame us for their inability. Khrushchev will make sure that training and ability is never a question. Without him, I am not coming back.
How can he augment their abilities?
He's a geneticist. Imagine a new type of officer, a new kind of spy, Spector said. One who thinks twice as quick as you or I, one who is twice as fast.
And how will that be accomplished?
Gene therapy. It's called CRISPR technology, he said. It's an acronym for Clustered Regularly Interspaced Short Palindromic Repeats.
It sounds like nonsense.
Nonsense? Is that what you think? We need to be better. I've spent years watching Khrushchev and his experiments. They're impressive.
Why did the Russian government shut him down?
Everyone who received the CRISPR shots died.
Price rubbed her brow.
That isn't promising.
The world is changing. If we don't do this, our enemies will. I've got intel that other nations are getting close to perfecting this tech. How does it work? CRISPR gene editing can augment the abilities of our men by rewriting their DNA.
Rewriting their DNA?
Yes, well, maybe I should have him tell you. I believe he would say it's remapping their DNA, but I'm not a scientist. I've just seen the results.
In lab rats?
Yes.
You sound mad.
Have you not been listening? Spectre said. I just gave you 2 days' worth of evidence proving that my men weren't good enough. They failed. Your mentor, your boss, sent you here for a reason. He knows that the team I developed was the best of the best, but that they still weren't enough. If you want me to help, if you need my help to get his approval, then you'll promise to, at the very least, look into this CRISPR tech.
Gene therapy? Remapping DNA? CRISPR? What the hell was going on? Price could hardly make sense of it. Her immediate reaction to Spectre's bizarre rant was to leave. But then she thought of Cody. She thought of the words the doctor used when he sat in his office and told her about the diagnosis. Nothing made sense then, either. She looked at Spectre in the eye. She stared long and hard at him. Seconds passed. Was he lying? No, she thought. He couldn't be. Was he mad? Maybe. But then, was that such a bad thing? She came to a conclusion.
I promise,
she said. Spectre's panicked expression faded, and he smiled.
Good girl,
he said. The two of them didn't speak much for the rest of the night. They sat in silence, knowing that both of their worlds were going to change. As the sky became dense with the dotted light of the stars, Price closed her eyes and fell asleep. The next morning she left and drove back to the capital and her small house in the middle of the city. After walking into the house, she saw Colt sitting at the kitchen, a bottle of whiskey in front of him.
What's wrong?
Price asked.
Where's Cody?
Come here, Colt said. We need to talk. Five.
What happened?
Price asked, walking into the kitchen and sitting across from Colt. Her hands trembled with nervousness. Her heart pounded. She felt sick. Colt's eyes were red, and his face was flush. He'd been crying, and based off the half-empty bottle in front of him, he'd been drinking too.
Where is he? Where's Cody?
Where were you? His voice was low, and his Scottish accent was thick thanks to the booze. I tried calling.
I was out in the middle of West Virginia. There was no reception.
Colt finished the glass he was holding. He looked at Price and said slowly, Cody fainted yesterday. We were at the park. He fell and started to convulse. He's at the hospital now. They're monitoring him. He's alive.
What?
He's taken a turn for the worse, love. I'm sorry. Price grabbed the bottle from the table and took a large swig. Tears streamed from her face. Her mind became a mess, and she didn't understand much of what happened next. She couldn't. The grief she felt was too strong, and the pain too much. She just shut down. Her world had turned black. Her hope had been extinguished. 4 months after that morning, Cody died. 3 weeks after that, Colt and Price's separation was finalized. Price had nothing and felt nothing. She was a shell of her former self. There was nothing inside, nothing outside. She needed Terminus. She needed work. It was the only part of her life that she could control. She threw herself into her project and grew close to Spectre and his ideas. No matter how insane they seemed, they, at least, made more sense than what had happened to her. She spent every waking hour she had with the former Black Ops chief. Spectre had explained to her that the project would take years to properly implement. Dr. Khrushchev's CRISPR injections needed time to take effect, and their effects would have to be carefully monitored. All she had to do was find 6 men who were willing. Price found them in all corners of the military complex. 2 were Navy SEALs, 2 were Delta Force, 1 was former USMC Force Reconnaissance, and 1 was part of the 75th Ranger Regiment. She carefully interviewed each candidate and selected them based off their know-how and their physical capabilities. The only other factor that mattered in their selection was their response to her last question.
Do you have any living close family members? Partners?
She wanted these men to be loners, to be untied from the bonds of family and heritage. Jason Drake was one of those men. Price put the 6 men she'd recruited through various physical and mental tests to ascertain their baselines. This was Khrushchev's and Spector's idea. Both men wanted to establish measurable numbers for past and future performance. Once the baselines were established, she took her candidates to Spector and Khrushchev. Dr. Khrushchev administered the first CRISPR shots into their arms. The men were then monitored over a period of 3 years. In year 3, after having been given their final shot, they were flown to a remote island off the coast of Panama. It was called Isla Morte. They were sent there so Khrushchev could analyze the changes in their bodies from a safe distance. He seemed afraid of them. He wanted them somewhere where, if things went wrong, they could be easily terminated. After 3 weeks of quarantine, once it was clear that they hadn't lost their minds, they were brought back to Langley. Khrushchev then tested them against the established baselines from 3 years earlier. The results of the new tests were stunning. The 6 Terminus candidates scored higher than their original baselines on almost every measurable scale. Memory, vision, endurance, strength, all were at peak levels. Price, Spector, and Khrushchev spoke in the lab shortly after getting the results.
"We've created something special," Spector said. "These men are like gods. They are the future. When can they be put in the field?"
I need authorization from Clifton,
Price said. "Then get it. We're ready to go. It's been a long 3 years, but we've finally done it."
Are they ready, Doctor? Are you happy with the results?
Khrushchev was a young man with a thin face. He adjusted his glasses and said to Price,
"I wouldn't lie. These results are truly amazing. They're better than I could have predicted. I honestly can't believe it." "You should believe it," Spector said. "You've damn well saved our country. Imagine what would happen if the Russians got this first. We need to get these boys out in the field. I want to see what they're capable of."
We need authorization,
Price said.
I'll get Clifton on the phone and meet with him in his office.
Price left the meeting and met with Taggart in Langley. She placed the results from the lab on his desk.
"You better not be lying to me about this, Kate,"
Taggart said between heavy and violent coughs.
I'm not.
Taggart coughed again. It sounded bad. She gave her mentor a look of concern. He'd been losing weight lately, a tremendous amount. She felt terrible she hadn't noticed it earlier, but she'd been so consumed by everything.
"Don't look at me like that,"
Taggart snapped. She looked away.
Like what, sir?
"Like you know what's wrong with me and I don't," he said. "If anything, you're a little late to the party, Kate. My doctor diagnosed me with stage 4 lung cancer 3 weeks ago. Damn thing snuck up on me."
Sir, I'm...
"Save your sympathies," he said. "Did you come here asking for permission to get your inspector's men in the field?"
How'd you know?
"He told me the results were coming in today."
The bastard.
Taggart chuckled.
"Well, are they ready?"
Yes, sir, they are.
She paused.
Based off the data collected, our men are close to perfect.
"Do you doubt this project?"
No.
Taggart looked at Price and then asked her with sincerity,
"Before I sign this off, I want you to know that I've never been fully on board. Part of me was hoping that when you went out to the woods to see Spector, you'd see the fool he'd become, how deranged his Black Ops team had made him.
You said you wouldn't help me unless I had his authorization.
And you got it, and I gave you what you wanted. I trust you, Kate. I know you're a good person deep down. You're unlike so much of the scum here at Langley."
He pulled out a cigar from his desk and lit it up.
Sir, should you?
She asked.
"Should I what? Smoke this cigar?"
He laughed.
"It's stage 4, Kate. I'm done for. One more puff isn't going to kill me. My lungs are as black as night."
Price nodded. Taggart took a long drag from the cigar.
"You're going to be in charge of this thing from start to finish. Don't let Spector bully you around. Don't let his ambition get in the way of your reasoning. Don't let me down, Kate. Let me see what these men do in the field. Let's make your commitment to this project pay off."
Six. Present. Price looked out her office window. The sun was setting, and the sky was a vibrant orange. The tops of the trees in Langley Oaks Park were peppered with snow. While her migraine had subsided, thinking about Terminus and its origins made her feel sick in a different way. She wished she could turn back the clock and change everything. Taggart had been wrong to trust her. She'd been wrong to trust Spectre and Dr. Khrushchev. She should have known better, but she was scared. She went to the mini-fridge behind her desk and grabbed a bottle of water. As she drank, she remembered the night Jason called her to tell her he'd killed a senator. It was 5 years ago, the night that it all came crashing down. It was the night Terminus ended, and she'd finally awoken from the delirium the grief from losing her son had caused. She'd finally realized what she'd created.
He deserved it,
Jason said to her through heavy breaths. He was speaking to her from what sounded like a payphone.
Do you know what you've done?
She said. She was in her office at Langley.
I'm done working for mass murderers, liars, and assholes. That son of a bitch senator ordered a drone strike that killed children. He knew what he was doing. He knew those children were alive. He knew I was there. I could have saved them. What the hell was I out there for? What the hell is any of this for?
Price tried to find the words to respond, but couldn't. Deep down, she knew Drake was right.
I'm done with the CIA. I'm done being a pawn in your game.
Jason, please.
He hung up. Price met with Spectre at his apartment shortly after the call.
He's obviously experiencing side effects of the drugs, Spectre said. I'll tell Dr. Khrushchev. We should bring him in. A few more injections and another round of tests are what's in order.
Clifton will find out about this.
He's dying, isn't he?
Spectre said. He said it in a matter-of-fact manner that bothered Price.
That problem will solve itself. He's never been on board with this project.
Once Clifton hears about this, it's over. This whole project, this division, it's done. The blowback will be tremendous.
Spectre looked at Price and clenched his jaw.
You sound negative.
One of our operatives killed a senator.
Did he have his reasons?
Yes, he did, but...
Spectre cut her off.
Just bring him in. I'll get Dr. Khrushchev on the next flight from Moscow. We'll give him more shots.
Khrushchev's in Russia? I thought he defected.
He's under a new identity over there. He needed to see his family.
Price shook her head. Spectre rolled his eyes.
Bring in the operative that went rogue. We can clean this up.
He's disappeared. He said he's leaving the CIA.
Spectre cursed.
Disappeared.
He paced around his apartment.
Not yet. Not yet. I'm so close.
What are you talking about?
Price asked.
It's nothing,
Spectre said.
We need to tell Clifton about this. We need to tell him what one of our men did.
You do that, and it's all over.
Does that matter?
Spectre violently grabbed Price by the wrist.
Tell Clifton we can solve this. We can fix this.
There was a manic look in his eyes. Everything became clear to Price at that moment. She'd made a terrible mistake. She'd created something she couldn't control. She yanked her wrist free from Spectre's grasp and ran out of his apartment. He yelled after her. She ran to her car and drove home. She'd created Terminus to escape the pain and grief of losing a child, but it hadn't worked. It had failed, and she was no better off for it. She wanted to talk to Colt, but he hadn't spoken to her in years. Price shook her head. Another migraine. She was out of her memory and back in her office. She couldn't help reliving the past. She'd buried those memories for a reason. Director Gallant had told her that the feds would release the photo in 48 hours. Once the press got a hold of that image, they'd run wild with it. The truth at that point wouldn't matter. She'd be ruined. That meant that she had less than 2 days to find out whether Drake was the shooter or not. She needed to buy herself time, just in case. She called the only person in the agency she trusted. Sierra White, her former assistant, and now an analyst in the Financial and Technological Forensics Department. She had a plan, but she'd need help to pull it off. 5 minutes later, Sierra walked into Price's office.
You look awful,
Sierra said, sitting down in the same chair Gallant had sat in.
This chair smells.
That smell is why I've called you here,
Price said.
I'm not your assistant anymore. I'm not cleaning this up.
I just met with the FBI director, Tony Gallant.
I heard rumors he'd stopped by,
Sierra said.
Have they found anything?
The feds have a suspect.
Holy shit,
Sierra said.
Then why the hell did he come here? To brag? Who is it?
They believe it's Jason Drake.
Sierra's enthusiasm evaporated. Her skin turned white.
Now you know why I look awful,
Price said.
Jason? It can't be.
I know,
Price said.
or at least I want to know. But he does have a history after all. A history we can't disregard.
He helped us stop the attack a year ago. I slept with...
I know what you did with him,
Price said.
or maybe what he did with you.
Sierra blushed. Price rolled her eyes.
Jason came out of hiding to help us 12 months ago on the condition that I clear his record, forgive his sins. Yet he's still a dangerous man, a very dangerous man.
Why does Glenn think Drake is the shooter?
Because of the scar on his face and the tattoo on his wrist. Some witness told the feds that a man they believe is the shooter had those two key features.
Damn it.
I know,
Price said. Both women were thinking the same thing. They wanted to doubt it, but they couldn't help thinking, what if? The automatic fluorescent lights in the office turned on. It was 5 p.m., and the sun had fully dipped below the horizon.
So what now?
Sierra asked.
Director Gallant has an image of me and Jason meeting with the president. He said he will release that image to the press in 48 hours. It will be a national scandal, one our country does not need. The CIA will be tied up in it.
How can I help?
Weren't you dating an FBI agent high up in the intelligence branch?
For a couple months. His name was Simon Cleaver. He was an asshole.
Call him.
I ended it with him. He wasn't happy.
You need to meet with him. You need to find anything you can about Gallant that will help me pressure him into not releasing that photo. We need juicy, incriminating stuff. This is D.C. Everyone has skeletons in their closet. I bet your boy Simon knows something. Gallant seemed like a slimeball.
How am I supposed to find the dirt?
Price smiled at Sierra.
Do I have to answer that for you? You're the most beautiful woman in the agency, Sierra. Meet your former lover, seduce him, and get him to talk.
And what about Jason?
I'll do what I have to do.
And if he is the shooter?
If he's the shooter, then I'll send every one of our officers after him,
Price said.
He won't come in easy.
A year ago he said he was traveling out west,
Sierra said.
How will you find him?
I know where he is.
You kept eyes on him?
Price nodded.
I keep eyes on everybody. It's one of the things I've learned. Now please keep this to yourself. Report back to me as soon as you find something on Gallant. I'm going to find Jason. I'm going to find out how much shit we're in.
Sierra nodded and left her office. Once alone, Price opened a drawer in the desk and pulled out a small bottle of whiskey. She took a shot and then dialed a number on her private cell phone. Drake didn't know she knew where he was. After he helped her 1 year ago, she told him he had a clean slate and he was free. Yet after he left Langley, she had someone track him down and watch him from a distance. She told herself she did it because she wanted to protect him, but maybe there was another reason. Maybe she didn't fully trust him. A man answered the phone. "What is it?" he said.
I'm asking about the wolf.
"He's gone." Price gritted her teeth.
When's the last time you saw him?
4 days ago. I've asked around. No one knows where he is.
Damn it.
You worried? He asked. What's this about?
I'm coming to you.
When will you be here?
In the morning.
She hung up and arranged a private jet from Joint Base Andrews in Maryland to fly her to an airbase near Rapid City, South Dakota. As she left her office, she looked at a photograph of her ex-husband and her son. She touched the photograph and sighed. Seven. Price stood in a hangar at Joint Base Andrews. It was a little past 10 p.m. and terribly cold. She watched as the private jet that would fly her to Drake rolled onto the tarmac. Joint Base Andrews was home to 2 Boeing VC-25A aircraft with the call sign Air Force One. The president typically flew out of Andrews when traveling from Washington, D.C. by plane. "The aircraft is ready, ma'am," a young Air Force officer said to her. Price nodded and left the hangar. The walk to the small jet was uncomfortable. It was the kind of cold that got under your skin, the kind you felt in your bones. She stepped into the aircraft, nodded to the pilot and co-pilot, and made her way to a seat by the window. As she sat down, she pulled out her phone. She was anxious to find out how Sierra's date with the federal agent was going. The only message she had was that the federal agent had agreed to meet. At least that was something, she thought. The pilot spoke through the intercom and said, "We'll be preparing for takeoff in 5 minutes, Director. Our expected travel time is 3.5 hours. We should be landing at Ellsworth Air Force Base in South Dakota by 3 a.m. The current weather there is snowy, -20. It's cold."
Great,
she said sarcastically. Sleet began to patter against the fuselage of the small Gulfstream C-20G aircraft, and the tiny red glowing lights along the runway started to pulse. A thin fog rose from the tarmac. If her mind hadn't been so preoccupied with Jason and his potential involvement in the shooting, she would have been nervous about the flying conditions. As the plane took off and ascended into the morass of clouds above the Capitol, swaying from the turbulent crosswinds, she grabbed a bottle of water from her purse and took a long sip. Since the early afternoon, she'd felt like Taggart's ghost was watching her, laughing at her. She could feel his eyes glaring at her. Terminus, Spectre, Dr. Khrushchev, and Drake. Everything she'd built had crumbled and been turned to ash. Her final meeting with Taggart happened days before he died. She met him in a hospital room where he was being treated. It was close to midnight. A small lamp was turned on beside his bed. The two of them were alone.
"Jason Drake killed a U.S. senator,"
she said to him.
"I think we need to end Terminus. I wanted to tell you myself before you heard it through the grapevine."
It was the first Taggart had heard of Drake's actions. Taggart looked up at her and sighed. He'd been in George Washington University Hospital for over a month.
"I warned you about this,"
he said, his voice nothing more than a raspy whisper.
"Once you go down these roads, there's no turning back."
His once wide and heavy frame was almost skeletal. He closed his bleary eyes and coughed, using a handkerchief to cover his mouth, though not doing the best job of it. His hand shook violently as he held the cloth over his mouth. He was in bad shape. Price noticed the blood on the handkerchief and felt awful.
"The local police and FBI investigators don't know that he's CIA,"
Price said.
"They don't even have a suspect. All they know is that a senator has been murdered. Jason fled the scene shortly after he committed the act. He was clean about it."
"And how are you so sure he did it?"
"He told me he did it."
Taggart wheezed.
"And the other Terminus officers? Where are they?"
"I've ordered them all to meet at Camp Solitude, 2 hours from Langley. They're waiting for instruction."
"And Jason?"
"I tried to track him down, but he's hard to track. He's on the run."
"And why did he tell you the truth?"
"He wanted me to know that the senator was responsible for the deaths of 30 children in Syria, and that he was done with the CIA."
"This is my fault,"
Taggart said.
"No, it's not. This is my fault."
"Shut up. It's my fault. Should never have sent you to Elias's place. Should never have given you what you wanted. This whole thing has been one big mistake."
"What should we do?"
"What do you mean?"
Taggart asked.
"Should I get the other Terminus officers to bring him in?"
She asked.
"Hell no,"
Taggart barked.
"Keep them where they are. We can't have any more of those monsters running about."
"I talked to Spectre about this. He thinks—"
Taggart cut her off again.
"No," he said. "Stop. Just stop. The more you try to fix this, the more damage you'll do. Don't talk to Elias. Don't talk to anyone. I'll speak to him. I'll settle this."
He had to stop talking. He broke out into a fit of bloody coughs.
"Sir, this is my mess. I can handle this. When I spoke with Elias, he said that maybe Drake needs more CRISPR injections."
"No more injections. No more anything. Terminus is done, Kate. It's over. I'll take the blame and the fall for it."
"Sir, we accomplished so much.
She didn't even know what she was fighting for anymore. She gave up trying to defend herself mid-sentence. Taggart coughed violently. Blood spattered from his mouth and stained the hospital blanket, covering his frail body.
"You need to leave, Kate. You need to get out of here. This whole thing was my fault," he said. "I'll take care of this."
"Yes, sir."
She'd given up. Taggart looked at her, his eyes sunken. He sighed.
"I felt guilty about your son. I guess I let that cloud my judgment. Now I see just how stupid I was. You need to go. And I need you to stay as far away from Terminus as possible until the dust settles. Don't talk to them. Don't talk to any of them.
And if Jason calls me?
Then you let me know,
Taggart said. Price left the hospital room. That was the last time they'd spoken. She learned later what Taggart did, how he ended things with the division and his old friend Spectre. It took her years to get over it, but now it felt like everything was coming to a head once again. All of her mistakes, all at once, were springing to life once more, like zombies. She thought her past was buried like her son and ex-husband, but sometimes the dead don't die. Sometimes the past won't ever let you settle. She closed her eyes and tried to sleep. She'd be in South Dakota in the morning. 8. 3 days earlier. Jason Drake pulled the key out of his F-150's ignition. He looked at his dog, Houston, the Bedouin sheepdog he'd rescued during a mission in Syria what felt like a lifetime ago, and scratched the animal behind the ears.
"I'll be a second,"
he said. He stepped out into the blistering cold of the South Dakotan winter. He winced as he looked up at the American flag that waved above the Deadwood police station's entrance. The flag was frayed at the edges, and the colors were all washed out. The police station itself was in a similar state. Everything in Deadwood was. The town was falling apart. He walked into the station, cursing himself for not stopping to get a coffee first, and rubbed his hands together to warm them up. He nodded at the receptionist working the counter, who was face-deep in a dirty romance novel and barely noticed him. He made his way to the sheriff's office. Once inside the office, he sat in an uncomfortable plastic chair and looked at the weathered face of the old man who thought he controlled the town. Sheriff Elliot Kilroy.
"You got a job for me?"
Drake growled.
"We'll take you out of town for a couple days. Maybe a week, maybe longer,"
Kilroy mumbled, barely looking up from the newspaper he was reading. He licked his fingers and turned the page.
"What is it?"
"You'll be deep in the bush, high up in the Black Hills," Kilroy said. "There's a wolf there, rabid. You need to bag it, bring it back. It'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack, but you need to find it. Don't come back until you do."
"Where was it last seen?"
Kilroy finally looked up from the paper. He snarled and said,
"A group of hikers said they spotted it up by Eagle Peak. Its mouth was frothing and seemed aggressive. Damn thing stalked them for over a day. If not for a flare gun, we'd be dealing with a damn national controversy right now. You know they underreport shark attacks in places like Florida, right? They have a whole system, an institution dedicated to fudging the truth, hiding the real numbers. We don't have the luxury here. A wolf attack on a group of rich tourists could undermine a town like us. You need to bring that beast in, you understand?"
Drake nodded. He'd figured his life in Deadwood would be different than the time he'd spent with the CIA, but in actuality, it wasn't. He was back to doing the only thing he was good at, which was killing.
"What were the hikers doing up there?"
Drake asked, wanting more context.
"Not many tourists go up that high. It's fairly remote."
Kilroy waved his hand dismissively.
"I don't know," he said. "They were doing what rich hikers from New York City do. They were acting like fools. Now, it's not like you to ask so many questions. Are you going to do this or not?"
"How much?"
500.
"I want 1,000. Be gone for a week."
Kilroy chuckled and rubbed his chin.
"You think this town is made of money? Best I can do is 7.
1,000.
Kilroy slammed his fist on the table.
"Listen here, boy. You showed up in this damn town a year ago. You came to my office looking for work. So far you've done good. You killed what needed to be killed. But you frightened me. There's a reason I haven't looked into your record. It's because I know you have skeletons in your closet. If you keep pushing me, I'll start digging. Men like you, men with your traits, well, I know you're hiding something you don't want us common folk to know."
Drake clenched his jaw and mulled over his options. He didn't have many. The sheriff was playing his hand well.
8. 7. 8, Drake said. "Fine, 800. Now get out of my office and bag me that wolf."
Drake pushed himself up from his uncomfortable seat and made his way to the door. As he gripped the handle, Kilroy spoke.
"Boy, don't tell anyone about this. You need to keep this quiet. The town hears there are rabid animals stalking about our wolves. Word will spread. If I find out anyone knows, you won't get a penny.
Yeah, Drake said. You're trying to keep this place safe for the rich tourists. I'll be back in a week.
He slammed the door to the office and made his way to his truck. Once inside, he turned to Houston.
We've got a wolf to kill.
The dog didn't seem impressed. A wolf was nothing. Drake turned on the radio.
It's just 3 days until the inauguration, and crowds are already forming, the radio host said. They expect this to be the biggest inauguration celebration in the history of the country. After all our country has been through, we look forward to 4 more years of peace.
Drake rolled his eyes. Peace was never an option in the capital. That was why he left the CIA. He knew the only way he'd find peace was if he disappeared. Nine. Present. Close to Eagle Peak in the Black Hills, Drake lifted up his Nosler Model 48 with attached scope, gripped the forestock, exhaled, and took aim. His breaths rose in the cold, dark air, blocking his vision slightly. 40 yards down scope, and within the rifle's reticle, was a wolf. Its fur danced in the quiet breeze that permeated the place. It skulked like a hunter, its movements smooth and deadly. Its teeth were bared, its footprints hollow. The animal was close to its target, which was a small, emaciated-looking rabbit. Drake had been following the wolf's footprints for days, trudging through the snow, sleeping under the stars. At first it had been difficult to get a trace on the animal. If not for the unusual thaw in the area, he would have found nothing. But thanks to the fluctuations in the temperature, the wolf's paw prints had frozen in the thawing mud, sealing its fate. The hikers were wrong. They said the wolf was rabid. They said the animal's mouth had been frothing with white, gooey saliva. They were either dressing up the details to make themselves look less pathetic, or they didn't know what the hell they were talking about. The wolf wasn't rabid, it was hungry. The beast had most likely been following the hikers because of the trail of candy wrappers and food scraps they nervously left in their wake as they made their way back to their car. Drake had found evidence of their sloppiness while making his way up the mountain. He felt sympathy for the animal. It deserved better. Still, he'd have to kill it. The sheriff's bounty was too much to turn down. The laws of nature were brutal and absolute. Kill or be killed. He convinced himself that he'd be putting the animal out of its misery. The rabbit it was hunting barely had any meat on its bones. The wolf was hunting starving rabbits. Its days were numbered. The light of a bright moon cut through the clouds and dense brush. It painted the forest floor in shades of bluish, snowy white. Shadows on the forest floor morphed into and out of shape, resembling the black blotches on a Rorschach test. In them, Drake saw the faces of the men he'd killed in the darkness. He felt sadness. The wolf was just another undeserving death. He took a slow and steady breath and gripped his rifle. He didn't have time to worry about his past, about what he should or shouldn't have done. He couldn't change the past. All that mattered was that he had finally found some peace. Finally. "I'm sorry," he said. He placed a gentle amount of pressure on the trigger, just the right amount so the animal wouldn't hear a thing. He was about to pull the trigger when he heard a sound. He stiffened. The cracking sound pulsed through the wooded valley, as loud as any gunshot. It was loud enough that the wolf heard. It vanished into the dark refuge of the forest. Drake turned in the direction of the sound, his rifle snug in the pit of his shoulder. "Someone there?" he shouted. "Well, well," a man said. His voice was familiar, dry and hoarse. He was speaking from the darkness. "I'm sorry I have to do this." "Who are you?" "I'm an old friend." "I don't have any old friends," Drake said. "Then consider me a long-lost brother." "Brother?" Drake's eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" he asked. "Don't be stupid," the man said. "I'm your brother, Jason. I'm one of the men you bled with. I'm one of the men who you screwed over. It was because of you, after all, that the whole division was shut down." That was all Drake needed to hear. He had a growing suspicion, but he wanted to be sure. The man he was speaking to was one of his old associates at the CIA, Andretti Sloan, a man he'd thought dead. "What do you want, Sloan?" "What do you think?" Sloan said, still hidden within the shadows of the forest, invisible to Drake. "You're an asshole," Drake growled.
I've waited far too long for this. Can't wait to tell the others. Others? The rest of us. Your brothers. The Terminus Division. We're all alive. I was told you were dead. Is that what Kate told you? Has she ever told you the truth, Jason? You trusted her. You shouldn't have. How did you find me? Enough talk, Sloane said. Enjoy the afterlife. From within the darkness of the wood, Houston leapt into the air and latched its jaw onto Sloane's wrist. The dog bit down deep into the flesh and bone, making sure to twist its neck and inflict as much pain as possible. Blood spurted from the wounds in a globular fashion and pelted the snow like stones in mud. Sloane fell to the ground and rolled into a lit patch of snow. He writhed in pain, howling like a wounded animal caught in a steel trap. Despite the pain, he managed to fire off 3 shots from the rifle he was holding. Drake didn't flinch. Each one of Sloane's bullets missed. Sloane struggled as Houston kept gnawing on his wrist. Chunks of juicy flesh flew up into the air. Finally, Sloane punched the dog in the torso with his left hand, causing Houston to let go. The animal whimpered and scurried into the dark. "You coward!" Sloane shouted, holding his bleeding wrist with his hand. "Should have known you'd play dirty, you scum!" Drake stood up and kept his rifle aimed at Sloane. Sloane reached for his fallen rifle, but it was in vain. Drake kicked it away and stood over him. He looked at Sloane's wrist. Bone and muscle were exposed. "I'll tell you nothing," Sloane spat. "Are you still with the CIA?" Drake said. "What's going on?" Despite the pain, Sloane laughed. "You really are thick, aren't you? You don't know what happened to us after you killed that senator? That's too funny." "What are you talking about?" Drake growled. "Tell me, or I put a bullet in your head." Sloane reached his left hand down to his ankle. He had a small sidearm below his pants. Drake sighed. He'd seen the bulge around Sloane's ankle where he figured a handgun was holstered. He put a bullet into Sloane's left hand, turning it into a pulpy mess of skin and bone. Sloane howled. Houston reemerged from the dark. The animal seemed to understand that the hunt was almost over. He stared at the screaming and weakened man on the forest floor. "I'm going to make you talk," Drake said. "I've got enough bullets to make this last all night. I will make you tell me everything you know." Sloane wheezed and gritted his teeth in agony. Both his hands had been mangled to bits. He looked up at Drake. "The less you know, the better. Can't have you interfering with our plans," he said. Drake knelt down at Sloane's side. "Tell me," he growled. "I'll skin you alive, you son of a bitch. What is going on?" He felt rabid. He could feel the saliva in his mouth froth. In his periphery, he thought he saw the silhouette of the wolf he was hunting. "Screw you, Jason," Sloane said. "You are always the weakest of us." "I'll break you," Drake said. "I'll break every part of you until you tell—" While Drake was speaking, Sloane was using his tongue to fumble with something inside his mouth. He was unlocking a capsule in a false tooth. A suicide pill was inside. "Damn it!" Drake grunted. He dropped his rifle and tried to pry Sloane's mouth open, but it was too late. His mouth frothed, his body convulsed. He died. Drake hollered in frustration, his voice echoing in the woods. He pounded his fist into the snow and seethed. Drake dragged Sloane's body through the forest. As he labored through the thick snow with Houston at his side, he thought about what Sloane had said. "I can't have you interfering with our plans." What did that mean? Our plans? Terminus? What the hell was going on? It took 2 hours to get to his truck, which was parked on a seasonal hiking trail, a little way down from the main road that would take him back to town. After tossing Sloane in the back and covering the cold, lifeless body with an orange tarp, he met Houston inside the cab. It didn't take long for the warmth of his lungs to fog up the windshield. Houston was on the passenger side, licking the frozen snow and blood from his paws. Drake scratched the dog behind the ears, and then wiped the windshield free from fog. He started the engine and looked up at the stars that shone between the canopy of black branches above. He flicked on the headlights, stepped on the gas, and drove down the road away from the Black Hills. He'd be in Deadwood in 3 hours. He knew the smart thing to do would have been to just drive straight to the cabin, pack up his things, and leave. But he couldn't leave without saying goodbye. She deserved one.
He'd broken too many hearts in his years, and she was one of the good ones. She deserved a proper send-off, especially considering the last night they'd spent together had ended so horribly. "It's the same old, buddy," Drake said to Houston as he pulled the truck onto the highway. "We gotta hit the road. My past won't let me rest. It's always there. Won't let me sleep." The dog didn't react. His eyes were closed. The animal was showing its age. Drake smiled. The dog had been more than a good ally, and deserved the quiet. He turned on the radio. He'd been out of touch with society and the world at large for 3 days, and wondered what had changed in his absence. As soon as he heard the first sentence from the radio host, he slammed on the brakes. His tires slid along the cold, partially frozen concrete. "It's been less than 24 hours since the attack on the president during his inauguration. We've just received a description of the shooter from the FBI. This is breaking news. The shooter is believed to be a tall man with a scar on his face and a tattoo on his wrist," the radio host said. Drake felt his blood pressure rise. "The president is in the care of the George Washington University Hospital staff. He is expected to live. The 5 others killed during the attack have now been named." Attack? President? 5 dead? Outside the truck, the wind bellowed. The stars disappeared behind the dark of a low and foreboding cloud. Drake's mind raced, and he looked back at the orange tarp that covered Sloane's body. "I can't have you interfering with our plans." He punched the dashboard in frustration, which made Houston stir. He took a deep breath. After checking his rearview mirror, he steered the truck back onto the road. It was a long, quiet drive back to town. He turned the radio off. His mind raced. He thought about the only other member of Terminus who had a scar on his face and a tattoo on his wrist. The suspected shooter. He thought about the night they both got their scars. "11. 10 years ago. The 6 Terminus officers had all been assigned to quarantine on Isla Morta, located 265 miles southwest off the coast of Panama. They were huddled around a bonfire on a beach. The fire crackled. The stars twinkled in the black above the canopy of trees at the beach's edge. The ocean's crashing waves howled and raged. A full and bright moon sat above the horizon. Its milky light shifted along the water. Each Terminus operative sat on logs and stared into the flames of the fire. They'd been on the island for 3 weeks. Raymond Moss sat in the center of the group. As the oldest, he'd given himself the role of leader. No one complained. "Our time here on the island is about to come to an end," Moss said. "After this, our training will be over. No more tests, no more injections." Each operative grunted in acknowledgement. "We've undergone countless medical examinations. We've been pushed beyond what we thought were our natural limits. The CRISPR gene therapy swirling through our DNA worked. I've never felt better." Again, each man grunted. "And now they've sent us here, to Isla Morta. A final test, of sorts. It's been weeks since our last shot. They believed that the withdrawal from the drugs would be worse for us than the injections. They were wrong. We were ready. We've overcome every hurdle they've thrown at us. Still, I feel we don't know each other enough. We've spent too many months apart. I feel we aren't brothers, though we should be. The tattoos we got before coming here aren't enough to bond us. When we leave this island, we will all be alone in this world. No one will know what we went through but us." The 6 Terminus officers looked at each other. "I want all of us to share something about our past," Moss continued. "I know we're all ex-military. I don't need to hear about your past exploits. You were selected for this project because you're good at what you do, but you were also selected because you had nothing to lose. I feel it's important for us all to know each other on a more personal level. Why are you alone? What happened to make you choose the life of an assassin?" Andretti Sloane belched and tossed an empty can of Budweiser into the fire. "I was a Navy SEAL," he said. "I have a shot like no other. I joined Terminus because I only want to do what I'm good at. If I wasn't here, I'd be in a bar drinking myself to death. My parents are both dead. My brother is a druggie.
The only thing that held me to civilian life was Roxanne. She's a slut. She sent me a letter on my last deployment while I was in Afghanistan hunting down the Taliban. She said that I wasn't right for her. Well, after that letter, I signed up for every damn special project I could. That's how I ended up here. Fuck it. I just want to do what I'm good at. Thank you for sharing, Moss said. He looked at Charles Tex Ramthorpe. And you? Tex grumbled. I don't know if my family's dead or not. I was adopted. Part of me hopes my parents are dead, I guess. I joined Terminus because this is all I know, and I passed the tests. That's it. Gus Sly Orchard followed Tex. If I didn't join, I would have been in a military prison. That's all I'm going to say. Moss tapped Ryan Rowan with his boot. Rowan shook his head. I was given 3 years to live 4 years ago, Rowan said. The doctor said I wouldn't live to see my 28th birthday. Brain cancer. Got the recommendation from my base commander to sign up for some gene therapy experiment at the CIA. Figured I was already dying. Why would it hurt? Moss turned to Drake. And you? I didn't want to be here, Drake said. Moss laughed. You're not getting off that easy, he said. We've all shared. I was honorably discharged from the military, Drake grunted. Backpacked through the Midwest for 2 years. Got a call from an old friend about a CIA project. He signed me up, and that was that. The next morning, Kate was waiting for me in the parking lot of the motel I was staying at. You could have said no, Moss said. Why'd you agree to go with Kate? Guess I'm still trying to figure that out, Drake said. Moss chuckled. You're the youngest of us, he said to Drake. I'll forgive you for not knowing your purpose. And why did you join? Drake said. Moss didn't like being questioned. His face turned sour. Still, he answered. I joined Terminus because I wanted to feel something again. I was a Navy SEAL, and I was damn good. After my final tour in Iraq, I came home. My friends and family, they were living quaint lives. I tried to join them, but I couldn't. They didn't understand what life was like in the field. They didn't know what they were missing. I couldn't live that life. I couldn't go on back home. You came for the thrill? Drake asked. No, Moss said. I came because I had no choice. Then maybe we have more in common than you think, Drake said. Moss shot Drake a look that said if he continued to be arrogant, he'd regret it. You'll learn your purpose soon enough. Sensing the tension, Sloane spoke up. Has anyone heard from Kate? Does anyone know when we're getting picked up? We're here to quarantine, Moss barked. We'll hear from her when they're sure we're ready. We need to trust the process. Sloane opened another can of beer. This sucks, he said. They gave us those drugs to make us better, not make us worse. What are they scared of? Drake focused back on the flames. He was happy Moss was no longer focused on him. They're scared of us, Moss said to Sloane. And rightfully so. They want to make sure we can hold it together, that we don't lose our cool. Understood, Sloane said. My apologies. No one dared challenge Moss. It wasn't just his age that gave him a level of seniority. When he looked at you, it looked like he was cutting into your soul. I'm tired, Rowan said. I'm heading inland. See you boys in the morning. Sloane, Tex, and Sly said they felt the same. All 4 men got up and disappeared into the thick of the jungle. Drake was about to stand up and join them when Moss grabbed his arm. You're staying, Moss said. Drake thought about yanking his arm away, but wasn't in the mood for a fight. He shrugged and sat back down on the log. What is it? He said. Moss pulled out a combat blade that had been sheathed to his belt. Who was your first kill? I don't want to talk about it. Moss chuckled. You're going to tell me, he said. You don't realize the gift you've been given. You'll never have to worry about a boring 9-to-5 existence. You'll never face the doldrums of civilian life. Because of Terminus, you have been set free. You're an assassin. I'm tired, Drake said. You're not leaving. This is stupid, Drake said. Moss clenched his jaw and stared at his reflection in the blade.
I don't want to have to teach you a lesson, he said. Then don't. You're a boy, Moss said. A boy who needs to learn. Drake considered his options. He didn't have many. The first person I killed was my stepfather. He was beating my mother. Drake stopped and tried not to think of the memory. I was 14. Moss said. We have more in common than I thought. The first person I killed was a family member too. My brother. He attacked me. He tried to kill me. Is that why you've got your knife out? Drake said. Is that how your family solves its problems? Moss smiled. I don't want to kill you. I just want you to appreciate what you've been given. I don't think you fully understand the gift that's been handed to you. They gave us drugs, Drake said. They manipulated us. They took advantage of our situations. You want me to be happy about that? Think of the good we'll do, Moss said. Think of how many lives we'll save. I'd rather not, Drake said. If you're so cynical, why did you join this project? Like I said, I don't know. You're a coward. At least I'm not a fool, Drake said. Moss lunged at Drake and slashed the blade across Drake's face. Drake fell off the log he was resting on. Blood stained the sand. What the hell? He said. You're gonna try and kill me? Fight me, Moss said. I don't want you dead. I want you to understand. Drake stood up and struck a combat pose. He lifted his fists. This is stupid. Let's just call it a night. I took the drugs. I passed the test. I hope we do good. But my last couple missions in the army made me doubt what good we could do. The world is complicated. You know that. There's more nuance to it than we want to believe. It's not black and white. And you call me the fool? Moss yelled. The two men fought, exchanging blows. Drake managed to dislodge the blade from Moss's hand and held it up in a defensive posture. He warned Moss not to make another move, but Moss didn't listen. Drake swung and cut Moss across the face. Moss fell to the sand. The two men had matching cuts on their faces. The other Terminus operatives heard the fight from the tents they'd set up in the jungle. They ran to Drake and Moss on the beach. Moss was on his back. There was a gash from the top left to the bottom right of his face. What the hell? Sloan said to Drake. The asshole tried to kill me, Drake said, still holding the knife. I was defending myself. Rowan, Sly, and Tex aided Moss. The sounds of the crashing waves seemed to grow louder by the minute. He's proven himself, Moss said, pushing himself up, blood pouring down his face. He's learned his lesson. Drake was confused. What? You want what I want, Jason. You want a world without corruption. We've both killed family. We both understand the cost of death. I respect you. Drake grunted. That's not what I want. It was at that point that lights appeared on the horizon. Price, Spectre, and Dr. Khrushchev had come to pick them all up. Their quarantine was over. Both Drake and Moss had cuts on their face that would later turn to scars. "12. The restaurant was busy. Sierra White sat alone at a table for two. Her black sequined dress glistened in the dim light of the main room. Her red hair was full and vibrant. She could feel the eyes of men at other tables sneaking glances at her. She could sense the jealousy of the women they were with. She understood the power of her beauty, both a blessing and a curse. A blessing, in that she often got what she wanted. A curse, in that most people didn't believe she deserved it. She checked her phone. He was going to be 5 minutes late. Typical. He was always 5 minutes late. One of the many reasons she'd ended her relationship with him. She took a healthy sip of her wine and looked up at a painting hung on the wall beside her table. It was of an old house surrounded by a vibrant green field, cows dotting the pasture. It was idyllic, calming. It reminded her of home. Her father was a dairy farmer. Her mother was a 5th-grade teacher. It was a simple and quaint life. Sierra would wake up early every morning and help her dad with the chores. After school, she'd help her mom mark her students' papers. Life in Gulliver, Kentucky was good. So good that a life in the CIA was something she hadn't considered until her 17th birthday. The night of her birthday, she awoke to the smell of smoke and the horrific crackling of a fire. She ran out of her room, calling for her parents.
Mama! Papa!
She yelled. They weren't in the house. She grabbed a jacket, put on her boots, and ran outside. Her mother was in her nightcoat, tears streaming down her face, standing in front of the barn, which was on fire. Her mother stared at the fiery hell that burst from the old farm's crumbling wooden bones like solar flares from a dying sun.
Where's Papa?
Sierra asked. Her mother didn't respond.
Where's Papa?
Again, her mother didn't respond. She just stared into the flames, the might and fury of it all. Sierra grabbed her mother's hands and forced her to snap out of it.
Where is he?
He's trying to get the livestock out, her mother stammered. He's... She couldn't speak.
He's in there?
Sierra turned back to the barn. She fell to her knees. Her quaint and simple life was over. Arson, most likely, a local detective said the following day. They were all gathered in the kitchen. The smoldering remains of her past life made the whole place look like it was caked in fog. There was a smell of death and ash. Sierra's mother was inconsolable. She lost herself in mourning. She just sat in her chair, staring at her cold cup of coffee, and responded to the detective.
Any suspects?
Sierra asked. Not yet, but we'll keep looking. Sierra patiently waited for something to come from the Gulliver police station's investigation, but nothing came. After her high school graduation, the detective said he'd been wrong about the arson theory. He changed his report, concluding that it was most likely the result of some bad wiring. Sierra was furious. She knew her father had been murdered, but she had no way of proving it. It was just something she felt. So while she attended the University of Michigan on a rowing scholarship, she started digging on her own. After a few months of research, she believed with some level of certainty that the culprit, the people responsible for her father's death, were part of a massive European farming operation buying up land in Kentucky. She linked them to a letter her dad had written months before the fire, informing the corporation that he wouldn't sell his land. Sierra presented the evidence she'd collected to the same local detective who had told her he believed it was arson years earlier. "You've certainly grown up," he said, looking her up and down, his eyes glazing her body.
Are you going to look into it? This company had every reason to burn the farm down.
He picked up the documents she'd collected. "The company is based in Germany?"
Yes, but they have farms here.
"It's out of my jurisdiction. Unless you want me to fly to Berlin and show the police there what you found, you're out of luck, little lady."
So you're going to do nothing?
He licked his lips and dug his fingers through his hair. "Listen, I can look into it, but what are you going to do for me?" He reclined back in his chair and played with his belt buckle.
You're disgusting.
"Hey," he said, "that's not very nice. I looked at the evidence. There's nothing I can do. Need to be a damn federal agent to get to the bottom of this mess." She stood up to leave. "Hey," he snapped, "I'm a police officer. You better apologize for what you said."
Go to hell.
He shot up from his desk and approached her. "Apologize or I'll have the boys arrest you."
For what?
He grabbed her, tried to kiss her. His tongue slid across her neck. She kneed him in the nuts. He crumpled to the floor. She left his office and slammed the door shut. "Hey, get her!" he yelled as she made her way through the precinct's main room. "She attacked me!" The staff sergeant looked at Sierra, and then at the detective, and then back at Sierra. "She hurt you?" he said before laughing. "This little thing?" Sierra winked at the staff sergeant. He blushed. She left the station and made it her goal to find out the truth about her father's farm. That was how she ended up in the CIA. After graduating, she got a job at the agency quickly enough, although it wasn't in the capacity she wanted. She was given the role of assistant to the director. It wasn't until Price took over the role that she finally got what she wanted. Price made her an officer. She was so lost in her thoughts about the past that she didn't notice Simon Cleaver walk into the restaurant. He had short brown hair and was dressed in a sports jacket and blue jeans. He looked like your typical federal agent. "I knew you'd come crawling back," he said, pulling out the chair across from Sierra and plopping himself down. Sierra looked at him seductively.
I missed a lot about you,
she said. She stroked her fingers along his wrist. "What made you change your mind?" Cleaver worked in the intelligence branch at the FBI as a special agent in charge. He oversaw investigations and knew the ins and outs of what was going on within the Bureau's walls.
It's just the world is so crazy right now,
she said, playing dumb.
When I was with you, I felt safe. I'm scared.
Cleaver nodded. I bet you are, he said, while obviously staring at her chest. I missed you, too. She licked her lips. She knew what she had to do, and she was going to do it.
I made a mistake,
she said, her lips pouty.
I should never have ended things between us.
Cleaver leaned back. I'm sure we can figure something out. The two of them ate dinner and chatted. Sierra laughed at every one of his bad jokes, played footsie with him under the table, and touched his hand when he looked her in the eyes, which was a rarity. He liked other parts of her better. Cleaver was far too busy thinking about his cock to know what was going on, to know he was being played. By midnight, Cleaver was drunk. His face was flushed and his words slurred. If there was one thing growing up in a small farm town in Kentucky had taught Sierra, it was how to hold her liquor. She was sober as a cactus. She'd been careful not to bring up work the whole time they chatted, but now was the time to extract what she needed.
This damn Inauguration Day attack, she said. How's the investigation?
The restaurant had thinned out by this point. It was just the two of them and the waitstaff, who had disappeared into the kitchen 30 minutes prior, most likely in an attempt to encourage their two guests to leave.
It's a mess,
Cleaver said, burping. It's a damn mess.
I heard rumors the FBI director visited the CIA campus this morning, she said.
Yeah, he's an idiot. He's desperate. All he has is witness testimony and a photo of some spook. That's it.
The CIA was abuzz this afternoon, she said. They said your boss thinks the shooter was involved with the CIA.
But he has no proof, he said. Like I said, he's desperate. If the CIA really did it, we have no idea. He realized that he'd said too much. He shrugged. Did you guys do it?
Do what?
The attack. Did you do it?
I'm just an analyst, she said.
Cleaver nodded. Right. You wouldn't know nothing.
Director Gallant, what's he like?
He's a tool, Cleaver said. He's a creep. Only a matter of time before he's fired. You know how it is. The guys at the top, they think they can get away with anything. They look at women like they're objects, you know? Not like me. Cleaver stared at her breasts the whole time he was signaling his virtue. Sierra rolled her eyes. She knew that if Cleaver was in Gallant's position, he'd be no better. The funniest thing is, Cleaver said, giggling like a schoolboy, his face turning red, Gallant sent a dick pic to everyone in the senior team by accident. He thought he was just sending the photo to one of the interns, but nope, we all got it. Guy is so close to losing his job, it's not funny. That was the bit of intel Sierra was waiting for.
Do you have that email still?
Cleaver continued to giggle. You bet. It's on my office laptop at home. Sierra knew what she had to do. Price would need that photo, no matter how repulsive it was. If she was going to pressure Gallant not to release the photo of Drake, she'd need the photo of the dick.
How about we continue our night? She said. I'm having such a good time.
Yeah, Cleaver said, still laughing about the dick pic. I'll show you the picture. It's so small. He burst out laughing.
Great, she said. I can't wait to see it.
"13. The Hunter's Lodge bar was still busy, even though last call had been called over an hour ago. But what else were locals in Deadwood supposed to do in the middle of the winter? The lodge was the only good bar for at least 15 miles. Hank, the town's only mechanic, sat on a stool and nursed his 6th beer. His plump face was red, and his eyes glowed from the reflected light cast from an old tube television that sat above the bar's whiskey collection. Because of the attack in the Capitol, all sports events had been postponed for a week. That meant the only thing on TV was the constant stream of news coverage about the attack. I'm tired of all this shit, Hank complained. Something bothering you? Ruby Claire asked as she gathered up the empties a group of hunters had left on the bar. Her jet-black hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her apron was covered in stains. I'm tired of all this news, Hank said. They keep repeating the same damn thing. They don't know who shot the president. Well, okay, let's move on then. There are other things going on in the world, you know. The president was shot, Ruby said. It's a big deal. I'll tell you what I think. Ruby rolled her eyes. Here it comes, she thought. I think it's a damn conspiracy, Hank said. I bet some government agencies are involved. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if this was all a big setup. They're always trying to hide something, you know. They're always trying to distract us common folk from the truth. I know you're going to tell me there's no way in hell, but consider this. I think that whoever attacked our president meant to keep him alive. I am 100% certain. How so? I was a sniper in Nam. I know these things. We very rarely went for the head. It's too small a target. Too difficult to hit with any certainty, especially from range. Every one of the victims who died on the Capitol steps was hit in the chest. The shooter knew what he was doing. Yet they went for the president's head? Small target, difficult to hit. How did he miss the most important target? Maybe the president got lucky. No! Hank slammed his fist on the bar. It's a damn conspiracy, I swear! The other men at the bar looked at Hank and shook their heads. I think I should call your old lady to come get you, Ruby said. I think you've had a bit too much for one night. Hank knew right away that he'd crossed a line. As soon as he started talking politics, he always got weird looks. Ruby walked to the phone and dialed Hank's house. The number was programmed to auto-dial. When she was done with the call, she looked back at Hank and saw him fast asleep, his head resting on the bar. She shook her head and rang a bell behind the bar. We close in 10, she shouted out to the patrons. The barroom moaned in dissatisfaction. Another night had ended too soon. The bar had an old stone fireplace, like something out of the Wild West. It was built with that aesthetic in mind. Antlers were strung up along the top of the bar, and pictures of hunting excursions dotted the walls. The place felt warm and cozy. It was the perfect retreat from the cold, harsh winds that permeated Deadwood 6 months of the year. Ruby tapped Hank on the head and woke him up. You need to leave, she said. Your wife will be outside in a couple minutes. Yeah, right, Hank said, wiping the spit from his mouth. I'm sorry about that nonsense. Sometimes my head, it just starts spinning. It's okay, she said. She'd known Hank for a long time. He hunted with her father. Her dad had always told her to be patient with men like Hank. He'd seen and done things that were inhumane during his time in Vietnam. They'd been broken by a system that didn't care about them, and they'd been left to pick up the pieces on their own when they got back home. Hank paid his bill and stumbled out of the bar along with the rest of the patrons. Ruby followed him out the door. Outside the front door was the lodge's bouncer. His name was Chevy Kakoa. He looked at Ruby. You okay? He asked. Yeah, she said. Just tired and cold. Kakoa laughed. It's days like this I miss Hawaii. I don't know why the hell you settled in a dump like Deadwood, she said. This town is awful. I like the mountains. I like the quiet. She shook her head. You're a strange one. I'll be out in 15. She went to walk back into the bar, but stopped at the door. Has he come by? She asked. Jason? Yeah. No, Kakoa said. I haven't seen him in 4 days. So he's just disappeared? Maybe. Ruby cursed under her breath and went back into the bar, slamming the door. Inside the bar, Ruby went about finishing her duties for the night, gathering empties, wiping down the tables. It was almost time to go home and get some much-needed rest. She listened to the news report on the television as she went about her work. Breaking news! The FBI has just released a description of the shooter, the anchor said. Ruby listened to the description and froze. The scar and tattoo. Then she heard a low, reverberating sound. It was his truck. Loud. Aggressive. He was back. "14. Drake let the engine run for a bit in the parking lot. He stared at the bar and thought about what he was going to say. He knew some of the locals might give him trouble. He did, after all, fit the description of the shooter. He had to keep a low profile. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. You still sleepy, friend? He asked Houston. I'm not good at goodbyes. I could use some advice. The dog didn't open his eyes. Just moaned as if telling Drake to piss off. The animal was getting moody, grumpy in his old age. It certainly didn't help that he'd taken a couple punches to the stomach from Sloane. Drake exhaled and braced himself for the cold outside. He left the truck running for Houston to stay warm. His steps crackled under the fallen snow as he approached the bar. The neon-red moose antlers that adorned the old sign above the entrance glowed and lit up the falling flakes as they vanished into the white. A storm was rolling in. Drake stopped his approach when he saw her silhouette through the window. She was standing at the bar, waiting for him to either come in or leave. Kakoa smiled at Drake as he approached. Drake looked up at the 6'7", 400-pound monster guarding the entrance. "Where have you been?" Kakoa asked. His thick Hawaiian accent boomed in the silent dark. Kakoa hadn't yet heard the news about the shooter. "I want to see her." "Where you been?" Drake and Kakoa had drunk together numerous times. Kakoa was a gentle giant, but one Drake knew could turn mean in an instant. Drake figured Kakoa was ex-military, although Kakoa had never outright told him so. "I've been hunting," Drake answered. "Hunting what?" "The sheriff needed me to kill a wild animal. I put it down. It's in the back of the truck if you want to take a look." Kakoa looked at the truck. He saw the orange tarp in the back flapping with the wind. "The sheriff? He was in here last night." "He was in here last night. He didn't mention any animal." "Does the sheriff tell you everything?" "That's a big animal," he said. Drake changed the subject. "Listen, I just want to talk to Ruby. Will you let me in?" "I don't know if she wants to see you." "I just want to talk." "She's still mad at you," Kakoa said. "And that's why I need to talk to her." Kakoa laughed. "I don't know, man. Come back tomorrow." "Let me in." "It's not nice for you to just vanish like that. She's been worried." "Like I said, the sheriff said it was an emergency. I had to leave." In his periphery, Drake noticed Kakoa's left hand ball into a fist. The big Hawaiian's eyes had narrowed. The giant was turning mean. "Don't lie to me," Kakoa growled, his voice deep and hollow. "I'm telling you the truth," Drake said. "Now don't make me drop you." Drake had taken down men like Kakoa before, some even bigger. The two men stared at each other for a tense couple of seconds. And then Kakoa's eyes turned bright. He began to laugh. "The look on your face! I'm just playing with you, man. Ruby's inside, bruh. But like I said, she's pissed." Drake rolled his eyes. "Listen, my dog's in the truck, which I left on. Can you keep an eye on him? I'll be 10 minutes. "You got it, bruh." Drake made his way inside the bar. Ruby was holding a bottle of whiskey. She didn't look pissed off, though. She looked scared. "What the hell is going on?" she asked. "Where were you?" "I had to bag an animal for the sheriff." "Stop lying," she said. "I'm telling you the truth." She shot back a swig of whiskey straight from the bottle. "And you couldn't tell me that 3 nights ago?" "No," he said. "Have you heard the news?" "What news?" "The president has been shot." "Yeah, I heard that." "And the shooter has a tattoo and a scar," she said. "Strange," he said, playing dumb. "Were you the shooter?" "No." "How can I believe you? It sounds like you." "If I was the shooter, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have come back." "So why are you here?" "To tell you that I'm leaving." She shot back another swig of whiskey. "Is this some sort of joke? You vanish, then reappear, only to tell me that you're vanishing again." "Stop," he said. "I could have left and not returned, but I need you to know that you did nothing wrong. I'm just someone you can't be close to. You need to trust me when I say that. I enjoyed our time together, and you deserve a proper goodbye." "Shut up," she said. "I've been worried sick about you for the past 3 days. It's not normal for someone to just disappear like that." "In my old line of work, that's the normal way to go about your business," he said. "And what was your old line of work?" "I can't tell you that." "You're an asshole." "I know." The two of them stared at each other. This is why Drake didn't like goodbyes. They were messy and rarely amicable. Screw it, he thought. He wrapped his arms around her and held her tight. She tried to push him away, but she ultimately gave in. "This is for the best," he whispered into her ear. "I'm doing this to protect you. I need to leave." She buried her head in his chest, tears streaming down her face. "Protect me from what?" "From who I am." "And who are you?" "I should only be a memory," he said. "No," she said. "You're not. You're here, in front of me. You're real. I want to know what it is you hide behind your eyes. I can help you. I know I can. He wanted to relax. He wanted to accept her offer, but he couldn't. If he did, it would only hurt her. He kissed her on the forehead and let her go. Where are you going? She asked as he made his way to the door. Are you in danger? Is this related to the president? I don't know, he said. She shook her head and sat on a wooden chair. He stepped back out into the cold and ignored Kokoa as he walked to his truck. Where are you going, man? Something wrong? Kokoa yelled. Do you want to get a beer? Talk about hockey? No, Drake grumbled. He stepped into his truck and slammed the door, which woke Houston. Ruby was just another girl, he told himself. She was no different than the rest, and if he told her anything, he'd be putting her at risk. He wouldn't do that. Not again. Anyone who got close to him ended up dead. It was stupid to say goodbye. He drove out of the parking lot and made his way back to his cabin. Drake's cabin was located an hour out of town. It was at the end of a long and neglected dirt road and was deep within a forest at the base of a small mountain. There was nothing special about it. It was small, had 4 rooms, and provided warmth. A pile of logs rested along the northeast outside wall, close to a gasoline-powered generator. 30 yards from the cabin, close to where he'd pulled the truck to a stop, was a small shed he'd built the previous summer. In the shed were his hunting supplies and ammo. Drake stepped out of the truck, holding the door for Houston to follow. The dog pushed himself up from the passenger seat and made his way toward the cabin's front door. Drake trudged through the snow, but didn't follow the dog to the door. Instead, he walked to the 3,800-watt generator and started it up. The generator supplied the cabin and shed with some electricity and heat. Once the generator was turned on, he opened the front door for Houston. Houston skulked into the cabin. The hits he'd taken from Sloan had clearly done some damage. The old animal needed to slow down and rest. Drake felt guilty. I'll fix you up a nice plate of bacon in the morning, boy, Drake said, flicking on the lights and walking up to the wood stove. Houston curled up into his bed and closed his eyes. As the dog went back to sleep, Drake grabbed a few logs that he'd been drying out beside the stove and tossed them inside. He lit up a newspaper jammed under the logs. Ever since leaving the bar, he'd been thinking about things he'd thought long buried. He had hoped he was done with his past. It was clear he wasn't. After making sure the fire in the stove was nice and banked, he made his way back outside, back toward his truck. He had one more thing to take care of. He pulled back the tarp. Sloane's body was splayed out and contorted. Blood had leaked from it and frozen into the contours of the cargo bed. Drake dragged Sloane out and pulled the mass of dead weight toward his shed. Once inside, he turned on a small light and examined the former assassin. Sloane's frozen face stared into a corner of the small wooden enclosure. His neck was blue, and his eyes were dull. He looked like a man in a perpetual scream of agony. Drake checked Sloane's pockets. He was looking for a cell phone, wallet, paraphernalia, anything that would give him a clue as to where the others were. But all Sloane had on him was a roll of $100 bills. He was traveling light. He knew it was foolish to hope that Sloane would have carried something that would point him in a direction. Sloane was trained the same way he was, after all, to be careful, cautious. You're a piece of shit, Drake muttered in vain at his dead brother. He stared at the body and clenched his jaw. You know, you were always an asshole. You always made things more difficult than they needed to be. You and the others. You always made it worse. We made it worse. I'll bury you in the morning, he said, yawning. Then find out where the rest of you are. I'll find out what the hell is going on. He made his way back to the cabin. The wind howled, and the rustle of trees coalesced into a dark and foreboding cry. He shut the door and took off his jacket. The place was already warm, and Houston was fast asleep. He walked into his room, took off his clothes, and laid down on the bed. As he closed his eyes, he tried not to let the memories overwhelm him. He'd spent years trying to forget what he'd done in the name of freedom and democracy. Sloane's ghost seemed to be whispering in his ears. Do you remember Operation Phantom Strike? Do you remember? You're just like us, Jason. Drake fell asleep and found himself reliving his past. It was a nightmare. 16. Phantom Strike was one of the CIA's final operations during the Second Iraq War, and was the only operation that involved every member of Terminus. It took place weeks before the big American troop withdrawal in 2010, a period of time when 50,000 U.S. troops were about to leave the beleaguered country and return home. Once they were out of Iraq, the country would be left under the control of the democratically elected Iraqi president, who had little to no influence or power in the region. He was a puppet, nothing more. Despite the U.S. military having spent 7 years there, Iraq was still a mess. Director Taggart knew that the military withdrawal was more about public pressure than international security. He warned the president to hold off for at least a few months, wanting to give his operatives in the field enough time to snuff out a few big threats in the region before they could take root. The president declined. And then, 2 days before the mass exodus of U.S. military personnel, Taggart got word that a big fish had been spotted. He had no choice but to call in Terminus. The big fish was the leader of a new terrorist organization called the Black Knight. His name was Alawad Moussaoui. He was an academic who'd been a professor at Cambridge University for 10 years before coming to Iraq. He'd come to the country at the tail end of the war to help with what he described as the humanitarian effort. All Moussaoui did to help the country was seize power and convince a legion of vulnerable and desperate young men to die for his cause, which was jihad with the West. Moussaoui's organization earned itself the nickname Al-Qaeda 2.0 in Langley. Taggart knew he had to take out the bastard. The mission was simple. Kill Moussaoui, put an end to the Black Knight. Based on intel secured by a local informant in the region, Taggart had uncovered where Moussaoui was hiding. The leader had found a haven in an old Saddam telecommunications building in the middle of Fallujah, a city that had been all but destroyed during the 7-year-long war. The intel stated that every day at noon, Moussaoui would broadcast his propaganda from the top floor of the telecommunications building. All 6 Terminus operators were brought into the country and were split up into 2 teams. It was hot, over 110 degrees. Drake was in the back of a beat-up, unmarked Jeep and stared out the window. The Jeep rolled cautiously down a side street deep within the Shirta district of the city. "Something bothering you?" Sloan asked Drake. The other Terminus operative was sitting beside him in the back. Sloan was smoking a cigar and sweating profusely. Drake didn't respond. He just looked out the window at the city he had helped liberate twice while serving as a grunt in the army. Clearly, all the blood lost during those battles was for nothing. The insurgents had won. Maybe that was why he was so pissed off. "You're a weirdo," Sloan said, frustrated. "Do you ever smile?" In the front seat, beside the driver, was Moss. He glared back at Sloan and Drake and snarled, "Hey, shut the hell up." The other 3 Terminus operatives were on the other side of the Shirta district. All 6 of them were to meet up after Moussaoui was taken care of. Drake's head was wrapped in a light blue shemagh to hide his skin's complexion from those looking into the Jeep's windows. He monitored the rooftops as the Jeep drove down the congested and dusty streets. The driver was a local, and was very nervous. "We need to slow down," Drake said, tapping Moss on the shoulder. "We're attracting too much attention." Like Drake, Moss had a shemagh around the lower portion of his face. He nodded at Drake, and then spoke to the driver in Arabic, telling the old man behind the wheel that if he didn't slow down, he wouldn't get the 2,000 American dollars he'd been promised. The driver took a deep breath, and nodded. Drake continued to scan the city streets. There were groups of men standing atop the rooftops, patrolling the city streets below. "How much you guys want to bet?" Sloan asked. "I'm thinking 50. "Bet?" Drake said. "Yeah," Sloan said. "Whoever gets the most kills wins. How much do you want to wager?" "I don't gamble," Drake said. "I do." "I thought I told you to shut up," Moss said. "Just having some fun," Sloan said. "Just playing with the youngest of the litter, the runt." "Who are you calling a runt?" Drake snapped. "I'm a foot taller than you." "You're a bitch," Sloan snapped. "We should have killed on Elam Morta." Drake pulled out a combat blade that was hidden within his jacket and held it against Sloan's throat. He stared into Sloan's eyes and seethed. I'm sorry, Sloane said. Drake, Moss barked, put the knife down. He turned to Sloane. And if you say one more thing, I'm going to kill you myself. Understood? We're here to complete a mission. We're not here to measure our dicks. No bets, no wagers. Yes, sir, Sloane said. Drake sheathed his blade and looked back at the street outside the Jeep's window. We kill Masawi, and hopefully we never have to work together again, Moss said. Men like us work better alone. Drake nodded. Moss was right about that. 5 minutes later they arrived at the AO. The driver of the Jeep pulled the vehicle to a stop outside a small market. Moss handed the gaunt-looking Iraqi his money, and all 3 Terminus officers jumped out of the vehicle. The streets were busy. You couldn't move without touching someone else, but that was why they had chosen the spot. It provided good cover. It was easy to hide in a crowd. Drake and Sloane lifted their shamags to cover most of their faces and followed Moss through the market. They pushed their way toward the telecommunications building. Sloane whispered in Drake's ear as they pushed through the dense crowd. You want to prove me wrong? First to 50 bodies. Don't be a pussy. Fine, Drake whispered back. First to 50. Sloane smiled. The air was thick and humid. It was the kind of heat that made your clothes stick to you even in the shade. As the parking lot of the telecommunication building appeared at the edge of the market, the 3 men got their gear ready. The mission was about to begin. The parking lot was vast. Dozens of cars were parked in it. Old cars littered each and every spot and acted as a shield to slow down any potential attack on the building. Drake, Sloane, and Moss pushed through the lot slowly. Each of them held up the M4s they'd hidden under their clothes. Once they were at the building, Moss turned to them and said, When we're inside, we kill everything that moves. Don't hesitate. Sloane looked at Drake and winked. First to 50, he said. Drake clenched his jaw. Moss checked his watch. We have 10 minutes. The rest of our Terminus brothers should be planting bombs right now. When we kill Masawi, the bombs will go off. This whole region will explode into chaos. Emergency service vehicles will crowd the streets, and we can disappear in the flurry of panic. Our brothers will meet us at the entrance of the building and help us escape. Drake and Sloane nodded. Moss snapped his fingers, and then led Drake and Sloane into the building. The 3 of them cleared each floor with clinical efficiency. They dropped Masawi's men either with a suppressor shot or a knife to the back or throat. With only 1 floor left, Sloane turned to Drake. That puts you at 46, he shouted. And there's 1 floor left, Drake said. I'm 3 ahead. The next kill will put me at 50. Drake didn't respond. He just checked his ammo. They made their way to the entrance of the broadcast room. We are going to finish this, Moss said. Are you both ready? Yes, Sloane said. He had a crooked smile on his face. The mission had become less important to him than the kill count. Just be ready, Moss said. He counted to 3, and then kicked open the door. Instead of running inside, he tossed in a flashbang grenade. All 3 Terminus officers waited for it to ignite before making their move. Fire from AK-47s splayed from inside. Masawi wasn't alone. His security personnel had been blinded by the flashbang and were being reckless with their fire. Drake and Sloane waited for the fire to stop and then barrel-rolled into the room. As Drake stood up, he lined up a shot, but missed as Sloane knocked into him. The security personnel reloaded their rifles and fired back. Drake ducked behind a thick desk. What the hell? Drake said. You're pathetic, Sloane said. Don't ever try to prove you're not. I'm getting to 50 before you. The mission, Drake said. What the hell is going on? Moss shouted from his position of cover. He was 10 yards from Drake and Sloane, hiding behind a filing cabinet. You were supposed to drop them. We've got less than 2 minutes before shit hits the fan outside. Stick to the plan. Bullets chewed up the desk in front of Drake and Sloane. Computer screens, phones, and notepads exploded into bits. I'm getting the next kill, Sloane said to Drake. Stay down. Screw this, Drake muttered. As Sloane went to stand up, Drake kicked Sloane in the ankle, causing the CIA officer to fall. Drake shot up from cover and focused. Time seemed to slow. He could feel his heart pound in his chest. He could feel every muscle in his body. He took aim down the sights of his M4 and dropped the 4 Masawi guards protecting their precious leader. 50. All that was left was the terrorist leader. Drake lifted his rifle and aimed it at Masawi. He pulled the trigger. Sloan kicked Drake in the ankle, and he missed. Masawi ducked. Moss stood up. He aimed his rifle at the target and approached slowly.
"What do you want?" Masawi said to Moss. "I am an innocent man."
Moss used the butt of his rifle to smack Masawi across the face. The terrorist leader collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth onto the floor.
"Go ahead and kill me. I wanted you here. It's your presence that will awaken a wave of hate that you will never diminish. This war will haunt America for years, maybe decades. It will undermine your greatness. It will cut down your power from within. Do you think my men didn't see you coming? We've been watching you for hours. I told all of them to stand down. You have already failed in your purpose."
Moss looked around the room and saw that the cameras were already recording. The tiny red lights that signaled they were operating were lit on all of them. The whole ordeal was being filmed, broadcast to thousands of homes across the country.
"Turn off the power!" Moss shouted to Drake and Sloan. "Turn off the cameras!"
Sloan scrambled to each camera and turned them off. Drake did the same.
"It doesn't matter," Masawi said. "It's too late. I'm the reason you're here. I'm the one who brought you here."
"What?" Moss said.
"You Americans think you're so smart," Masawi said. "I had one of my men act as an informant for the CIA. The bombs that your men are planting, to create a diversion for your escape. I had my informant tell your boss where to plant them. Your director wanted them in a place that would result in the fewest amount of casualties. But those bombs are being planted outside of schools. You can't stop it."
Drake turned off the final camera and said to Moss, "We need to rethink this. If he's telling the truth, we need to—" Moss's eyes narrowed. He looked at Masawi and said, "You're lying. My men would notice if they'd been planting bombs outside of schools."
"You've doomed yourself," Masawi said. "You thought killing me would solve your problems." He cackled. "It's all over. Your bombs will convince more men than I ever could to take up arms against your country. You'll be doing my work for me. My death means nothing to the hell you will unleash."
Masawi checked his watch.
10 seconds. 9.
Drake turned to Moss. "We can't kill him. We should bring him in, question him, find out what he knows. Find out who he used to get us the bad intel." Moss cut Drake off.
"No," he snapped. "The mission goes to plan.
You have to tell Rowan, Tex, and Sly not to set those bombs off." "It's too late," Moss said. "Everything is set to a timer." He checked his watch. "We have 60 seconds. "They have to try," Drake said.
"The mission goes to plan,"
Moss snapped. "We need those bombs to go off if we want to get out of here alive."
"You're going to let children die?"
"Yes." "We have to hope he is lying." Masawi chuckled.
"I win," he said. "I get what I wanted. My people will know it was you. It will—"
Moss shot Masawi in the head. Blood and brain matter leaked out of a 2-inch hole. Drake sighed. "The mission is over," Moss said, his voice cool and direct. "We need to leave. Follow me." Drake followed Moss and Sloan out of the building and met the remaining Terminus operatives in the parking lot. Everything had gone to plan. Once they were all out of Fallujah, they learned that Masawi hadn't been lying about the bombs. Dozens of children were dead. While the Black Knight was terminated, the ideology Masawi had created was emboldened. The world had stayed the same, maybe been made worse. Even a group of super assassins couldn't stop the inevitable. It didn't matter how many men they killed or how effectively they did it. "17. Sierra paid for the meal and the cab that drove her and Cleaver to his place. She was tired, but she hadn't completed her mission. She had to keep going. She'd gotten Cleaver drunk to the point that he was vulnerable. She'd worried she'd got him too drunk, in fact. When he tried to pay for the meal, he knocked over his wine glass. She'd helped him up from his seat and guided him toward the exit, gesturing to the staff apologetically for his behavior. "Are you coming to my place?" he slurred as he sat in the back of the cab. Yes, she said. Of course. She winked at him. He giggled. I'm going to show you such a good time tonight. Sierra stroked her hand along the inside of his leg. Are you going to show me the pictures of your director? She asked. Right, he said. Of course. The cab pulled to a stop in front of a wealthy suburban townhouse. Cleaver stepped out and tried to make his way toward his front door, but walked into a trash can and almost fell over. If not for Sierra, he would have fallen flat on his face. His nose would have been turned to mush on the hard concrete. She helped him gain his balance, and then helped him find his keys. I'm feeling a little sleepy, he said, struggling to stick his key into the lock. Let me help, she said. She took hold of the keys and opened the door. She followed him inside. They walked through his modern-looking house. The feds paid him handsomely. He had money, and he had good taste. He guided her to his room, stumbling and using the walls to steady himself. Sierra wondered if she'd have to go all the way. Thankfully, she didn't have to think too hard about it, because by the time she was done convincing herself that she'd do what she had to do, she noticed he was passed out on his bed, drooling and unconscious. She breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to have to put up with his buffoonery much longer, let alone sleep with him. She left his room and made her way to his office. She knew the layout of his place well from when they dated each other. He'd said the images were in his FBI email account. She opened up his laptop and entered his password. It hadn't changed since when they'd dated. Cleaver's password was Big Hooters 1. He was juvenile. She searched his email for the goods. It didn't take her long to find what she was looking for. Bingo! She exclaimed, almost too loud. She heard a rustle on the floor above the office. She wondered if she had stirred him back awake. She hadn't. She waited a few seconds and then read the email she'd found. The subject line was, Mr. Big Director. She pulled out her phone and began taking pictures of the computer screen. Cleaver was right. It was small. She was about to leave when she noticed a new message had just been delivered to Cleaver's inbox. Its subject line read, Urgent, imminent attack threat. It was sent from Director Gallent's account. Curious, she opened the email. Agents, this email is confidential. Earlier tonight we received a voice recording from a man claiming to be the shooter. We want to keep this quiet until we can validate the source. We can't panic the people. They're already scared enough. Do not mention this to anybody. Still, we need to take this seriously. Whoever left the message knew things that only our forensic team knew. He sounds credible. Below is the audio recording he left. Remember, do not leak this information. We need to confirm the source first. What the hell? Sierra whispered to herself. She opened the audio file attached to the email and pressed play. Do I have your attention? The man speaking had a Midwestern accent. His voice sounded dark and direct. She couldn't make out whether or not it was Drake, though. The recording quality was grainy. My name does not matter, but I am the shooter. I fired from the top of the parking garage northwest of the National Mall just off Constitution Avenue. I'm the one who attacked your president. Be warned. The Inauguration Day attack is just the beginning. The next one will be worse. Hundreds will die. I send you this warning so that you understand your futility. You will not stop me. You will only be able to watch and learn that you could do nothing. Goodbye. The recording stopped. Sierra listened to it once more, just to be sure what she'd heard was real. Why would the FBI want to keep this a secret? She thought. What the hell was going on? She put her phone in her purse and left Cleaver's apartment. She had enough intel on Gallent to end his career in the FBI forever. Hopefully that would give Price what she needed. Back out on the street, Sierra hailed a cab. The city's streetlights pulsed inside the cab as it drove her toward her apartment. When she was outside her apartment building, a light rain had begun to fall. The snow that had fallen earlier in the night had turned to slush. Her red high heels dug into a grimy puddle, staining them with black grit, and who knew what else. She clumsily walked to her building as the cab drove away, and searched through her Gucci purse for her keys. The whole city was asleep. Save for the sound of two alley cats fighting, it was dead quiet. She used to like the quiet of the capital. When she first moved to the city, She'd wake up early in the morning and go for long jogs. She'd run along the National Mall or the Potomac. She'd run until the sun rose above the horizon. There was nothing quite like a sunrise in D.C. in early spring. After unlocking the door, she made her way up the stairs to her third-floor apartment, but stopped 10 feet from the entrance. Her front door was ajar. She fumbled through her purse and pulled out a small pistol. Had she been robbed? She wondered. She peeked into her apartment.
"I've got a gun!" she yelled. "Leave now or I'll be forced to take you down."
She heard chuckling. There seemed to be 2 men inside. They had deep baritone laughs.
"I'm serious," she said.
The men continued to chuckle. Sierra thought about charging into her apartment, but she knew better than that. She needed to be cautious. Holding her pistol in one hand, she reached into her purse for her cell phone. The men seemed to anticipate the action. With the swiftness of a fall breeze, one of them extended their arm out from inside the apartment, grabbing her with violent intensity. She dropped her phone before she could hit dial. He threw it to the ground and kicked the pistol out of her hand. She tried to scream but couldn't as the second man dove on top of her and put his arms around her neck. He locked his hands together and flexed. He was blocking all the air from escaping her lungs. She could hardly breathe. Sierra had taken various self-defense courses, inside and outside of the CIA, but whoever had her seemed undeterred by her efforts to escape his grasp. No matter how many elbows to the groin or gut she gave, he was not going to let go.
"Damn you!"
she gasped, almost inaudibly. "You're gonna kill her," the man who'd pulled her from the hallway said. "Let her go, Sly. We need her alive, and we need to leave." The man holding her released his arm. She pushed herself away, inhaled a deep breath, and scrambled on her knees toward her liquor cabinet. That was where she kept her second pistol. She managed to get to the cabinet and open it. She pushed aside bottles of booze. Her pistol wasn't there. She turned around. "You looking for this?" the man referred to as Sly said. He had blonde hair tied back in a ponytail and looked Slavic. He was holding her pistol like it was some bait. "We've been waiting for you, Sierra White."
"Who are you?"
she said. The 2 men didn't respond. The one that had pulled her inside had a thick beard and was bald. He walked up to her and kicked her in the stomach. She rolled on the floor. The pain was immense. She was unable to vocalize the agony she felt. It felt like he'd punctured her organs, broken her ribs. She responded the only way she knew how. She grabbed hold of Sly's ankles and bit into them. She was ravenous. She made sure to clench down with all the force she had. He squealed like a pig and kicked her. She tasted his blood in her mouth and let go. He dropped to the floor and writhed in pain. The other man kicked her in the head, and that was when her world turned black. The bald man stared at her unconscious body and chuckled. "You put up quite a little fight, sweetheart," he said. "She's a goddamn bitch," Sly said. "She took a chunk out of my leg, Tex. I'm gonna have to disinfect this." Tex bent down to examine her. He stroked her face. "She's a pretty one. When we get what we want from her, I'll put a bullet in her head." "We'll do what we're told," Tex said. "Come on, help me lift her. Who knows what the neighbors heard." Sly hobbled over to her body. Blood from the bite mark on his ankle spouted out like water from a tap. "Can't we kill her? Tell the boss she wouldn't come easy, that we had no choice?" "No. You know what we're to do. We take her back. We need her. She's essential to the operation." Sly grunted and grabbed her by the legs. The 2 of them carried her out of the apartment. They were quiet about it. They threw her into the trunk of a car they'd parked down an alley beside the apartment complex and slammed it shut. 18. Drake opened his eyes. He pushed himself up from his bed and looked out the window of his cabin. It was still mostly dark out. The sky was a faint blue. Houston was snoring, and the wind rustled through the branches of the trees that surrounded the cabin. Drake checked his watch. It was 6 a.m. "Damn," he grunted. He'd been hoping for at least 1 more hour of sleep. He needed it. He pushed himself up and lumbered toward the kitchen. He cooked some bacon for Houston and tried to forget where his dreams had taken him. He didn't want to think about Fallujah or the other awful things he'd done as an officer at the CIA. After throwing a couple of slices of bacon into Houston's bowl, he made himself a coffee. Houston hardly stirred from his bed. Not even the smell of bacon was enough to get the old dog up. The animal had been the one constant Drake had had between his two lives. Leaving Deadwood was going to be hard, but it would be harder on Houston. Drake began to ponder whether or not the dog should come with him. He drank his coffee and began to gather up his essentials. He stuffed his duffel bag with some weapons, ammo, a shirt, and some jeans. When he was finished, he looked around the space he'd called home for a year, checking that there was nothing in the cabin that would reveal his past or identity. Outside, the sun had breached the horizon, and the sky was pink and light. He wondered what would happen to the cabin after he left. Would hunters use it? Would some squatters find it and make it their home? Or would it remain hidden and slowly become one with the forest? It didn't matter. He placed his empty coffee cup down on the table and made his way outside. He had one thing to take care of before he could leave. He needed to bury a part of his past. He stepped out into the cold and made his way to the shed where he'd dragged Sloane's body to the night before. He knew he would have to be quick about it. He needed to get out of Deadwood before people in the town thought about the description of the shooter. Luckily, only 2 people in Deadwood knew where he lived. Ruby and the sheriff. Still, it would only be a matter of time before the sheriff realized he was a suspect and came snooping. He opened the door to the shed and dragged Sloane's body out into the cold and snow. He pulled the body 30 yards into the forest, and then walked back to the shed to grab a shovel. It was time to start digging.
19. A 6-hour flight and a stiff neck later, Price walked out of the Gulfstream C-20G aircraft that had flown her from Andrews Air Force Base. It was 8 a.m. CST. The negative temperatures made her wince. Ellsworth was in South Dakota and located 10 miles northeast of Rapid City. An Air Force officer met her at the entrance of a hangar. "Director Price?" he said. "That's me." "Follow me, ma'am." Price nodded and followed him toward a black SUV. She got inside. "Deadwood, miss?" the officer asked as he sat in the driver's seat. Price nodded.
"Yes,"
she said, yawning, putting on her seatbelt.
"And quickly, please."
The officer drove out of the base. Price closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. She'd managed only 2 hours of sleep on the flight. Not enough to clear her mind of worry.
"How long until we make it to Deadwood?"
she asked the driver. "It's about an hour's drive, ma'am. Deadwood is way out there. It's a small, quiet place. Real beautiful."
"Thank you,"
Price said. She continued to rub her brow, her eyes still closed. As the frozen South Dakota landscape rolled past, she drifted off to sleep. "Almost there, miss," the officer said. Price opened her eyes. She looked out the SUV's window and saw the town of Deadwood. The officer was right. It was beautiful. It had a picturesque quality to it. The buildings were old and weathered, but they had character. The downtown strip seemed like something out of a Western movie. The town was at the base of a valley between 2 large mountains. Price checked her phone, but was dismayed to see she didn't have a connection. "Where'd you want me to drop you off?" the officer asked.
"A bar,"
Price said.
"It's called the Hunter's Lodge. I'm meeting someone there, a contact."
The officer drove her to the bar. Once the SUV came to a stop in the bar's parking lot, Price thanked the young officer and stepped out into the frigid air. The early morning sun had done nothing to alleviate the cold. She saw her contact, the man she had hired to follow and watch Drake. He was at the front door smoking a cigarette. He looked glum.
"Cocoa?"
she said as she approached.
"Director Price,"
he grunted.
"what a pleasant surprise."
He wasn't happy, that much was clear.
"Has he come back?"
Price asked, sticking to business.
"I saw him last night. It was after you called. He's back in town."
That was good news, she thought. Perhaps he wasn't the shooter after all.
"Where is he?"
"Ask the woman inside the bar," Cocoa said. "She has all the answers you want. She's one of the only ones in town who knows where he lives. Well, her and the sheriff."
"How does she know where Jason lives?"
"How do you think?"
Cocoa said.
"She's the only one in the bar?"
"Yes."
"Thank you,"
Price said.
"He's a good guy,"
Cocoa said.
"I know you don't fully trust him, but you should."
"You don't know him like I do."
"Whatever."
Price ignored Cocoa's attitude and walked into the bar. The place was empty on account of it still being early. She walked up to the bar top, sat down on a stool, and noticed the television was on. She listened to the news report. "President Clarkson is still in a coma," the news anchor said.
The FBI has announced that tomorrow they will release some big information, something that will change everything.
Damn it,
Price said quietly to herself. She knew what that information was. Gallant was sending her a message through the media. He was going to release the photo of her and Drake soon. She needed to talk to Sierra. She needed an update. She'd have to wait until she got back to Rapid City. A young, attractive woman approached. "You want a coffee, ma'am?"
"I'll have a rum and coke,"
she said. The barmaid smiled and shook her head. "My kind of girl. It's not even noon and you're already onto the hard stuff." Price watched her carefully, studied her every movement as she prepared the drink. Typical Drake, she thought. He had a way with women, and always managed to get close to the most beautiful ones. "Crazy times," the bartender said, as she poured rum into a shot glass.
"That it is,"
Price said. The bartender placed the rum and coke in front of Price, and noticed the unusual attention. "You're not from around here, are you?"
"No."
"You're looking at me strange, miss."
"I'm sorry,"
Price said.
"I'm here on important business. You have information I need."
"What kind of information?"
"I'm looking for someone."
"Who?"
"His name is Jason Drake. I'm told you know where he is."
"20. "Who are you?" Ruby asked.
"I'm an old colleague of Jason's,"
Price said.
"Where is he?"
"He was out hunting, but he came back just last night."
"Where is he now?"
"He went to his cabin." Ruby shook her head. She knew she shouldn't have said that. "How do you know him again? Colleague, you said? Mind telling me what you and him worked on together?"
"I was his boss."
"And what did you do?" Price looked around the bar and thought about what to say. She couldn't tell Ruby the truth, but she could tell her some things, and by the sounds of it, Ruby wasn't going to help her unless Price gave her a reason to.
"We were national security consultants,"
Price said.
"Jason, he was my analyst."
Ruby burst out laughing. "Now that's a funny one. If there's one thing I can tell you Jason isn't, it's an analyst. You must think I'm a fool." Price cursed under her breath. She needed to change her course.
"He's in danger,"
she said.
"I need you to take me to him. The FBI believe he is the shooter."
"I knew it," Ruby said. "As soon as I heard that news report last night, I knew it. The tattoo, the scar. Everyone in town is scared of him. Everyone but me. The guy doesn't even have a cell phone, although that kind of makes sense here, I guess. Reception is spotty at the best of times."
"You need to take me to him,"
Price said.
"I can help him."
"I doubt that."
"The FBI are after him. If I can prove he's not the shooter—"
Her voice trailed off. Ruby picked up a broom and began sweeping the floor. "He's not the shooter. He's been out hunting. He has an alibi. Doesn't that mean something?"
"Not in Washington,"
Price said.
"I need to work with Jason to prove his innocence. It's the only way."
Ruby kept sweeping the floor.
"We need to get to Jason,"
Price said, more forcefully this time.
"We need to get to him. If you care about him, you'll help me. I mean Jason no harm. I only want to help."
"He said he was leaving town," Ruby said. "I doubt we'll get to him in time. Plus, I have a ton of work to do. I can't just pick up and leave."
"Do you care about him?"
"I care about my job, too."
"I'll pay you,"
Price said. She pulled out her wallet and grabbed a stack of bills.
"That's $500.
Ruby eyed the money and then shook her head. "I don't want your money."
"Will you help?"
"I don't know," she said.
"You need to trust me when I say I'm the only one who can prove he's not the shooter."
"I don't—" Price cut her off.
"You do know, and you will help. I bet you saw it in his eyes. Maybe it was the first day he showed up in this town, or maybe it was last night. Jason is a man who needs help."
Ruby wanted to resist, but she couldn't. She wouldn't be able to live with herself if she didn't try to help him. "If we leave now, we might catch him." Price smiled. The two of them left the lodge and got into Ruby's tiny red Mazda hatchback. She slammed on the gas and raced down the road away from town. "So what kind of national security did you two do?" Ruby asked as she pulled out of the town limits and drove toward the mountains.
"Boring stuff,"
Price said. "Stop lying."
"It concerned international relations."
"What's your name?" Ruby asked. Price gritted her teeth. The barmaid was almost as much of a pain in the ass as Drake was. It was becoming obvious why the two of them had fallen for each other.
Kate Price.
That's it, Ruby said. I knew it.
Knew what?
You're the CIA director. I saw your name on the nightly news the other day. You think us country bumpkins are idiots, don't you? You don't think we know shit. Price shook her head. She missed the days when she could move with a certain level of anonymity. While not every citizen in the country knew what their CIA director looked like or what their name was, some did, the ones who liked to pay attention. Ruby smiled with a certain sense of satisfaction. What did Jason do with the CIA?
You don't want to know,
Price said, disappointed that her cover had been blown.
When will we get there?
30 minutes. Price looked out of the passenger window. She wasn't that bothered that Ruby had put some of it together. Still, there were limits to what she could know, and Price knew she had to be careful not to reveal too much. Was he a spy? Ruby asked.
No,
Price said. What was he?
If I told you, I'd have to kill you,
Price said with a smirk.
Now please just focus on driving.
The rest of the drive was quiet. 10 more minutes, Ruby said as she guided the car up onto the mountain road that led to his cabin. His cabin is deep within these woods.
Good,
Price said. I knew there was something about him the first night he showed up in town, Ruby said. He had a look in his eyes that both drew you in and made you scared. First night I saw him, he was sitting at the bar, real quiet, just keeping to himself. He was nursing a beer and watching a hockey game. That was when a local blowhard, Timothy O'Callahan, got angry at one of the waitresses. He accused her of ripping him off. O'Callahan was drunk and was about to punch the woman in the face when Drake shot up from the bar, punched the big blowhard square in the jaw, and knocked him out cold. The locals stayed away from him after that. I introduced myself when I got some ice for his hand. O'Callahan has a jaw like a steel beam. Price shook her head. Drake just couldn't help himself. He was always trying to be the hero. It was his best and worst trait. He's a good man, Ruby said. He has his demons, but I know he's good.
I know,
Price said.
I know. That's why I want to help him.
A small wooden cabin emerged through the thick of the woods. We're here, Ruby said. "21. Drake rested his shovel against a tall pine tree and rubbed his brow. He'd just finished digging a 6-foot grave. Despite the cold, he felt warm. Sloane's body was wrapped in the orange tarp from the back of his truck, resting beside the hole in the ground. Drake pushed the body into the grave with his foot. "You should have just let me be," he said to the body. "You assholes could have kept me out of it. But then again, that was never your style." He began to shovel dirt onto the body to fill the grave, but stopped when he heard a car's engine. "You've got to be kidding me," he said. He tossed his shovel to the ground and went to see who it was. Ruby got out of the driver's side of the car and raised her hands when she saw him. "I know you told me you were leaving," she said. "I know you said it was dangerous, but—" "I need you to leave, Ruby," Drake said. "I need you to get out of here. You cannot get caught up in this." He noticed she wasn't alone. Another car door had opened.
"Hello, Jason,"
Price said, stepping out of the car. "Well, isn't this just a damn surprise?" Drake turned to Ruby. "Are you working for her?" "What? No." "Then why did you bring her here?" "She said you were in danger. She said she could help. I believed her." "Danger? You both need to leave right now." Price rolled her eyes.
"The FBI thinks you're the shooter, Jason. They think you tried to kill the president. I'm here to find out the truth."
"I know you're here for more," Drake said. "It's never just about the help you promise." He turned to Ruby and said, "You should go inside the cabin. Houston's in there. Make yourself a cup of tea." He turned back to Price. "Tell me everything you know, or I'll kill you." Ruby went into the cabin and shut the door. Drake stared at Price and waited for her to speak.
"The feds have very little. All they have is an eyewitness account from someone who they believe saw the shooter. At least that's as far as I know. I've got someone looking into it."
"An eyewitness account? That's how they know about the scar and the tattoo?" Drake said. "Those are odd traits."
"Ruby told me you were out hunting the last 3 days."
Did she? He grunted.
Are you the shooter?
Do you believe I am?
No, Price said. That's why I came here. I couldn't believe it.
I think I know who did do it, though, Drake said. You came here because you fear the truth.
What do you mean?
When I was out hunting, I was approached by an old friend of ours. He would have killed me if not for Houston. He said he and the rest of his brothers were back. They were working on some kind of a plan.
What are you talking about?
Price said. Follow me. He led Price to the grave. As they walked through the forest, Price looked around. It was tranquil, almost peaceful.
You've been here for a while.
Been here since I left D.C., Drake said. But you should know that. How long have you had eyes on me? I thought you said you were going to give me distance.
I couldn't just let you disappear into thin air, Jason. I was worried about you.
He cut her off. You're a terrible liar, he said. Who's your spy? Who's keeping eyes on me? He looked at the cabin. Was it Ruby?
It was a man named Chevy Cocoa,
Price said.
He was a smuggler for a Mexican drug cartel in the 90s. He helped bring down some heavy hitters after we caught him. He's been a CIA asset since.
Bastard, Drake muttered under his breath. It made sense. He should have known. Both of them stopped at the edge of the hole he'd dug. Price saw that there was a body wrapped in an orange tarp at the bottom.
Who is this?
She said. You were looking for the wrong terminus, officer, Drake said. A puzzled look appeared on Price's face.
What do you mean? That's impossible. They're dead.
They're not, Drake said. He grabbed his shovel and pulled back the tarp from Sloane's face. Price gasped. "22. Sierra opened her eyes. She felt dizzy. Her head pounded, and she had trouble focusing. Had it all been a bad dream? Was it just a nightmare? As the world around her came into focus, it became clear. She realized that it was all very real. The two men who'd kidnapped her from her apartment were staring at her. She tried to move, but she couldn't. She was tied to a chair. Her wrists were bound together, her ankles manacled to the chair's legs.
Who the hell are you?
She asked. She was still in the red dress she'd worn the night before, although it was slightly torn.
Where am I?
The light of a new day cut through a window high up in the large, empty warehouse she was being held in. The chair she was tied to was in the middle of the space. She could hear the sounds of distant traffic. She noticed that her purse was on the floor, close to a small workbench. She saw that her phone was still tucked into an inside pocket. "Step away, boys," a man behind her said. His voice sounded familiar. Where did she recognize it from? It was low and gravelly. The two men that had apprehended her from her apartment stepped aside and walked out of her field of view. The man with the familiar voice approached. He wore green khakis and a beige buttoned-up shirt. He was tall and had wide shoulders. His hair was a military buzz cut and was salt and pepper at the sides. His jaw was thick and square. He had a scar on his face over his right eye. She looked down at his wrists, and there it was, a small tattoo. It was on the inside of his wrist, triangular. It was the same one Drake had. "Where is Kate Price?" he asked.
Are you the shooter?
Sierra quivered. He slapped her across the face, making her shriek. "Pay attention," he said. "Where is Kate Price?" Sierra tried to show she wasn't scared, but pulled away when he raised his hand again. The two men behind her laughed. The man with the scar lifted her chin. She tried to fight his control, but he was too strong. "I'm losing my patience," he said. "And I don't like to lose my patience. It makes me mean."
Were you the man who shot the president? The feds have your description. It's only a matter of time before they find you,
she said. He laughed. "I know you're close to Kate Price," he said. "I know you met with her last night in Langley. Where is she? Where did she run off to?"
How do you know all this?
He backhanded her across the face. Sierra felt her jaw crack. His hand felt like a stone mallet. He grabbed her head with both his hands, pulling her hair back forcefully. He towered over her, his face turning a vibrant red. I'm the one asking the questions, he growled. Tell me where she is, or suffer. Sierra shook.
I won't tell you a damn thing,
she said. She was trying to be defiant, brave, but the way her voice softened at the end betrayed her. Fine, the man with the scar said. Boys? He let go of her head, turned his back on her, and bent down in front of a small plastic case on the cement floor. He pulled a combat knife from inside. The two men behind Sierra grabbed hold of her. They held her head and shoulders so that she couldn't move. Now you're going to get what you deserve, one of them said as he snickered. She was sure it was the one named Sly, the one who she'd bitten. The man with the scar examined the blade, stood up, and walked back to her. He lifted the edge of the blade to her ear, resting its cold steel against her cheek. She tried to pull away, but she couldn't.
I won't tell you a thing,
she cried. I gave you a warning, the man said calmly. I told you that when I lose my patience, I turn mean. She stammered. It's too late, he said. He flicked his wrist and pulled the blade back. It was a violent, quick motion. A thin stripe of blood stained the metal and spread across the floor like a Jackson Pollock painting. Sierra screamed. Tears rained down her face.
Damn you, she hollered. I'll tell you nothing. Nothing. Do what you will.
The man with the blade grabbed a white handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his blade. He took a deep breath and shook his head. I can take your ear, he said. I can keep cutting you all day long. Sierra fought through the pain.
Screw you!
You know what I want. If you don't tell me where Kate Price is, I assure you the next cut will be far worse. He pulled out a cell phone from his pocket and dialed a number. He waited as it rang. Tears streamed down Sierra's face. She tried to take deep breaths to calm herself down, but couldn't. I know, the man with the scar said into the phone angrily. Yes, put her on. Of course, yes. Make her scream. He walked back to Sierra and said to her, You grew up on a dairy farm in Kentucky, yes? She stared up at him with a new kind of horror. Her lower lip trembled. No, they couldn't have.
Who are you?
He didn't answer her. He just put the phone's receiver against her ear. Sierra heard frantic breaths, panting, a cry of pain. She then heard her mother's voice.
Sierra? A man has me. He's holding a knife to my throat. Sierra?
Sierra heard a thwacking noise, and her mother shrieked.
No!
Sierra cried. She turned back to the man with the scar, who'd slid the phone back into his pocket.
Don't you dare hurt her!
Tell me where Kate Price is, or your mother dies. She wanted to fight it. She tried to tell him to stuff his phone where the sun didn't shine, but she couldn't. If she lost her mother, she'd have nothing. She hung her head.
Okay, I'll tell you what I know.
Good, he said. Where is she?
All I know is that she's gone to find a man.
Who?
His name is Jason Drake.
A wide smile spread across his face. Really? She's gone to find Jason?
Yes,
she responded.
Do you know him?
He's one of us.
Are you Terminus?
Sierra asked. All she knew about the division was that almost every file related to it had either been blacked out or destroyed. The man with the scar ignored Sierra's question. He turned to the two men behind her and asked, Have we heard from Sloan? No, sir, we haven't heard a thing since last night. The last update was he was in the woods tracking him down. He said he was close, but reception is bad up there. We should get word from him today. When you hear from him, tell him that Kate Price should be there, too. I want her alive. She's our gift. Yes, sir.
What's going on?
Sierra asked.
Will you let my mother go? I told you what you wanted. I told you what I know.
Your mother will remain alive, for now, the man with the scar said. Once I'm assured Jason's dead and Kate is secured, we will let her go. Until then, you're going to stay here.
Why do you want Kate?
Retribution, the man said. Kate Price has sinned, and I am here to deliver her judgment. We're going to make sure the entire city pays the price. Blood will be spilled." He nodded at the men behind her. Sierra felt a man hit her across the temple. She was rendered unconscious once again. 23. Sloane's dead body stared up at Price. His eyes open, his skin bluish. Dried blood and vomit stained his cheeks, and his dry lips were chapped and white. He looked like a dead rabid animal, put down and silenced.
"This can't be real,"
she said. "He's the asshole who tried to kill me last night," Drake said.
"It can't be,"
was all Price could muster in response.
"He was dead."
"He wasn't dead," Drake said, "but he is now. The man you had watching me, Kakoa, do you trust him? Could he have told the living Terminus officers where I was? Could he have betrayed you?"
"Terminus officers?"
Price said. She looked at Drake. Her skin turned pale.
"What do you mean, officers?"
"I mean that Sloane said he and the rest of the crew were working together."
"Damn it!"
Price said.
"This can't be happening."
"Do you trust Kakoa? Is he the one who gave me away?"
"I doubt it. Kakoa is a good man with a bad past."
"Well, somehow Sloane found me in the woods. I imagine the only way he did it was through the eyes you had on me. No one else in this town knows my record. No one knows who I was." Price shook her head and finally managed to turn away from the corpse.
"Did he tell you the others were alive?"
"I told you what he said. He told me that Terminus were planning something. I inferred that meant the rest of them were still alive."
"It's impossible,"
she muttered again, staring out into Sloane's eyes.
"Simply impossible."
The birds rustled in the trees. Drake noticed their sudden movement, followed their direction. Someone else was coming to his cabin. "What now?" Drake grunted.
"What is it?"
Price asked, finally looking away from Sloane's body. "You must have been followed." Part 2. Ghosts. 24. It was cold. The snow mixed with the rain, and the sky was a bleak gray. A thick fog settled over the mud of the courtyard. If there was such a place on this planet that could resemble purgatory, ex-SAS Captain Clyde Colt knew this was it. He was paying for his sins, for the wrongs he'd committed. He should have been dead countless times over. He should have been 6 feet under. But for some damned reason, he was alive. He lifted his fists and readied himself for a fight. He was being held captive at the edge of the world in northwestern Siberia. He'd been in the Gulag prison for 6 months, but today was his last day. The courtyard was surrounded by ancient stone walls that had been beaten down by the natural elements, like the inmates in the Gulag were beaten daily by the guards. He smiled and took a deep breath. Tiny pellets of freezing cold rain splattered across his weathered cheeks and drizzled down his thick red and gray beard. A fist the size of a concrete brick whacked him across the jaw with the brutal force of a transport truck. Colt's head twisted with the violent motion of the punch, causing him to fall to his knees. He braced his fall with his hands, his fingers digging into the moist earth. He winced, caught his breath, and spat out some blood. "You're a piece of shit, Boris," Colt grunted. "I thought we were waiting for the whistle." Boris the Bear Brzezinski towered over Colt and glowered at him. The bear was a 300-pound slab of meat and muscle, not much else. He paced back and forth and lifted his arms in a celebratory fashion. "You should stay down, old man," he said with a thick Russian accent. "If you try to get up, I'll squash your head like a big melon." Colt leered up at the Goliath-sized inmate and wiped the blood away from his mouth with the sleeve of his dirty and torn prison suit. "Don't call me an old man," he grunted. He pushed himself up, evaded Boris's clumsy foot stomp, and readied himself for a fight. The two men were surrounded by a crowd of about 30 prisoners who were hooting and hollering like crazed animals, enraged by the sight of blood and violence. This was a prize match, the Scot versus the Bear. Like Colt and the Bear, most of those watching were inmates, serving life sentences in the Gulag for various reasons. They were either bad men or political prisoners. In Russian law, there wasn't much of a difference between the two. 3 guards were watching the fight. They'd put money on the match. They didn't want to miss out on the fun.
You should have stayed down,
Boris growled at Colt. He took an aggressive step toward the ex-SAS captain and slammed his boots against the ground. Mud splashed up around his boots and hit one of the watching inmates in the face. Colt cracked his neck and cursed himself for being sloppy. He should have seen that shot to the jaw coming, but his wits were slightly off. He'd drunk too much vodka the night before, half to cool his nerves, half to celebrate what was going to be his last night in prison. The fight with Boris was a vital part of the plan, necessary. Win or lose, it didn't matter. He just had to last long enough that the warden noticed the match and called the guards to shut it down. When Bedlam struck, he'd make his move. It was all planned. He just had to last. Boris charged at Colt, and the Scot played defensive. Colt walked backward. The roar of howling hooligans who surrounded him and the bear grew louder and louder with each step. If he got too close, they'd grab him, hold his arms and neck, and let Boris pummel his insides until they were mush. Colt knew he wasn't well liked in the gulag. He only had 2 friends there, 1 guard and his cellmate.
Are you running away from me? I thought this was a fight,
the bear hollered. He then spoke to the howling crowd in Russian.
Эта маленькая девочка хочет убежать.
He sneered as he said it. The crowd laughed. In Russian, that translated to, the little girl wants to run away.
Brains versus brawn, Colt said. If you want to fight, then come fight.
That seemed to do the trick. The bear roared a battle cry and wildly flung his bear claws at Colt. Colt dodged the first punch and blocked the second, but in the process of blocking, he fell sideways. The bear was just too strong. 4 of the inmates in the crowd grabbed Colt and held him down. The bear lifted his foot to stomp on Colt's ankle. Colt gave up trying to get free of their grip and seized the only advantage he had. The bigger they were, the harder they fell. He kicked at Boris's exposed ankle, the one attached to the foot stuck in the mud. He kicked it with precision, right at the weakest point. If he missed, Boris would win. He put every ounce of strength into the kick. He heard a crack and watched Boris's face turn a bright red. The big man fell. Hard. Colt then elbowed the inmates holding him down and broke free. He pushed himself up and readied for another onslaught from Boris, who was on the ground. His ankle bone was either broken or cracked. In any case, it didn't matter. The big bear was injured. Colt checked his periphery. Where the hell were the guards? Where the hell was the warden? He wondered how much longer he'd have to last. The bear broke out laughing as he finally pushed himself up from the ground.
Very funny, he said. You're a wily little shit, I'll give you that.
He lunged at Colt again and swung a big left. His movements were slower on account of his ankle. While Colt wasn't as quick as he used to be, he was quick enough to avoid the bear's swing. He shot up a right hook toward the bear's jaw. He grimaced as his fist slammed against the big Russian's jawbone.
Bloody hell!
He hollered. His Scottish accent was exaggerated by the pain shooting through his now potentially broken hand. Did the asshole have a steel jaw? The big Russian was stunned, but hardly fazed. He bore the brunt of the quick and direct strike with little worry. Colt fell to his knees, cradling his hand, almost missing that the bear was about to put him in a bear hug and squeeze the life out of him. Colt rolled backward and avoided the grasp. He gritted his teeth, pushed himself up with his almost certainly broken hand, and readied for the rest of the match. He'd be fighting with his left from that point on.
Do you have a death wish?
Boris asked.
You cannot beat me. You will not win. This is suicide. I've beaten bigger than you. In your dreams, maybe.
Boris lumbered toward Colt. He skulked like a hungry but injured predator. The intensity of the crowd around them reached a fever pitch. Colt could faintly hear the sound of his breathing. He shook his head and recalibrated himself. His eyes kept scanning left and right. Where in hell was the warden? Boris screamed as he swung his claws at Colt. He missed each time.
Coward!
Boris cried in frustration.
Fight me!
Colt didn't respond. He just needed to hold on. The crowd screamed in Russian, "Stop running! Fight, fight, fight!" Blood. It's now or never, Colt said to himself. He wasn't going to last much longer. He knew the only way he would get the warden's attention was to take drastic action, to grab the bull by the horns. He dove into the thick of the crowd and punched one of the watching guards in the face. He was quick about it. so quick that no one else in the crowd responded. He grabbed the guard's rifle and aimed it at Boris. A small crowd extended around him, making the arena of the battle larger. The bear looked at Colt and said, "You're a coward." "Ah, piss off," Colt grunted. He aimed the rifle into the air and fired 3 shots. Within seconds, the riot sirens rang throughout the courtyard. Dozens upon dozens of angry Russian army guards stormed from inside the Gulag's stone walls. It was chaos, disorder, madness, bedlam. Colt felt a hand on his shoulder. It was the guard with whom he'd made the plan. The guard pulled him to safety.
"What the hell are you doing?"
the guard said. "Getting on with the plan," Colt said. "The bear was about to eat me alive." "Follow me," the guard said. Colt and the guard pushed through the chaos and made their way to a door at the far end of the courtyard. They went inside and slammed the door shut. Colt fell to the stone floor and breathed a sigh of relief. It was time to get out of prison. "25. Get in the grave," Drake said to Price.
"What?"
"Get in the grave," he repeated. "Stay hidden. I'll take care of whoever it is."
"What's going on?"
Suddenly a chunk of wood from the trunk of a tree exploded and sent a dozen splinters into the air. Price fell to her knees, mostly out of shock. Drake didn't have time to argue. He kicked Price into the grave. "Stay down," he barked. Price rolled into the pit and landed on top of Sloane's body. She screamed and tried to push herself up. Drake ignored her pleas for help, ducked behind a nearby tree, and waited. Another shot rang out. Another chunk of wood exploded. More splinters. More screaming from Price. The tree Drake was using as cover was wide, almost 2 feet, but not wide enough for the width of his shoulders. He didn't want to take the chance the shooter, whoever they were, was going to miss again. He sprinted from the tree and ran toward his shed, then slid across the ground. He rested his back against the shed and listened. The shooter fired a 3rd shot. The bullet disappeared into a mound of mud and snow. By the sounds of the shot, Drake was pretty sure that the shooter was close to his cabin on the far side, close to his F-150. He needed a weapon, but they were either inside his cabin or in his truck. The shooter fired again. They missed again. In a crouched position, Drake moved toward his truck. As he approached it, he could see the shadow of the shooter. It belonged to a tall, lanky man. Drake quietly opened up the driver's side of the truck and grabbed the rifle he'd used the night before, stored in a long case behind the 2 front seats. With his rifle in hand, he slid his body along the truck's chassis. The shooter fired again, but he didn't have a target. He was firing blind, trying to ruffle the feathers of his prey, trying to get them to move out of their position. It was a bad strategy when hunting a human. His bullet disappeared into the woods. Drake looked around the back cab of the truck and saw the shooter's vehicle. It was a Deadwood County police cruiser. "The sheriff," Drake grunted. Then he got confirmation of the identity. The sheriff walked out from around the cabin. He wore his light brown uniform and thick, wide aviator sunglasses. He was holding a Colt M4 carbine rifle with an attached laser dot sight. The weary cop looked scared, like he knew he'd made a big mistake firing on Drake and missing. Drake was about to shoot the rifle right out of the sheriff's hands when the front door to his cabin opened. "Shit," he said. Ruby was about to join the fray. The sheriff lifted his rifle and aimed it at the front door. "Put your hands up, Ruby," he yelled. "Where is he?" Ruby did what he told her.
"What is this, Sheriff Kilroy?"
"Where is he, Ruby? The man is dangerous. I'm bringing him in, dead or alive. Just tell me where he is." Drake wanted to shoot the prick right there and then, but the sheriff's rifle was aimed at Ruby. He didn't want to take the risk that the bastard would pull down on the trigger as he fell and take her out. "Where is he?" the sheriff said. "I'm right here," Drake said, stepping out from behind his truck, his rifle aimed at the sheriff. "You kill her, and I'll kill you." "26. The word alive meant something different to Colt. A beating heart, brain activity? No. The word to him meant being aware. He knew what death felt like. He'd spent months of his life dead, drinking himself to what he thought would be an early grave, trying to forget the pain and anguish of regret. He was dead, as far as he was concerned, alive in only the technical sense of the word. After the death of his child, after his marriage with Price had deteriorated, after 6 of his closest squad mates died during a raid in Scotland, Colt had wanted to give up. He'd spent too much of his life fighting, and he had nothing to show for it. A Catholic, he knew what he was asking for was a sin, but still, he was asking for it. With a bad heart and no passion, he thought it only a matter of time before his ticker would ultimately give out. But then something changed. After thinking he was dead during an operation in Russia, he woke up on a Russian army hospital operating table. Some dickhead doctor had fixed his heart and extended his life. The Russian government kept him alive because they wanted to know what he knew, which wasn't much. After realizing they'd wasted a bunch of money fixing the heart of the captured SAS officer, they tossed him into a gulag, hoping that a stint in prison would break his spirit to the point where he would either give up more information or die. At first, Cole thought it was a cruel joke. He briefly even wondered if he had died and woken up in purgatory, if the gulag was his punishment for being a bad father and a worse husband. But then he met his cellmate, Dr. Alexander Khrushchev, who was in prison because of someone named Elias Spector. Spector? Colt said, an eyebrow raised. The name seemed familiar.
He has my wife. He betrayed me. I helped him, but when things went bad for him, he used me.
Spector, Colt repeated to himself, still trying to place the name in his memory. Where do I know that name from?
He worked with the CIA,
Khrushchev said.
He helped build...
Terminus, Colt said, finishing Khrushchev's sentence.
How did you know?
I've met him before. Only briefly. It was a long time ago. What's he doing in Russia?
He's a madman. He hates everything. He wants the world to burn. He's working for the Russian government now, I think. Although I can't really be sure. He's at least funded by the Russian government.
I'm gonna get us out of here, Colt said. The cell they shared had one window. A vibrant full moon lit up the cell with milky light.
Don't tell me lies, Khrushchev replied. I've been here for 3 years now. I've thought about escape, but it's impossible. It's best to give up and accept your fate.
Give up? Colt grunted. I tried that, mate. It didn't work. He looked up at the window and sighed.
It's impossible to get out, Khrushchev said. The only way we're getting out of here is if we get help from a guard. We'd need access to the Gulag's security systems. Don't let these ancient walls fool you. We're caged like animals.
I'll find a guard, Colt said. I've got a way with people.
You're crazy.
No, Colt said. I'm just a man who's learned that there's no point in giving up until your heart stops beating. And even then, sometimes that's not enough. Colt stared at the moon, the planetary body that was caught in the Earth's gravitational pull. It was both falling toward and being pushed away. It was simultaneous, a dance of purgatory, of endless suffering. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in a long time, looked forward to a new day. It took 2 weeks to find the guard that would help them. Colt spotted him when the rest of the guards were beating an inmate out in the main courtyard. The young guard looked disinterested and sullen. He looked like a man who hated his lot in life. Years at the SAS had taught Colt how to read faces, and he knew that the guard, Alexei Baronsky, wanted out.
If I told the warden about this, you'd die, Alexei said.
Then tell him, Colt said. The two of them were along the Gulag's northeast wall, alone.
It's suicide, Alexei said.
I was told if you got into the security room, you could unlock all the underground tunnels. Those tunnels aren't monitored. That could be our way out of here.
The only way I'd get into the security room is if a prison riot started, if every guard was needed to stop it.
I can make that happen.
Are you nuts?
Stop being a pussy, mate. I see it in your eyes. You hate this job. If you want out, you'll help us. Dr. Khrushchev has money. Get us to his cabin in Gdansk, and he'll pay you 2 million Russian rubles.
I want 4.
Don't be greedy, mate.
3.
Fine, Colt said. I'll start the riot. You shut down the security systems in the tunnels, and you make arrangements to get us to Gdansk.
This is stupid, Alexei said. I can't believe I'm agreeing to this. They're going to kill us when they catch us.
The two men shook hands. The plan was set. The fight between the bear and Colt was the catalyst for the riot. It worked perfectly. It gave Alexei, Colt, and Khrushchev enough time to get to the security room and turn off the cameras that monitored the entrance to the tunnels, which had been built in the 13th century when the building that was now the Gulag was a military fortress for the Russian Tsar. The tunnel's exit opened near a small river. The men escaped the Gulag undetected. They made their way out into the cold, desolate loneliness of the Siberian north. While they were out of the Gulag, they weren't fully out of trouble yet. Dressed in their prison clothes, the cold gripped their skin. They needed to get to shelter. They ran along the river's edge for 3 miles. Colt's bones ached. The only thing keeping him going was the thought of a nice cold pilsner at a pub in Edinburgh. If he ever got back to Scotland, that was the first thing he'd do.
I need a break,
Khrushchev said, catching his breath and resting on a bank of snow.
I'm not an athletic man. Everything in my body hurts. I can't feel my legs or toes.
Colt chuckled.
You want to go back to prison? Stop your complaining. We're almost there.
Alexei climbed up the slope of the bank to check for any oncoming traffic. He spotted some headlights in the distance.
We need to keep moving, the young guard said. If we stop here, we'll die from hypothermia, or from the guards who come looking for us.
Colt warmed his hands up with his breath. He tapped Khrushchev with his boot.
Just a couple more miles, mate, he said. Come on. Once we're at the safe house, we'll have a nice drink and keep our toes warm beside a fire.
He extended his hand and helped Dr. Khrushchev up. The 3 men disappeared into the cold dark along the river. 27. Sheriff Kilroy kept his rifle aimed at Ruby, who stood at the door of the cabin. Her eyes were wide like a squirrel caught in headlights. Houston was at her side, growling, sensing the danger. The animal's teeth were bared.
Put the gun down, Sheriff,
Drake said. Sheriff Kilroy was 20 yards away.
Shut up, Jason,
Kilroy snapped. You don't want her to die, do you?
How much did they pay you?
Drake asked. He was beginning to put it all together. Kilroy sneered. I'm going to kill her if you keep yapping, he said. The only way this ends peacefully is you put your gun down and come with me. That's the only way she lives.
Jason, what's going on?
Ruby shouted.
What's happening?
Drake cursed under his breath. He felt sick. This was precisely the type of situation he was trying to save Ruby from. But despite all his efforts, here she was.
Just stay where you are,
he said. Kilroy smiled. That's right, sweetheart, the sheriff said. I don't want to kill you. I just want him. He turned to Drake.
What'll it be? I'll give you to the count of 3. 1.
Price heard Drake and the sheriff yelling at each other. They seemed to be in a sort of standoff. She climbed out of the grave, using Sloane's hard body as a step. She felt terrible about it, but rigor mortis had taken over his body. He was hard as a rock. She dug her fingers into the almost frozen mud and clawed her way out. She stayed low, pulled her pistol out of its holster, and ran toward the cabin.
2,
Kilroy shouted.
I will light her up, boy. The next number, she's dead. Do you want to add another body to your resume?
You're an asshole,
Ruby said to Kilroy.
You know everyone in town hates you. They know you're the biggest crook in this whole state.
And you're the biggest skank, Kilroy said. Sleeping with this criminal. He's a bad man, Ruby. An evil man. You could do so much better than him. The men that hired me told me all about him. You wouldn't believe it.
You don't know shit, Drake said.
I know enough, Kilroy responded. I was told that you killed a senator. I was told that you used to be a government agent, an assassin or some such, but you went kooky, started disobeying orders. Hell, the more he told me about you, the more it all made sense. You don't belong in a town like Deadwood. You belong in a cell. That's where they said they're going to take you. They said they were federal agents. They had the proper ID and everything. They told me to send you out into the woods alone. They needed your guard down.
Well, the man that hired you to lure me out into the woods tried to kill me last night.
Where is he now? The sheriff asked.
I killed him.
So you don't deny you're a killer?
I never said I wasn't.
Enough talk,
Kilroy said. He began to press down on the trigger.
I'm done talking.
If she dies, you die, Drake growled.
Then she will die.
Drake couldn't watch another woman die because of him. He placed his rifle on the ground and raised his hands. "No," Ruby said. Kilroy laughed and aimed his rifle at Drake. "Now, step away from it." Drake did as he was told. "You're an idiot, boy. I knew the men who hired me to get you out of there were going to kill you. You were too dangerous. You were the rabid wolf. They said you needed to be put down. They paid me $100,000 to get you out there. Imagine what they'll pay when they find out I bagged you. Goodbye, Jason Drake." A shot echoed out from behind the cabin. A sliver of smoke billowed out of Price's M1911 pistol. Kilroy fell to the ground. Drake didn't flinch as he watched the man who was about to kill him fall. He just stared into his eyes. Yet as Kilroy collapsed, it became clear that Price's shot hadn't been perfectly lethal. The corrupt sheriff mustered enough strength to fire off one last round from his M4. The booming noise of the shot made Price, Ruby, and Drake freeze. "No!" Drake screamed with hateful ferocity. Ruby fell. "Get to the girl!" Drake yelled to Price. "Help her!" Price ran to the cabin. Drake stepped toward the fallen lawman. His eyes glowered. He wanted to give in to the rage that permeated his soul. He was going to make sure that the sheriff was dead. "28. The sheriff laid on his back, his body convulsing. Price's bullet had hit him in the belly, which meant the bile inside his stomach was now corroding his internal organs. It could take minutes or hours, but every second of it would be an excruciating hell. Death would be a relief. Drake kicked the rifle from the sheriff's hand. The damn weasel was trying in vain to get off another shot. Drake bent down on one knee and said, "Now you get to see what kind of man I am." "You're a monster," Kilroy grunted in agony. A gulp of blood shot up from his mouth and stained his uniform. Drake pulled out the combat knife sheathed at Kilroy's belt. "The hell are you doing?" Kilroy said. "You're dying," Drake said. "Slowly." Kilroy reached for his gun. He hollered in pain as the muscles in his body burned from the lack of oxygen and the corrosive acids wreaking havoc inside his belly. "You could be here for hours," Drake continued. "You may black out here and there, but you'll come to and scream and cry for help, but no one will hear you. You're an animal." "I'm giving you a way out," Drake said. "The man who hired you to set me up. Did he tell you anything else? Was he alone? Where did he come from? How did they know I was here?" "He was alone," the sheriff said. "He said there were others." Drake used the hand that wasn't holding the blade to push down on the sheriff's stomach. He was squeezing every last bit of bile out of that punctured sac inside the dying man's body. The sheriff wailed. Drake released the pressure. "Are you telling me the truth?" He went to press down on Kilroy's stomach again. "Okay," Kilroy screeched. "The money they wired me came from a D.C. bank." "Did he say how they found me?" "They knew you were here. I don't know how they knew. They just knew. Just please, kill me. The pain is..." The sheriff's breathing had become rapid. "Please, I told you everything I know." Drake feigned that he was going to press down on Kilroy's stomach wound once more, but acquiesced when the sheriff yelled, "I told you everything I know!" Drake stabbed Kilroy in the heart with his blade. It was quick, humane even. It was merciful. The sheriff's eyes rolled to the back of his head. The sheriff had made a deal with the devil, and now he had paid the price. Inside the cabin, Price tended to Ruby.
"Hang in there,"
Price said.
"It'll be okay."
Ruby sobbed.
"It hurts. My leg. Oh, my leg."
The bullet from Kilroy's rifle had gone clean through her calf. Price applied basic first aid to the wound. She grabbed a cloth from the kitchen sink, tied it around the wound, and applied pressure, stopping it from bleeding further.
"It'll be okay,"
Price assured her.
"The bullet went clean through. I've dealt with worse, trust me."
"What's going on?"
Ruby asked.
"What is this?"
Drake opened the door to the cabin and walked inside. He placed the bloody blade on top of a small table. Ruby looked at him with a kind of fear. He knew that expression. It was the same look everyone gave him when they learned the truth about who and what he was. "How is she?" he asked Price.
She'll make it, but she needs to go to a hospital. Do you have any painkillers, any meds?
He pulled open a drawer in his kitchen and pulled out some Tylenol, some rubbing alcohol, and some surgical gauze. He then grabbed a bottle of whiskey he kept on his counter. He handed Price the gauze, Tylenol, and rubbing alcohol. He handed Ruby the whiskey. "You're going to need it," he said to Ruby. "Until we get you to a hospital, it's going to feel like your whole leg is on fire." Ruby took a swig of the whiskey. Price began the delicate work of wrapping the wound in gauze, cleaning the entry and exit points first with the rubbing alcohol. "You need to take her," Drake said. "Use her car."
"You're staying here?"
"I'll meet you there. I need to clean up this mess. I have another body to bury."
"Is the sheriff dead?"
Ruby asked. Drake nodded. "29. Sierra wondered how long she'd been out. The warehouse was quiet. Too quiet. All she could hear were the sounds of traffic in the distance and nearby power generators. The men who'd kidnapped her seemed to be gone. She was in a small room and finally unbound. She was free to move around. The room was empty save for a lone water bottle that they must have left for her. It rested on the floor. Before grabbing the bottle to quench her thirst, she ran to the door and tried to open it. The door to the room was locked.
"Damn it,"
she said. She wondered if Price had found Drake. She wondered if they were both still alive. She wondered if her mother was still alive. She jumped when she heard what sounded like warehouse doors open. She stepped away from the door of the room and waited. She heard the rumbling of a car's engine. They were back. She heard the sound of a trunk opening. Then she heard screaming.
"Help!"
a man cried.
"Help!"
"You're not getting any help,"
Sly said.
"Where am I?"
The crying man said.
"What do you want?"
They brought the man to the room. Sierra sat in the corner of the room and held her head low. The door swung open. A man was tossed onto the floor as if he were a slab of meat. The two terminus officers who dragged him in kicked the new guest in the chest and turned off the only light before leaving. The new arrival whimpered and moaned. The door slammed shut and the two terminus officers disappeared. The room was pitch black. Sierra waited. She wondered who the new guest was.
"Are you okay?"
she asked nervously. The man moaned. The tonality of his cries sounded familiar.
"Sierra?"
he said, his voice weak.
"Is that you?"
"Simon, why are you here?"
"I went to your apartment this morning," he said. "I wanted to apologize for my lack of performance, for my terrible drunken antics. I knocked on your door, and then the next thing I remember, I'm in the trunk of a damn car."
"Are you okay? Did they hurt you?"
"Who are they?"
he asked. "What's going on?"
"They're ex-CIA operatives,"
she said.
"They are the ones who shot the president, I'm sure of it."
"What do they want with us?"
"They want my boss. They want Kate Price."
"For shit's sake," Cleaver said. "I knew it was a mistake going to dinner with you." Sierra wanted to have sympathy for Cleaver, but he made it difficult.
"They have my mother."
"What?" Cleaver asked. "What do you mean?"
"They're holding her hostage. They forced me to tell them where Kate Price was or they'd kill her."
"Did you tell them?"
"Of course,"
Sierra said. Cleaver sighed. "Is there any way out of here?"
"I've tried the door, but it's locked. The windows are too high and too small."
"So we can't do anything?"
"I didn't say that," Sierra said. "My purse is by a workbench outside. If they take you out of here, you'll see it. I think I saw my phone still inside. I could use it to call for help. It might be our only option."
"So that's our best bet."
"It's better than nothing."
Cleaver sighed. "This isn't how I envisioned going out. I thought if I ever died on the job, it'd be in the middle of a shootout or something."
"We need to try for my phone,"
she said. "Do you even know where we are?" Cleaver grunted.
"One problem at a time," Sierra said. "We need to focus on what we can control. I'm not giving up. Are you?"
Cleaver whimpered. He was no longer the uber-confident playboy of the night before. He seemed almost resolved to die. As soon as things had become difficult, he'd rolled up into a ball. Sierra shook her head. She knew the only way she was going to get out of this situation was if she and Cleaver worked together. She wondered if that was even possible. She didn't spend long thinking about it. There was no point. They were either going to work together and maybe live, or die. It was that simple. Colt, Alexei, and Khrushchev approached a small farmhouse. They were about 4 miles southwest of the Gulag. Colt turned to Alexei and said, "Is this it?" Alexei nodded. "Yes, this is the safe house. We'll stay here for the night." "We were lucky," Colt said. "We weren't lucky," Alexei said. "The guards were drunk. It's just like I told you it would be. They weren't going to work hard to stop us. It's the middle of winter. They want vodka and warmth, nothing else." "Can't blame 'em," Colt grunted. Alexei went alone to the front door and knocked. Colt and Khrushchev hid behind a wooden wagon. A farmer opened the door. He was an older man, probably in his late 80s, and had a thick white goatee. His skin was weathered, his eyes were pained. He'd lived a hard life. Alexei spoke to the farmer in Russian. "What are they saying?" Colt whispered to Khrushchev. "I can't hear much," the doctor replied. "I think they're talking about the patrols." After an anxious minute, Alexei whistled. Colt and Khrushchev approached the house and found shelter in its warmth. Colt nodded at the farmer as he walked in, took off his boots, and knelt by the fireplace. He thought about putting his hands into the flames. They were beyond cold on account of the frigid weather. In the light of the fire, he saw the damage the cold had done. Another hour outside, and he might have lost a finger. Alexei paid the farmer, who, after counting the rubles, walked upstairs to his bed. The 3 men were alone. Alexei turned to Khrushchev, who was sitting at a dinner table. "The vehicle arrives in the morning," Alexei said. "It's a small jeep with enough fuel in the tank to get us to Gdansk in 2 days. He spoke in English, not because it made it convenient for Colt, but because he knew the farmer didn't speak the language. "That's stupid," Khrushchev said. "They're looking for us. By tomorrow morning they'll have put together the pieces. They'll know we're here. We need to leave sooner." "We don't have a choice," Alexei snapped. "We need to stay here for the night. And anyway, if I had a vehicle show up tonight, that would attract way more attention. You need to trust me." "I need to get to Gdansk," Khrushchev said. "We won't get anywhere if we don't stick to the plan," Khrushchev grunted. Alexei looked at the doctor and said, "If you keep this up, I'll ask for 8 million rubles." Khrushchev sneered. "Fine," he said. "All you care about is money. I have a wife to rescue. You cynical, evil, greedy son of a bitch." Colt looked up from the fire. His hands finally felt thawed. "Would you 2 ladies stop your yammering?" He looked around the kitchen. The 2 men looked at each other, and then at Colt. They looked embarrassed. "Good," Colt continued. "Now does this farmer have anything to drink?" "This is Russia," Alexei said. "Everyone has vodka." He yelled upstairs to the farmer in Russian. The farmer responded. Alexei opened a small cabinet below the sink and grabbed a bottle. He opened it and sniffed. "Smells strong," he said. Colt snatched the bottle from Alexei's hands and took a swig. "Not strong enough, mate." He wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He placed the bottle on the table and sat down. The 3 men sat in silence. They were lit by one lone oil lamp in the middle. The howling Siberian winds rattled the windows. "How's your head?" Alexei asked Colt. "You took quite the beating." "It didn't help that the damn warden didn't notice the fight," Colt responded, a smile on his bruised face. "I wasn't sure how long it would take for him to notice the ruckus." "It took too long," Colt muttered. He took another swig of vodka. "That stuff helps, though." They all chuckled, and then turned silent. There wasn't much else to say. 800 miles still separated them from their destination. Alexei was in it for the money, Khrushchev to rescue his wife, Colt to find out what the hell Spectre was up to. They each took a turn drinking from the bottle of vodka, one after the other. They knew their journey had only just started. "31. Drake tossed the final load of dirt onto the second shallow grave he'd dug that day. He then covered the grave with snow and smoothed it over so that no one would find it. Sheriff Kilroy and Sloan were now underground. He walked back to his cabin. After one final check, he grabbed the duffel bag he'd packed earlier and whistled for Houston to follow. It was time to leave. He sauntered to his truck and noticed that Houston favored one of his hind legs. The dog whimpered as it curled up in the passenger seat. Drake stroked the animal and thought kindly of the time the two had spent together. He started up the truck and drove down the long dirt driveway as stars began to dot the sky. He hoped Ruby was okay. Rapid City Hospital was an hour south. He would have gone straight there, but he wanted to pay a friend a visit before he left the town for good. A light snow fell as he drove through downtown Deadwood. He drove to the lodge and parked. He left the truck running and stepped out. "Hey, man," Kakoa said. "Have you seen Ruby? She's late for her shift." Drake punched Kakoa in the jaw. The towering Hawaiian fell to the ground, spitting blood out of his mouth. "I deserved that, didn't I?" "You were watching me?" "Kate gave me no choice, brah," Kakoa said. "She's a cruel woman. She had my balls in a vice." "I know what she is." "Was just looking out for myself and my kin," Kakoa said. "You think I like living up here in this shithole? You think I like the cold? I'm Hawaiian, brah. The only thing I learned to like up here is hockey. Watching those games with you was fun. I'm sorry about all this, but I had no choice. You have to believe me." "Tell me why I shouldn't kill you," Drake grunted, staring the large Hawaiian in the eyes. "You know too much." Kakoa chuckled. "You're not going to kill me," he said. "I know what you're really like. You won't kill me." "Is that a threat?" "No," Kakoa said. "You're my friend." Drake shook his head in frustration. He turned and began to walk back to his truck when Kakoa yelled out to him. "Is Ruby okay?" "I don't know," Drake said. "She brought Kate to my place because of you, and that's when the sheriff showed up." "Sheriff?" "Yeah," Drake said. "He's dead." "Shit," Kakoa said. "Do you need any help? Is there anything I can do?" "No," Drake said. "Just disappear. Get as far away from here as you can before Kate finds you again." He then got into his truck and left Deadwood. By the time he got to the hospital, the light snow had turned heavy. It was a little past midnight when he parked the truck in the visitor's parking lot. He wrapped a leash around Houston's neck, made difficult because the dog didn't like being leashed. He pulled out a baseball cap from his duffel bag and pulled it low over his face to hide his scar. He didn't want to take any risks. He'd listened to the radio on and off since leaving his cabin. The news reports kept repeating the description of the shooter. He had to be careful. He and Houston made their way into the lobby. Before he could get to the front desk and ask about Ruby, he was stopped by a nurse. "Sir, you can't bring your dog in here," she said. She had a look on her face that said she'd seen everything that night, and she wasn't in the mood to put up with any more shit. My girlfriend is in here," Drake said. He kept his face low, his scar hidden. "She's been shot. This animal is like a child to us. Please, it'll bring her comfort." "This is a hospital," the woman said. "You can't bring no damn dog in here." "Come on," Drake said. "We drove hours to get here. We came from Deadwood." "I don't give a rat's ass where you're from." A woman working at the front desk looked up from her computer. "Deadwood? Are you with Katie Lane? The hunting accident, right?" Drake nodded. He knew that had to be Price's alias. "Come this way," the woman said to him. "You can bring the dog." The nurse looked at the woman operating the desk and said, "We can't have no damn dog in here." The woman at the desk rolled her eyes and waved Drake over. Drake passed the nurse. "She's in a private room," the woman said. Patients and hospital staff glared at Houston as the dog made his way down the halls. Drake couldn't hide the smile that crept across his face when he saw their tight-ass looks. No one noticed his scar thanks to the dog. "In here," the woman said. Drake and Houston walked into a private room and closed the door. Price was sitting beside Ruby's hospital bed, checking her phone, a worried expression on her face. Ruby was asleep. "How is she?" Drake asked. Price nearly jumped seeing Drake.
"Oh, she's good,"
she said.
"She's on pain meds, but the doctor said she'd be fine."
"Good." He looked at Ruby and touched her hand. She was asleep. "Sorry for bringing you into this," he said. He turned to Price. "Did you know they were alive?"
"They?"
"Terminus," he said. "Don't lie to me."
"Jason,"
Price said.
"you need to understand."
"I want the truth," he said. "After I disappeared, what happened?" Price shook her head.
"You need to know. This is my fault. Everything is my fault."
"Get to the point," Drake said. Price could feel her mouth turn dry. She hadn't spoken about the events leading up to the end of Terminus with anyone. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Drake sat down across from her. Houston curled up and went to sleep. "I've got all night, Kate," he said. "I want the truth."
After you killed the senator,
Price said,
there was a lot of pushback in the agency about the efficacy of Terminus. It had been growing since the incident in Fallujah, the explosions that killed all those children. Your sudden turn? Well, needless to say, Terminus was not popular. Its end was nearing.
Drake clenched his jaw. He thought about the night he killed the senator, the asshole who'd ordered a drone strike on a high-value target that Drake had already killed. The senator didn't want to waste a shot to show off the military tech he'd invested millions into, though. If he could attach a high-value target to the drone company's name, his millions might turn to billions. It didn't matter if he killed some innocents in the process. They were just collateral, the cost of doing business. He remembered the senator pleading for forgiveness as he stood above him in his ornate, decadent mansion. "You know why I killed that asshole," Drake said.
I know,
Price said.
but this is politics, and power is all that matters. After you killed the senator, I was put in a corner. I was forced to rescind my authority over the division. I had to walk away. Director Taggart took over.
And what happened next?
He ordered its termination. At the time, I didn't know what that meant exactly.
What did he do?
He knew that you were on the run, and that the other Terminus officers were all at Camp Solitude. He killed them all. I thought Moss, Sly, Sloan, Tex, and Rowan were all dead.
How did he do it? Drake said. Clearly he failed.
He sent a missile strike. A cleanup crew verified the charred remains at Camp Solitude. The CIA had DNA proof they were dead.
Any idea how they survived?
I don't know.
Think, Drake said. What about Elias Spector? What happened to him?
He vanished. I haven't seen him since the day you admitted to shooting the senator.
Drake rubbed his face and gave Price a dejected look. He got them out of there. He rescued them. Price sat on the hospital chair, her expression morose. She knew Drake was right, although she didn't want to believe it. 32. Drake stared out the window of the hospital room. Outside, the snow fell thick and heavy. Ruby was still asleep on the hospital bed. The machines attached to her displayed her vitals. Houston snored. Price was silent, lost in the past. The air in the hospital room felt thick.
I carried this guilt with me for years,
Price said.
I recruited all of you. When I found out what happened, I felt sick. I didn't want to look into it. I just wanted to forget.
Do you feel sicker now, knowing they lived?
I don't know what I think,
she said. You're a fool.
If you hadn't killed that senator...
Oh, shut up, Drake said. I'm tired of having to justify that assassination. How many politicians did you have me kill while I was an active member of the CIA? Many of them were better men than that senator. Before I came here, I went to kill Kakoa.
Did you?
No.
Why?
Because I'm done cleaning up after you, Kate. He's your mess, not mine. There's 2 men that are lying 6 feet under the ground tonight. Both of them are there because of you. I didn't want to add a third.
I needed someone to watch you.
Maybe I should get someone to watch you.
Screw you, Jason.
Do you have any idea where Elias Spector is? Drake asked. He knew there was no point in arguing with Price. She was as stubborn as she'd ever been.
No,
she said.
He vanished after Terminus was terminated.
Well, this is worse than I thought, he said. We need to stop them. We need to find out what the hell they're doing. Jason, Ruby said. Her voice was weak and soft. She rubbed her eyes. What's going on? Drake turned away from Price and sat on a chair beside Ruby's bed. Now you know why I never told you about my past, he said. The sheriff was going to kill me, Ruby said. That asshole. I'm sorry about all this, Drake said. It's not your fault, she said. I need to leave, he said. I'm a danger to you and the town. Where are you going? I'm going to find the men that paid off the sheriff to lure me out of town, he said. I'm going to kill them. The sheriff said you killed the senator? Ruby said. I did. It was a long time ago. Ruby looked out the window, a look of disbelief on her face. Price turned to her.
You need to know that you cannot disclose this information to anybody. If you tell anyone about us, about the sheriff, about what you saw, it will put your life in danger.
Ruby nodded. She understood that Price's warning was as much a threat as anything else.
Stop with the CIA shit, Drake said to Price. Can I have a moment alone with her?
Price nodded and left the room. Drake waited until the door was shut before he turned his attention back to Ruby. The two of them looked at each other with sorrow in their eyes. Their brief romance was about to come to an end, and far too soon.
So this is goodbye?
Ruby said, breaking the silence.
Yes,
Drake said, leaning over to kiss her on the forehead.
I can't have anything happen to the people I love.
They stared into each other's eyes. Drake saw a future that would never exist in them. He saw the life he'd always wanted to live. It was peaceful, quiet. Houston moaned. The animal was in bad shape since the fight with Sloane. Drake sighed.
Before I leave, I have a favor to ask.
A favor? I just took a bullet in the leg because of you.
You're the one that brought her.
He gestured with his head to the hallway where Price waited.
You owe me.
She said you were in danger. I wanted to help.
The world I'm from is always full of danger, he said. I'm used to it.
She seems like a good person,
Ruby said.
She's not,
Drake grunted.
What's the favor?
I need you to take care of Houston, he said. I can't take him with me. He's been through enough. He just wants to eat and sleep. He wants peace and quiet. He should have what I can't.
Don't be stupid, she said. Houston loves you. He needs you.
He needs peace.
My apartment is small.
Drake cut her off.
Just do this for me, okay? I don't have any other choice. If I take him with me...
Drake looked at the dog and smiled sadly.
I just want to make sure that wherever he ends up, he's safe and loved. You understand?
You sound like you're never coming back.
I don't know if I am.
Don't be silly, Jason. You sound defeated. I've never heard you talk like this. I didn't just take a bullet for you so you could go out and die. Promise me right now you'll come back.
Drake smirked. He loved Ruby's ferocity. She was a fighter.
I promise.
Deep down, he knew what he was saying was most likely a lie. But even then, sometimes a lie is a good thing. Ruby looked into his eyes and nodded.
I'll take care of Houston,
she said.
I'll be waiting for you.
Thank you.
Drake kissed her on the lips.
You're not the monster you think you are, Jason. You aren't condemned to this life. You can be better.
I don't know about that.
Before leaving, he bent down and scratched Houston behind the ears one last time. The old dog looked up at him with weary and understanding eyes.
You look after her,
he whispered.
You've been a good friend, but I need to do this alone. Goodbye, old buddy.
He left the hospital room and met Price in the hallway.
Are you ready?
She said.
Yes,
he grunted.
If we're going to stop them, we'll need every resource we possibly have.
I'll give you what you need,
Price said. "33. In the morning, Cleaver was dragged out of the small room. The kidnappers said they had questions for him. His screams reverberated through the warehouse. Sierra winced every time she heard him beg for mercy. She felt sick and wondered when they would stop. How long would they torture him before they realized he knew nothing? They tortured him for 2 hours and then threw him back in the room. She walked up to Cleaver and placed her hand on his back. He was lying face down on the floor. Blood pooled out from open wounds. He had many. They'd taken one of his ears clean off. He moaned.
I'm right here,
she said, trying to comfort him.
I'm right here.
He gasped.
It hurts to breathe,
he said.
It hurts all over.
What did they want?
They wanted to know where your boss was.
Did you tell them that you weren't CIA?
They didn't care.
I'm sorry,
she said. He rolled over and tried to push himself up, but couldn't. He laid on his back and stared at the ceiling. Sierra had to look away when she saw his face. They'd sliced him up bad. One of the cuts was so deep that the skin seemed like loose wallpaper. It looked like they'd taken their time with the cut. It was medieval. They tossed me around a lot, he said. The bastards. He smiled a mostly toothless grin. I was trying to get them to kill me. He spat out some blood. But they wouldn't. They just wanted to see me suffer.
We'll get out of this, Sierra said. I know we will.
Cleaver tried to laugh, but ended up cowering.
Don't be a fool, he said. We'll never get out of this. We're dead. Dead.
There might be a way.
A way out? How?
You didn't get close to my purse? My phone?
Cleaver spat out a tooth and grinned.
It was just the two of them out there. They took turns. They were beating me so hard that every now and then they needed to catch their breath. I scrambled to my feet once or twice and made for the workbench. One time I got real close. I had to be careful about it, though. I didn't want to lose another ear, and I didn't want them to know what I was doing.
Did you get it?
He pulled out Sierra's phone from his pocket. A wry smile crept across his face. It was the same look he'd given her when he sat across from her at the restaurant.
When I got your phone, I played it safe. I just accepted the pain. Maybe that's what kept me alive.
Sierra broke out in tears and bear-hugged him. He hollered in pain.
Ouch!
He yelled.
I'm sorry,
she said, pushing herself back. She couldn't contain the smile on her face.
It's just, I didn't think you'd...
If we get out of here, I never want to see you again, he said. I'm not dating anyone in intelligence ever again. She laughed, grabbed her phone, and wiped Cleaver's blood off on her dress. She then checked her phone's battery. 10%. She'd have to be careful. She'd maybe only get 1 or 2 calls. She had to make them count. "34. Colt hardly slept that night in the farmhouse. It wasn't that he'd drunk too much vodka or that his body hurt from the fight with the bear. Something was nagging him at the back of his mind. Something that he couldn't quite place. It was an unnerving feeling. As the sun rose above the Siberian horizon, he looked out the window and thought of his past, of his boy, of Price. The pink of the sky reflected off the sometimes rolling but primarily flat, snowy landscape. Siberia was like being on a different planet. For the first time in his life, Colt missed the rainy green of the Scottish Highlands. He missed the fog and the damp. "Are you okay?" Alexei asked, pushing himself up from the couch he'd slept on. "You're the oldest out of us. I figured you'd need the most rest. It's weird to see you up and so eager to go."
"Ah, shut up," Colt said. "I couldn't sleep, that's all."
Alexei joined him at the window.
"Bad dreams?"
"Something like that."
"Why are you helping him?" Alexei said, gesturing to Khrushchev with his head. "He told me that you didn't want any money. So why are you going with us? You're out of the gulag. You have no reason to go forward."
"I have my reasons."
"And what are those?"
"Aren't you just a nosy little shit?"
"I'm sorry," Alexei said. "You just looked sad."
"I was thinking about my boy."
"Where is he?"
6 feet under."
"My condolences. What happened?"
"Cancer," Colt said, closing his eyes and shaking his head as he said it. Despite all these years, it still hurt to say it out loud. He still felt the pain as if it had just happened.
"I have 2 children myself. If I knew they were in danger, I don't know what I'd do. They're with my wife in Ukraine," Alexei said. "I haven't seen my children in years. I've been stuck here working as a guard because it's the only work I could get. Russia is not exactly the land of opportunity, you know. That's why I'm helping you. The 3 million rubles the doctor pays me will be enough to book a flight to Canada or the United States. I want to start anew."
Colt looked at the doctor, who was fast asleep on a blanket on the floor. He then turned his attention back to the window, to the flat and empty horizon that seemed limitless in its hopelessness.
"What the hell does this farmer grow here? It's all snow. Does he harvest the bloody ice?"
Alexei chuckled.
"Potatoes. That's about the only thing we can grow up here. It's either that or livestock, and that is expensive to keep warm in the winter. Potatoes are cheap. And as an added benefit, a farmer who grows potatoes gets to make his own vodka."
"Not a bad trade-off," Colt said.
"But bleak."
Colt considered the life of the old farmer. He would have been miserable, having to rely on a crop of potatoes to get through each winter. He sighed and stared out at the cold. Alexei let him be. Dr. Khrushchev woke up and began to gather his things. He rubbed his glasses on his prison outfit and stretched.
Is the vehicle here yet?
Alexei turned to the doctor.
We need a change of clothes before we leave, all of us. If I walk around dressed like a guard, anyone who sees me will cower in fear. If both of you walk around dressed like that, people will alert the authorities. Stannis has some clothes for you upstairs. I'll grab them now. Aside from that, our ride should be here any minute.
Colt and Khrushchev nodded as Alexei went upstairs to grab the clothes. While alone on the lower floor, Colt turned to Khrushchev. You need to trust Alexei. He's a good man, Colt said. Khrushchev nodded begrudgingly.
I will, he said.
And you'll pay him the $3 million?
Of course. It's in a safe in my cabin. That's where we need to go.
Colt studied the doctor, analyzing his every gesture, every glance.
Good, he said.
Alexei came downstairs and tossed the men a change of clothes. Colt picked up an old gray sweater and a pair of jeans. He made a face as he lifted them.
These smell like a pig's arse.
The farmer said these were his old work clothes, Alexei said. He's a poor man, and he's taking a great risk helping us. This is the best he can do.
Khrushchev gagged as he put his clothes on. Colt took a deep breath and reminded himself that this was better than being back in the gulag. When they were all ready, a jeep drove down the farmhouse driveway.
That's our ride, Alexei said. We'll take the driver back to town, pay him, and then leave. After that, our next stop will be Gdansk.
"35. Drake and Price drove to Ellsworth Air Force Base from the hospital. The 18-minute drive to the northeastern edge of Rapid City was contemplative. Drake thought about his former Terminus brothers, about their past, about their pain. Price kept checking her phone. She was in the driver's seat and seemed bothered.
Where is she?
She muttered to herself.
It's been almost 24 hours since I heard from her.
Who are you talking about?
Drake asked.
Sierra White.
Your assistant?
No,
Price said.
She's an officer now. I promoted her after she helped us a year ago.
And what's the problem?
I haven't heard from her. She was supposed to meet with an FBI agent she knew and then get back to me. She was trying to pull information from him.
She hasn't updated you?
No,
Price said.
Not since I left the capital for Rapid City.
Just give her time,
Drake said. The snow had finally stopped, and the morning light had turned the sky a pale blue. Drake guided the truck up to the Air Force Base entry gate and came to a stop. A young Air Force officer approached. Drake rolled down his window and Price leaned over him and showed the officer her credentials. After looking at the two of them for a couple of seconds, the officer waved them through. Drake drove up to a visitor's lot and pulled his F-150 to a stop. As he stepped out, he took a deep breath. He saw the mountains in the distance. He was going to miss the clean air. He looked at his truck. He was going to miss her, too.
Are you ready?
Price asked.
I thought I'd found peace here, he said. I've been fighting my whole life, ever since I was a kid. These past months, I felt like I finally had what I wanted.
He grabbed his duffel bag from the back of his truck and walked towards the main building. Price said nothing. She could sense the turmoil inside Drake, the pain deep within him. The two of them made their way into Ellsworth's Central Command office.
I need to speak to the commanding officer and arrange a flight out of here,
Price said to Drake.
I had the jet I took here on standby, so it shouldn't take long.
I need a coffee,
Drake grunted in response. He walked away from Price and up to a small coffee machine beside a wall of recruitment flyers. Price sighed and made her way to the commanding officer. She made the arrangements and walked back to Drake.
When do we leave?
He said, sipping his coffee.
1 hour,
she said.
Any word from Sierra?
No,
she said. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out and looked to see who was calling.
Speak of the devil?
She answered.
Sierra? Where the hell have you been? You're what? Where? Terminus?
Drake's eyes narrowed. "36. Sierra held onto her phone and breathed a sigh of relief. She'd told Price everything. The kidnapping, the Terminus officers, the emails she'd found on Cleaver's computer. She also told Price that a second attack seemed imminent, although she knew nothing about it. Price told her to play it safe. She said she'd get a team in Langley to call her and trace the signal of her cell phone. Cleaver sat in the corner of the room, nursing his wounds. His clothes and skin were stained with dried blood. He heard everything Sierra said to Price, some of which he found offensive. When Sierra was done with the call, he asked, "You accessed my email in my apartment?"
"I was looking for the dick pics," she said.
"Dick pics?"
"You told me your director sent a bunch of dick pics to an intern. You said you would show me, remember? The reason I asked you out was to get dirt on your director."
"You took advantage of me," Cleaver said. "Shit. I should have known that you didn't want to be with me."
"Calm down," Sierra said. "Your director was going to accuse the CIA of attacking the president. Kate needed me to get dirt on him."
"You bitch."
"Call me what you want," she said. "I did what I was told to do."
"And you read through my emails?"
"Yes, I read through them all. Your director is a fool. If a second attack occurs, he'll be held liable. He ordered all of you to stand down? He didn't want the public to panic. He's scared."
"Yeah," Cleaver said. "So what? If he gets fired, it'll be a job opening."
"Americans will die."
"Okay, Miss Goody Two-Shoes. You're the one who got me drunk and took advantage of me." She rolled her eyes. Cleaver pouted. Sierra smiled, closed her eyes, and sat on the floor. For the first time since being kidnapped, she was beginning to feel hope. 3 hours after her call with Price, Sierra got a call on her cell phone. She answered it immediately. Cleaver was asleep.
"Hello?"
she said. "Hello, is this Officer White?"
"Yes. Who am I speaking with?"
"You're talking to Derek Clancy in the technology department. I've been tasked with tracking down the location of your phone, ma'am. I need you to stay on the line. This could take about 15 minutes. But once we get it, we have orders to coordinate with the FBI to send a team to your location."
"Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you."
Clancy laughed. "No problem, miss. We love helping out our fellow officers when they're in need. If there's one thing the CIA doesn't do, it's kill their own. An organization like us would never ever murder a division of elite assassins it had trained." Sierra dropped the phone. It bounced off the cement floor. "How?" She heard the voice on the receiver. "Miss? Are you there, miss? I'm not done." She picked up her phone. Maybe she'd heard wrong. Was she hallucinating?
"Excuse me?"
she asked. "Are you there, miss?"
"Yes,"
she said.
I guess. Never mind."
"It's all good," Clancy said. "You must be a little out of it. After all, they almost killed your friend, didn't they? And don't they have your mother?" Shit. She hung up. It was them.
"How?"
she said aloud.
"What the hell?"
She panicked. Outside the room, she heard the rumbling of a car's engine. 2 car doors opened and slammed shut. The baritone voices of the terminus officers roared. The lock of the room's door rattled. They opened the door to the room where she was being held captive.
"You hung up,"
Sly said sarcastically.
"How is the CIA gonna trace the signal?"
He broke out into laughter.
"What is happening?"
she asked, unsure if what was happening was even real.
"Come with us."
She stood up and walked out of the room. She felt numb. Everything was falling apart. "What's going on?" Cleaver shouted as she left. He'd just woken up and seemed confused. Sly and another terminus operative brought Sierra out into the middle of the warehouse. They set her down on the same plastic chair she'd woken up in after being kidnapped. They tied her wrists together. After manacling her ankles to the legs of the chair, the back door of the car that had just pulled into the warehouse opened.
"She's ready,"
Sly said to a man inside the car. The man inside stepped out. It was him again, the man with the scar on his face, the man who'd cut her a day earlier.
"I knew you weren't going to play nice,"
the man with the scar said.
"Kate has this tendency of getting close to people like you. She likes the hopeful, ignorant, and arrogant."
Sierra didn't respond. She just stared into his eyes.
"You told us the truth about Kay Price's location, but unfortunately, the man we sent to silence Jason Drake has gone dark. You're CIA, so you should know what going dark means.
Our brother is either captured or dead. And if my experience with Jason means anything, then let's just say I believe our beloved brother Sloane is dead. This news means our plans have shifted. We've had to speed up our timeline.
Just shut up, she said. Shut up!
We have your mother. You should be careful how you talk to me. Sierra ground her teeth. The man with the scar laughed. You look so angry. You need to calm down. Haven't you learned that the world's an awful place by now? What are you, 30? The years of frustration and pain inside Sierra exploded. She'd tried so hard to be calm, to be hopeful, to rely on her training, but she couldn't hold on any longer. She let go. Her father's unjust death, her kidnapping, her mother's kidnapping, everything had tipped the scale in her mind. She was no longer willing to hold anything back. Angrily, she spat out,
I hope Jason did kill your so-called brother. I hope he comes and kills you. I hope he cuts all your throats, you cowards.
The man with the scar smiled, shook his head, and said, Cute.
Eat shit,
Sierra snapped. Such foul language for such a sweet piece of flesh, the man said. We haven't been formally introduced. My name is Raymond Moss. I'm an ex-Navy SEAL. I devoted my life to God and my country. In a way, I died for it. I came here with my brothers to teach you a valuable lesson. I'm here to punish you and your ilk for their sins.
You're an evil man,
Sierra said. Need I remind you that your mother is still in our grasp? Moss said. I'd be very careful about what you call me. I will kill her, and I will make sure that she feels every last bit of pain we deliver to her.
How did you know I had my phone? How did you know I was waiting for a call from the CIA?
I was trained as an assassin, Moss said. When we brought you in here, I made sure that you would see your purse by the workbench. I wanted to plant that seed of hope in your head. Clearly, it worked. Why do you think your purse was left where it was? I knew you'd think your phone might be inside. I knew you'd ask your lover boy for help. That's why we brought him here. Sly snickered.
Should I go get him?
Might as well, Moss said. I have no use for him now. Sierra's heart pounded in her chest. She began to sweat. She felt utterly hopeless. Cleaver walked out of the room with Sly and another officer. The FBI officer was smiling. He looked calm. Sierra felt the breath leave her lungs when she saw him.
What is this?
She said to the man she asked to dinner.
Simon? What have you done? Did you work with them? Did you promise them something?
They said if I let them beat the crap out of me, I'd get to leave alive. When they were done, they handed me your phone. That's how I got it. I'm not the hero you think I am. I just want to live. I'm sorry, Sierra. I had to play along. You must understand. Moss chuckled and looked at Sierra. You see, after I concluded that our brother was dead, I realized the only way to find out where Kate Price is was by using you. I figured you'd call her and ask for help. I had my men insert a chip in your phone. We were able to trace the call, listen in. Now we know she's with Jason, and she's headed back here. We will find her. We will get her.
You have what you want, then. Why don't you just kill me and let my mother go?
Because we're not done.
I won't help you any more, Sierra said. I'm done with this.
Should I call your mother again? Moss asked. If you don't play along, I will cut off one of her fingers every 10 minutes until you do. I will make sure that you follow orders. I am not a nice man.
You're an animal,
Sierra said, lowering her head in defeat. Ah, Moss said. Now you're starting to get it. You're starting to realize that this is no game, that there is no winning and there is no losing. You either do what I say, or you suffer. Let me assure you that your mother is not my enemy. She hasn't seen any of our faces. She's being held hostage by some small-town crooks I paid. It's only the people who've seen my face who I need to erase. Your mother is not one of them. Wait, Cleaver said to Moss. I've seen your face, but you're letting me go, right? Before Moss could answer, Sly took out a small pistol from inside his jacket. He put a bullet point blank into Cleaver's head. Sierra screamed. Cleaver fell to the ground, a look of shock permanently frozen on his face. Bone and brain matter splattered along the floor. "Thank you," Moss said to Sly. "He bugged me." He turned to Sierra. "I promise you, your mother will live if you continue to help us. Sound like a deal?" Sierra didn't respond. She just stared at him, tears streaming down her face. She had no choice. "Good," Moss said. "Is everything ready, Tex?" Tex was the other man in her apartment the night she was kidnapped. Tex nodded and said, "According to our intel, Kate Price and Jason Drake's plane should be arriving soon. Once their plane hits the tarmac, the only person we need to check in with is Rowan. Once he gives us the okay, we're ready for the final stage of the operation." "Perfect," Moss said. "Keep her tied up and put her in the car. We're leaving." Tex and Sly loosened the wires around Sierra's ankles and wrists, and then reapplied them when she stood up so that she couldn't run. They guided her into the car and put her in the back seat. Moss sat next to her and whispered into her ear, "The more you play along, the fewer people will die. Remember that. This doesn't have to be about anyone else other than Kate Price. She is the one we want. She is the only reason we are here." 37. The Washington, D.C. skyline revealed itself slowly along the horizon. Tex drove the white Mercedes-Benz along the freeway, swerving in and out of traffic. Sly was in the passenger seat. Moss was in the back next to Sierra. He had his eyes on the city he'd once called home. It was noon and sunny. The Washington Monument glistened like a beacon of power and freedom in the distance. With any luck, by the end of the day, the entire city would be caked in blood, and those in power would know they had no control, Moss thought. Moss dialed Rowan, the terminus operative in charge of ballistics and electronics, the one who'd been responsible for shutting down all the security cameras on the streets after the Inauguration Day attack, and who had hacked Langley's internal communication channels. Rowan was second in command of the Terminus Division. He was the only one allowed to question Moss. "Did you clean up the mess?" Rowan grunted. "Are the FBI agent and the CIA bitch dead?" "I kept her around," Moss said, leering at Sierra as he said it. "She's necessary to keep alive until we have Kate Price in our grasp." "You should have killed her. And I told you I should have sent Tex with Sloan to kill Jason, but you argued otherwise. Now Sloan is dead and Jason is on his way here. We're vulnerable." "Elias is not going to like this. We should just head back to Gdansk. How are you going to explain this to him? How's he going to explain this to our contractors? You know how it is. We'd have no place to live if it wasn't for our benefactors. I'm going to give our father a gift. I want to give him a symbol. I'm tired of being a puppet. Once we're back in Gdansk..." He stopped himself. He leered down at Sierra. She looked asleep, but he was worried he'd said too much. "You're a damn fool," Rowan said. "And you follow me, so what does that make you?" Rowan chuckled. "I guess you're right. What now, then?" "We go ahead with the plan. Are the bombs ready?" "They've been planted. They're ready to ignite whenever you're ready. But I should remind you that things will get messy. I don't care. You know their purpose." "I do," Rowan said. "More civilians dying so Terminus can complete a mission. Feels like old times, doesn't it?" "It does." I set a timer. 3 days from now, all hell... Moss cut Rowan off. "I want them to be set off in the next hour." "What?" "Things have changed. We need to speed up our plans. I imagine Kate Price is in the air. We can catch them off guard. We can make her pay before she even knows what's going on. We had timed the explosions to minimize casualties. And, like I said, things have changed. Jason is still alive. We'd hoped he'd be dead by this stage of the operation, but he is still alive, and we must move to the offensive." Rowan sighed. "Okay," he said. "When I give the word, I want you to light up the city," Moss said. "Tex, Sly, and myself will take care of the rest." "It'll be like the 4th of July," Rowan said. "Good," Moss said. He hung up and then looked at Sierra. He had one more phone call to make, but it wasn't with his phone. He pulled out the gag that Sly had stuffed into Sierra's mouth. "I have one final ask of you," he said to her.
"What is it?"
she said wearily. "I need you to tell Kate something."
"And what's that?"
"One of our brothers has planted a series of bombs throughout the capital. Our target is the president, but we want to ensure that chaos envelops the city before we move. We failed in killing him the first time. The bastard survived. We must finish the job before we return home."
"Home is Gdansk?"
"You were eavesdropping on my phone call." Moss smiled. "You naughty little thing." He slapped her across the face. "I should kill you right now."
"But you won't," she said. "You won't because there's too much on the line, and you don't want to risk losing me. You need me. You need me in case she calls."
"If she calls, will you answer?"
"Will my mother live?"
"I am a man of my word." .38 The G550 jet Price and Drake flew on from Rapid City landed at Andrews Air Force Base at 1:36 p.m. During the flight, Price had made some arrangements with her Langley deputies. She told them about her call with Sierra. She ordered them to arrange a team to track down her cell signal. The team she spoke with said they'd do their best. That wasn't reassuring to Price, but it was better than nothing. An Escalade met her and Drake on the tarmac.
"Pays being director, huh?"
Drake quipped as he stepped into the back seat of the vehicle.
"You get to finally push and pull everyone around you. Isn't this what you wanted? Control?"
Shut up,
Price said. Drake tossed his duffel bag in the back of the SUV. Price was back on her phone, coordinating with all local operatives. Her final call was with FBI Director Tony Gallant. She was looking forward to this call. "You've got 4 hours, he said. "I'm just about to send the photograph of you and the suspected shooter to the media. You'll be out of a job by tomorrow morning, I bet."
Shut the hell up,
Price said.
"I've got proof the man in the photo is not the shooter."
"Oh, yeah?" Gallant said.
"Yeah,
Price said.
but I've also got word you sent out a private email to your staff about a second attack."
"How'd you find out about that?"
"If you release that photo, I'll tell the media what I know."
"You bitch."
"I'm just playing by your rules,"
she said. Gallant hung up. Price waited. She knew he would call back. It took 15 seconds. When she answered, it sounded like he was out of breath. He must have been screaming. "Okay," he said. "I won't release the photo." Price made a fist-pumping action.
"That's a smart move,"
she said. "I didn't tell the media about the attack because I didn't want to scare the city," Gallant muttered. "We weren't able to source the legitimacy."
"Don't play dumb. You're just trying to sweep this whole thing under the rug. You're acting lazy. You care more about your career and rising through the ranks than you do about the American people."
"The second attack could be a hoax," he said. "It could just be some asshole trying to stir some feathers."
"And if it isn't?"
He went silent. "What the hell do you want?" Gallant muttered.
"I want help,"
Price said.
"We have to assume the second attack could occur at any time."
"What are you basing that on?"
"You have to trust me, Director. Will you help or not?"
"Just tell me where you want my agents to be," Gallant said.
"We'll be in touch."
Price hung up and turned to Drake.
"The feds have agreed to help. We'll stop those rogue agents. I know we will."
Drake looked out of the back window of the Escalade and sighed. He had a disconcerted look on his face. Everything seemed too easy. He didn't like it. .39 Moss held Sierra's phone up to her face. She wanted to cry, but knew that if she did, she'd betray her mother. She had to stay strong. He pressed the dial button. It rang once before Price answered.
"Sierra, are you okay?"
Price asked.
"Are you safe?"
"I'm fine,"
Sierra replied. Her voice was unwavering and steady. She was straining herself so hard that it felt like an invisible hand was cutting off the air to her throat.
"The attack is today. It's the president. They want to finish the job. They're going to attack George Washington University Hospital."
"Are you sure?"
"I heard them talking about it," Sierra said. "It's going to happen any second. You need to get there now and stop them."
"Stay safe, Sierra." Just please stop them, Sierra yelled. I can't.
Moss hung up and ended the call. Sierra broke down and moaned. Now, Moss said. There's no need to cry. That was an award-winning performance. You're new to the role of officer, aren't you? I can tell these things about people. It hurts the first time you lie to someone you care about. It will get easier with time. Well, maybe not for you. You won't be alive by the end of all this.
I hope Jason finds you, she said with the little strength she had left. I hope he kills you.
Moss slapped her across the face. The more you fight, the more pain you'll suffer, he said.
Go to hell!
Moss smacked her with his elbow. Her head flung back and went limp. Tex drove the car into a secluded wooded area. It hobbled up and down a narrow path before stopping at the edge of a small creek. Sly jumped out of the vehicle and opened up the trunk. He grabbed a shovel from inside. In the back seat, Moss looked at the still unconscious Sierra. You are so very beautiful, he said. What a pity. He thought about killing her, but he resisted the urge. She needed to stay alive until he had what he wanted, until he was sure his mission was complete. She's out, huh? Tex asked, seeing the passed-out CIA officer beside Moss. Yes, Moss said, stepping out. We should tie her up. Will do, Tex said. Good, Moss said. Sly started to dig up the ground close to where the car was parked. The armored suits and weapons are buried under here, he said to Moss. Once Sierra was secured in the back of the car, Tex waited for Sly to unearth the plastic cases that the two had buried underground. It didn't take Sly long. Tex and Sly had been visiting the site for a week, burying the items 3 feet underground. It was the only way they could transport the weapons and equipment they'd need for the raid without attracting too much attention. Moss helped the two men pull out the buried cases. Once the 6 armored cases were out of the ground, they got to work. They opened each and began the process of getting their gear ready. If they were going to break into a heavily fortified area, they'd need to be dressed for war. Each man had 2 cases. In the first was an explosive ordnance disposal suit, or blast suit, modified for combat. They were the typical outfits worn by personnel who attempted bomb disposal. The heavy armor was meant to protect all parts of the body. Each suit was capable of stopping projectiles flung from an exploded device or fired from a weapon. They were essentially bulletproof vests that covered their whole bodies. Each suit was made from layers of Kevlar, foam, and plastic, and weighed 80 pounds. It took each man about 15 minutes to put them on. When they were done, they looked like astronauts ready to explore the surface of the moon. The translucent helmets were thick and as bulletproof as the armor that covered their bodies, but gave them a good field of vision. In the second case were Negev NG-5 light machine guns, or LMGs, along with enough ammo magazines for them to take on a small army. Once their blast suits were on and their helmets secure, they picked up their LMGs and walked away from the car. Because of the weight of each suit, they moved slow. A small radio inside each suit allowed them to talk to each other. We've got 10 minutes, brothers, Moss said. Do not stop. Do not waver. This is Judgment Day. We will make her pay for her betrayal. Both Sly and Tex nodded. "40. At the western end of the National Mall was the Lincoln Memorial. It was constructed in 1922. The designer was inspired by a Greek Doric temple. It had been the site of numerous historic events, including the famous Dr. Martin Luther King "I Have a Dream" speech. If there was any sacred place in the capital, the Lincoln Memorial was it. Rowan Fox wore a ball cap and dark sunglasses as he looked at the 20-foot-tall statue of the Civil War president. He stared into the stoic and calming eyes of Lincoln. He turned away disgusted. He'd just finished dropping off the final bomb. He'd placed it in a dumpster outside the memorial, in a crumpled-up paper bag. The explosion would be small, indirect. He knew it might not kill anybody, but that wasn't the point. The point was to create chaos. He'd planted over 200 similar bombs all over the city. He noticed a young family walk past him. They looked nervous, probably because the capital had just been attacked almost a week earlier. Yet they were still in the capital, visiting the tourist sites, doing what good citizens were supposed to do in times of crisis. Carry on. He snickered and pulled out his phone. He called Moss. The final bomb is set, he said. Good, Moss said. When you're far enough away, ignite it. Do you want me to ignite them all? Is our operation a go? Are you making your way toward the AO? Yes. Rowan hung up and looked back at the memorial. The family that had passed him approached the garbage can with the bomb inside. Rowan watched with glee as the father tossed a bunch of junk from inside a backpack he was carrying. Rowan opened an app on his phone and held his breath. He hit a button marked Activate. The garbage can exploded. Cries of panic echoed throughout the National Mall. People ran or ducked for cover. Rowan walked away. He made his way to the car he'd rented and opened the door. As he got inside, he heard the sounds of more explosions pop throughout the city. Some of the bombs he'd planted were bigger than others. They sounded tiny, like fireworks. Car alarms, sirens, cries for help enveloped the city. He texted Moss. There was no turning back now. "41. Drake and Price were in the back of the Escalade, stuck in heavy DC traffic when the explosions started.
What the hell?
Price said. That sounded close, Drake said. The force of the explosion shook the vehicle. The SUV came to a stop. It's the hospital, Drake said. We need to get to George Washington University Hospital. The attack that Sierra told you about has started. I can get to him. Rattled, Price nodded. She looked in horror at the scene out on the street. A cafe's front windows were shattered. Bits and pieces of debris lay on the concrete sidewalk. She thought she saw a severed arm beside a stop sign. People still holding their coffees stumbled out of the cafe, their faces covered in blood, their clothes torn. Traffic is bad. We'll never get to the hospital in time, Drake grunted. He grabbed hold of the door handle.
What are you doing?
I'm going to secure the president.
How?
I've got weapons in my duffel bag. Just make sure some federal agents meet me at the entrance. If that's where Terminus are, then I'll need help. Price wanted to disagree with him, but she knew the clock was ticking. The bombs had to be a sign that the second attack had begun. Sierra's warning had proven to be true.
Be safe, Jason.
Just get back to Langley and make sure you stop them if I fail, he said. He ran out of the vehicle and opened up the Escalade's trunk.
Are those weapons licensed?
Price yelled from the back seat, looking at what Drake had pulled out of his bag. No, he grunted. He slammed the door of the trunk before she could respond. Inside his duffel bag was an M4 with an attached scope, 2 handguns, and an armored vest. He put on the vest, strapped the M4 over his shoulder, and holstered the handguns to his belt. Without thinking twice, he ran through the cold capital streets toward the hospital. The faces of the citizens he passed were terror-stricken. No one noticed the weapons he was carrying. They were too focused on survival to notice anything. The popping sounds of more explosions continued. There were hundreds of bombs scattered throughout the city. Drake knew their purpose. They were diversionary. They were meant to distract and thin out the response to their central target. Equipped with his gear, he made his way to the hospital, sprinting the entire way. Once there, he searched for the federal agents he'd requested from Price. They were easy to find. They were all dressed in blue jackets, with the FBI logo on the back, in big, bold yellow letters. He ran up to them. My name is Jason Drake. I'm CIA, he said. I'm here to help you secure the president. The FBI agents looked as scared as the citizens running left and right on the streets. What should we do? One of them asked. His voice was shaky and anxious. Just listen to me and do what I tell you, Drake said. Do we know where the president is? He's on the top floor. Okay, Drake responded. Once we get him, we need to get the hell out of here before we're attacked. The federal agents nodded. Drake led them into the hospital. As he walked into the lobby, he lifted his M4. He needed to be ready for anything. "42. Price arrived back at Langley and made her way up to Emergency Command, a large office on the top floor of the George Bush Center for Intelligence. A small team met her at the entrance to the office. The Capitol is under attack, one of her aides said. Bombs, hundreds. We've got casualties all over the city.
I know,
Price said.
The attack is being orchestrated by a group of ex-CIA operatives. Did the feds agree to work with us? Are they sharing communication channels?
Yes, an aide said. Director Gallant has men on the ground with our man in the field.
Send as many officers from Langley as we can to assist,
Price said.
Send every security officer, everyone with a gun.
The aide nodded. Emergency command looked like something out of NASA's Johnson Space Center during a launch. There were hundreds of computer monitors on desks and 2 large screens along a long and high wall at the front of the room. The screens portrayed numerous live news reports. As she walked to her office, Price watched the reports from her periphery. When she saw the live casualty estimate, she wanted to throw up. The NPDC was already estimating that at least 300 people were dead. It had been less than an hour since she had stepped out of the private jet.
"You'd better do your damn job, Jason,"
she muttered under her breath as she walked into the makeshift office set up for her. The group of aides that had followed her from the Escalade up to emergency command looked at her, waiting for direction.
"Keep an eye on George Washington University Hospital," she said. "I want to know as soon as the president is secure. Make sure that everyone capable is on the scene. We don't need to protect Langley right now. We need to protect the president. He's their target."
Her aides nodded and left her alone. It was complete pandemonium. Price rubbed her face. The sooner she heard about the situation in the hospital, the better she'd feel. "43. Drake guided the team of blue-coated federal agents through the hallways of the hospital. The security on site, the president's existing guard, met Drake and the other FBI agents at the entrance of the president's ward. As Drake walked into the room, he began to feel a hint of doubt. It seemed too simple, too easy. Still, the president's security was all that mattered at that moment. He helped the federal agents roll the president's hospital bed out of the room and down the hall toward the elevators. The president's bed was attached to a series of machines that were keeping him alive. Moving through the chaotic and dense hospital halls was difficult. "What's the status of the situation?" Drake asked a nearby agent. "Any word on the attackers? Have they entered the city?" The agent shrugged. "So far we've just got explosions. No armed attackers." Drake thought about what the agent said. No armed attackers. Something was off. Something wasn't right. Terminus officers moved quickly. When the bombs started to go off, that was when they would move in. They'd seize advantage of the chaos. The fact that they hadn't was more than unnerving. An elevator dinged and the doors opened. Jake and the agents pushed the president inside. He looked down at the president, who was attached to a ventilator and was unconscious. Poor bastard. He'd met the man months ago and had shaken his hand. Roy Clarkson seemed like a different kind of animal compared to the usual beast that inhabited the halls of the Capitol buildings. A white bandage was wrapped around the president's neck, and a thick tube was stuck down his throat. The machines providing the president's life support were all high-tech, top of the line. By the look of the bandage, it looked like half of Clarkson's neck had been blown off. It was a nasty injury, and it was going to change him forever. When the elevator doors opened again, Drake and the rest of the federal agents rolled Clarkson's bed out into an underground parking garage. An armored van was waiting for them, one large enough to hold the equipment they were moving. Once Clarkson was inside, Drake stepped into the vehicle and looked out the van's windows as it emerged from the garage. Once above ground, the van was surrounded by an entourage of MPDC police vehicles. They were to escort the president to a new, more secure location. "Any word from Langley?" Drake asked. "Nothing," one of the agents said. Drake shook his head. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. "44. The entourage escorting the president moved him to a secure bunker located 60 feet beneath the Smithsonian Museum. It had been built in the 60s at the height of the Cold War as a safe house for the president in case a nuclear attack was imminent. The entry point was close to where museum shipments usually came in. The entrance looked indiscernible from a regular shipping door, but that was the point. The bunker was attached to the main building of the Smithsonian, but led straight downward. To get the doors open required a special access federal government ID card, a verified biometric eye scan, and a password that changed every day. The vehicle came to a standstill at the entrance, and the driver pulled up to a small scanner. He slid his card through and looked toward a pinhole eye scanner. When the light turned green, a voice sounded through a small, tinny-sounding speaker. "Code? Moses underwater." The shipping doors pulled open automatically, and they drove inside the bunker. The road inside was steep and winding, and when it finally leveled off, another security checkpoint waited for them. This one was manned. 2 heavily armed individuals approached the driver and looked inside. Drake had heard about such locations during his training at the CIA, but he'd never been in one. He knew they were located all over the city and country. The president always needed a safe location to hide in case of an attack. Once they were securely in the bunker, Drake helped the feds unload President Roy Clarkson and his life support. The whole ordeal from the hospital to the bunker took less than 5 minutes. They'd been trained to do their job, and they'd done it well.
Was the hospital even attacked?
Drake asked. The federal agent closest to him shook his head.
No, he said. The hospital was one of the few places not bombed. It's bizarre, right?
Drake cursed under his breath. He was beginning to put the pieces together. The president wasn't the target. He couldn't have been.
Wait a minute,
the agent who'd driven the van said. He was on his phone. It sounded like something big was happening. He looked at Drake and then the rest of the agents.
We're needed. Langley is under attack. The George Bush Center for Intelligence is reporting heavy fire.
Damn it, Drake grunted. They'd been duped. The CIA and the FBI had been fooled. The president was not the target. It was Langley. "45.
The president is secure," one of Price's assistants said to her. "We just confirmed with the FBI. The explosions have stopped in the city. It looks like this thing is all over."
Price exhaled for the first time since getting off of the jet at the airbase. It had been a damn whirlwind.
"Thank God,"
she said.
"And the hospital? How bad is it? How many are dead?"
"Bad?" the assistant asked.
"Yes. The president was being held there. He was the target of the attack. Did we manage to take down any of the attackers?"
"The hospital wasn't attacked."
"What?"
Price was confused.
"But we had intel—"
She froze. As soon as she'd come to the realization that the president wasn't the target of the attack, she felt the floor shake. The blinds on the windows rattled. Dust that had been settled became disturbed.
"Was that an explosion?"
her assistant asked. Price pulled out her pistol. She checked that it was loaded and the safety was off.
"How vulnerable are we?"
she asked.
"We sent most of the security to the downtown core to help neutralize the threat. We're very vulnerable." "Tell everyone to grab whatever weapon they can," she shouted. "Alert the feds that Langley is under attack."
Drake made his way out of the bunker with the federal agents. They were in the same van that they'd brought the president in with. FBI radio chatter blared on the walkie-talkies of every agent. They were receiving code reds. The CIA headquarters had been bombed, and shooting had been reported on the scene.
"We need to get there as quickly as we can,"
Drake hollered at the driver.
"The men that attacked the president, that bombed the city, they're going to be at Langley."
The federal van roared down the capital's streets. It squealed onto the George Washington Memorial Parkway, almost falling on its side numerous times since the driver took turns too sharply. Drake's instructions to not take his foot off the gas had been taken quite literally. It took them 25 minutes to get to Langley's main building. Once there, they saw the extent of the damage. It looked like a war zone. Drake jumped out of the van when it was parked and ran toward the building. He didn't wait for the federal agents to follow, partly because he didn't want to risk their lives, partially because he was overcome by bloodlust. He held onto his M4 and jumped over the cars that littered the parking lot. When he got to the front doors, he saw the first signs of conflict. Bodies were splayed out in the lobby of the building. The front doors were blown open. Brain matter and glass were sprinkled across the concrete like confetti. The blood of those killed was splattered in a grotesque and evil fashion. Men and women holding briefcases or weapons were dead. By the nature of their wounds, it was clear that the Terminus officers were using heavy weaponry, light machine guns. Drake stepped into the building cautiously. The fluorescent lights inside flickered, and the elevators said they were out of service. He made his way to the stairwell and began to go up the stairs. That was where he saw the first signs of life. Agency employees were huddled in the stairwell, panicked, scared.
"When did the shooting start?"
Drake asked one of them.
"About 30 minutes ago,"
a young woman said.
"They bombed us and began firing almost immediately afterward. They're dressed in some sort of impenetrable armor. They're unstoppable."
"Just stay here," Drake said. "Don't confront them. You won't win."
He ran up the stairwell. It was all beginning to make sense. He knew what they wanted. They wanted Price. "46. Moss's phone buzzed. It was Rowan. The bombs had gone off without a hitch. According to the FBI communication channels that Rowan was listening to, the feds were about to enter the hospital. Everything was going to plan. The diversion had worked. It was like clockwork. Moss turned to Sly and Tex and said, "We've created order out of complete chaos. Are you ready to get what we came here for?" The two men nodded. They emerged from the thick Langley Oaks Park slowly. The George Bush Center for Intelligence loomed in the distance. They chewed up all opposition as they made their way inside. They moved almost without stopping, unleashing round after round from their LMGs. Anything that moved was a target. They pushed through the lobby, went up the stairwell, and finally toward the emergency command room. On the top floor they faced some pushback, although even then it wasn't much. It was evident that most of the more capable officers had been sent to help the FBI downtown. The only people protecting the Langley campus were the usual security guards that walked the halls every day. One of the problems with being a security guard in a place like the George Bush Center for Intelligence was that the building was rarely under threat of attack. Security was a relatively simple and mindless job. So much of it had become automated in recent years that many of the guards themselves questioned their relevance. However, only to a certain extent. They still wanted the paycheck, after all. Moss unleashed an entire magazine into a security guard, ensuring that his mutilated body would be damaged enough to discourage anyone else from firing. He then ordered Tex and Sly down the hallway toward the entrance of the command center. The two men slowly moved toward their target when a grenade was tossed from someone hiding around a corner. Their armored suits took the brunt of the explosion, but it had gone off close enough to both men that it briefly slowed them down. Both men lifted their LMGs and fired until they were sure that whoever had fired was a pulp of human flesh. Moss joined them in the hallway. She was alone in the office, hiding under her desk. The officers and analysts working in the main command room fought valiantly, but they couldn't put a dent in them. They were gunned down like pigs in a slaughter. Price heard them as they marched deliberately toward her office. She fired a few shots at them as they entered. Their suits rendered the bullets useless. Moss casually walked up to her. "Long time no see, Katie," he said. "Do you know who we are?" Price stared at them. They looked like explorers from another world. Their suits were so large and strange. Moss began to take his suit off. The next phase of the operation required them to be more nimble. Slow in, quick out. Sly and Tex kept their LMGs aimed at Price as Moss stepped out of the blast suit. Getting out of the suits was a lot quicker than getting in them.
"What the hell are you after?"
she asked.
"What's this about?"
"What is this about?" he laughed. "This is about your sins. You tried to kill us." Price looked around the emergency command room. Everyone was dead.
"The CIA tried to kill you. I didn't,"
she said.
"But what does that matter now? You've just murdered hundreds, maybe more."
"There is no proper way to quantify the hate I have for you," he said. "How many lives could we have saved if the CIA kept us in their employ? Those sheep who died today are casualties of your choices. We are simply the arbiters of justice."
"This isn't justice,"
he laughed. By this point, Tex and Sly were out of their blast suits. "We should go," Tex said.
"So get it over with,"
Price said to Moss.
"You've won. Get your revenge. Kill me."
"This isn't about revenge," he said. "This is retribution. You're coming with us."
"What?"
Moss approached her and pulled out a small needle from the inside lapel of his jacket. He stabbed it into her neck and rendered her unconscious. She fell to the ground almost immediately. 47. Like the lobby below, the top floor of the George Bush Center for Intelligence was littered with the dead. Those alive were either dying, injured, or too afraid to come out from wherever they were hiding. The walls outside the entrance were scorched, the windows shattered, bullet holes were everywhere. "Kate!" he yelled. "Kate, are you in here?" He searched through the large room. He checked every body on the floor. He found the blast suits they'd used inside an office. She was gone. "Damn," he grunted. He strapped his M4 over his shoulder and punched a wall. He was too late. In the hallway he heard voices. He went out to meet them. A group of CIA personnel, emboldened by the quiet, had decided to come out and act all brave. When they saw Drake, they lifted their weapons.
"Put your hands up," one of them yelled at Drake. "Put your weapons down and get on your knees."
Drake complied. With his hands in the air, he shouted, "I'm here to help. My name is Jason Drake. I'm looking for Kate Price. I believe she's in danger."
"Are you CIA?"
one of them said.
"I was." "What does that mean?"
"It means nothing, but I know the men who attacked the building are the same as me," he said. "How do you think they knew the layout of the building so well? I can stop them."
"We heard that they were dressed in armor," the man said. "You can't stop them."
"They took it off. It's in there." Drake gestured his head back toward emergency command. "They're on the move. You need to let me go stop them." One of the officers heard chatter in his inner ear radio. He turned to the man speaking to Drake and whispered in his ear. The man closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He nodded at the officers, a signal to lower their weapons.
"My name is Aaron Deneau," he said. "I'm a junior analyst in the tech department. Those monsters just killed 3 other officers in the parking lot. They're headed northwest into the woods."
Drake was still on his knees, his hands above his head.
"Can I stand up?"
he asked. Deneau nodded.
"I'm sorry. This is a tense moment."
"Just stay here," Drake said. "I'll take care of them." He picked up his M4 from the floor and put it over his shoulder.
"Take this,"
one of the officers said. He handed Drake a grenade launcher.
"It's only got 2 rounds, but that should help."
Drake grinned. "Thank you."
"They've probably got a 10-minute lead on you,"
Deneau said.
"I'll get them."
He then ran down the hallway and let Deneau and the other officers continue their search for survivors. Once outside, he sprinted toward Langley Oaks. The grenade launcher was going to help, but only a little bit. He hopped over a chain-link fence that surrounded the campus, crossed a small road, and ran into the woods. 48. The forest within Langley Oaks Park was dense and rocky. Drake leaped over the roots of the ancient trees that inhabited the space. He hurried over the rocks that jutted out from within the soil. The forest floor was a patchwork of melting snow, mud, and stone. Brown, white, and gray blotches were scattered along the terrain. It was within a patch of snow that he found the first traces of his brothers. A thick and heavy footprint gave away their position. Based on its freshness, Drake knew they were close. He slowed his pursuit, crouched low, and listened. 5 minutes later, he found them. They were by a small creek. A small car was parked on the opposite side of it. Tex and Sly were holding Kate Price, her body laid like a rag doll. Drake used the thick tree trunks as cover and approached, lifting the grenade launcher, checking that it was ready to fire. He had to be careful. He listened to Moss, Tex, and Sly as he maneuvered his way down the slope toward the creek.
"I've just set the explosives. The whole site will detonate in 5 minutes. Are you ready?"
Moss asked.
"Yes," Tex said.
"Good," Moss said. He lifted his phone and spoke to someone that Drake could only assume was Rowan.
"Yes, of course."
"Good." Moss turned to Tex and Sly, who were busy monitoring the forest. "Rowan has the boat. We're good to go." Sly chuckled. "It'll be nice to be done with this." "You must remain focused," Moss said. "We're not out of the woods yet." Tex looked in the back of the car.
"The girl? You want to take her with us? A reward, you know?"
"No," Moss said. "Leave her in the car. Let the explosion kill her. I'm tired, and I don't want Rowan complaining that we're taking too many with us."
"Can I kill her then?"
Sly asked.
"Ever since she took a bite out of my leg, I've been fantasizing about putting a bullet in her brain."
"No," Moss snapped. "A gunshot in the woods would attract too much attention."
"But the explosion will make noise."
"The explosion is timed to go off when we get to the Potomac. It's meant to distract any federal agents or police officers on our trail." Sly grunted. Drake continued to dart from tree to tree. He rested his back up against a pine. He wanted to be close enough that he'd be able to fire the grenades from the launcher with a confident level of accuracy. He peeked around the trunk that was providing him cover. They were about 20 yards away.
"Should we expect him?"
Tex asked. "Who?" Moss replied. "You know who." "Jason." Drake smiled when he heard his name. He knew they probably figured him alive after they didn't hear from Sloane. "Don't worry about Jason," Moss said. "If he comes, we'll kill him. There's 3 of us. Come on, let's go to the river. Rowan should be there soon." Drake thought about firing, but resisted the urge. He had to be 100% about this shot. With only 2 grenades, he didn't have much of an advantage. He couldn't waste what little he had. He waited for them to leave, and then crossed the creek toward the car they'd rigged with explosives. He approached the vehicle slowly. They said it was 5 minutes before it exploded. Drake peeked into the back seat window and saw Sierra strewn out on the back seat. He smashed it open and stuck his arm in to unlock the door. He carried her 50 yards from the soon-to-be-exploding car. When he placed her on the ground, the car exploded. The sound awoke Sierra.
"Where am I?"
she said. "You're safe," Drake grunted.
"Jason, is that you? Am I dead?"
"No," he said. "You're not that lucky."
"They have my mother. They used her against me. They made me lie to you. They made me tell you things that weren't true."
"You did what you had to do," Drake said.
"Stay here and stay low. I imagine some MPDC or FBI agents will be swarming this area soon."
"Where are you going?"
"I'm going to get Kate. I'm going to stop them." "49. A small white motorboat glided toward the shores of the southern bank of the Potomac River. From within the dense brush of Langley Oaks, Moss, Sly, and Tex emerged. They approached the boat that Rowan brought to shore. "Is she alive?" Rowan asked, a shocked look on his face when he saw Moss carrying Price. "Thought you were going to kill her." "I want to present her alive to Dr. Spector. He'll want to kill her himself. After all the stress we're putting him through, I'm sure he'll appreciate it." Rowan sighed. "Put her in the back. We need to leave." Sly and Tex helped Moss toss her inside. Rowan looked at her. "What'd you give her?" "Enough drugs to keep her out until we get to New Jersey," Moss said. Rowan smiled. "Did anyone follow you out of Langley?" "We killed a couple officers in the parking lot," Tex grunted. "That was it." "Not talking to you," Rowan snapped. "Relax," Moss said to Rowan. "We're safe." "Jason? You know he's somewhere in the city. She brought him here. He could be watching us right now." "Don't be a fool," Moss said. "If he were here, he would have attacked us by now." Sly looked back toward the woods, which were up on a slope. They were 30 yards from its edge. "No one followed us," Sly said. That was when, from within the thick of the woods, they heard the empty swallowing sound of a grenade launcher fire. The grenade landed close to Sly and sent him flying. His body was peppered with fragments. Tex ran to Sly's side. Sly writhed, his skull etched with wounds. His eyes rolled to the back of his head. "What the hell?" Rowan shouted. He pulled up an automatic A4 rifle that he had in the boat and sprayed the forest with fire, giving Moss enough time to hop inside and seek cover. Tex picked up a handgun and fired toward where he thought the grenade launcher fired from. Bits and pieces of bark splintered. Dozens of birds flew out of the trees and looked for safer, quieter abodes. "Get the body and get in the boat," Moss yelled to Tex. "I'll cover you." Tex dropped his gun and picked up Sly. He dragged the 200-pound brute to the boat. "We need to get the hell out of here," Rowan yelled. Moss scanned the woods. He squinted his eyes and focused on the dark areas between the trees. He saw a figure. He lifted a rifle and waited for the figure to stop moving. "Is that you, Jason?" he said between gritted teeth. The dark figure stopped moving. Whoever they were lifting the grenade launcher, getting ready to fire. Moss pulled down on the trigger of his rifle. The thunk-like sound of the grenade launcher fired, but Moss's shot had thrown the shooter's aim off. The grenade landed in the water and exploded. Moss then helped Tex pull Sly's body into the boat. "He's not breathing," Tex said. "He's not breathing." "Just get in the damn boat," Rowan hollered. "We need to go." "No," Moss said. He jumped out and walked onto shore. "If it is him, I want to end this. I'm tired of him spoiling things for us. He's the reason we suffer. I want him dead." "We have minutes, maybe seconds," Rowan said. "The MPDC will be here soon, along with the feds. You know that. This whole region will be crawling with helicopters and federal agents. This is not the plan." Moss grunted. He knew Rowan was right, but he didn't care. "I know you're out there, Jason. You were always either running or hiding. I'm surprised you managed to take out Sloane. You damn coward." Drake walked out of the forest. 50. Out of grenades and outmanned, Drake had only one option left. He had to try to stall them. Sirens echoed in the distance. It was only a matter of time before the feds were on the scene. He knew what the Terminus officers were trying to do. They were trying to run, escape, flee. All he had to do was make them pause, make them stay a bit longer on the shore of the Potomac, and he might have a shot of ending this. Drake dropped the grenade launcher, lifted his M4, and aimed it at Moss, who was standing on the grassy shoreline. Moss was holding a rifle and aiming it at Drake.
"You call me the coward?" Drake yelled. "You're the one that killed those children in Iraq."
Moss laughed. "Looks like we're in a bit of a stalemate, Jason. I didn't want to believe it was you in those woods. I was hoping it was just some too eager little CIA shit with a grenade launcher and a death wish. And about those children. Fallujah was a success. We killed the man we were supposed to kill. It was a war. Innocents die. It's messy."
"They didn't have to die," Drake said. "We could have done something. We should have tried."
"We completed the mission. We did what we were told to do."
"You coward."
Moss's face turned red. "You call me a coward?" he snapped. "It's because of you that our division fell apart. It's because you killed that senator that we're here today. This is all your fault."
"Keep telling yourself that,"
Drake replied. The sirens in the distance grew louder. "We need to go," Rowan shouted. "Shut up," Moss said to Rowan.
"Why did you take Kate?"
Drake yelled, trying to stall them a little longer.
"Where are you taking her?"
"Far from here," Moss said. "Goodbye, Jason." Moss fired at Drake. Drake dove to his side, and as his body hit the ground, he fired back. Both men missed. Moss, knowing he had a second before Jason could regroup, jumped into the boat. Rowan pulled back on the throttle when his commander was inside, and the boat's engine roared. He steered it down the river, leaving a small path in its wake. Drake stood up, but quickly had to find cover. Tex was firing at him from the boat. From behind a large rock, he watched the boat disappear down the river as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned dark. He had been in the capital for less than 6 hours, and all hell had broken loose. The Terminus agents had Price, and hundreds in the city were dead. He sat down on the shore and exhaled a long, heavy breath. He'd failed. He'd come searching for answers, but so far all he'd found were more questions. "Put your hands up!" An MPDC officer yelled from within the forest. The officer was with 6 other heavily armed men. They were carrying shotguns, rifles, machine guns, and were dressed like they were ready for war, which of course made sense, considering what had happened in the city and at Langley. Drake lifted his hands.
"They got away," he shouted. "The men you're looking for are downriver. You need to send a helicopter after them. Scan the area."
He said it even though he knew it was a false hope. He knew that Moss, Rowan, and Tex were long gone, and he knew that the MPDC wouldn't take action. They'd been late to every response thus far. Moss and the rest of the Terminus agents' operations had gone off almost without a hitch. They'd successfully kidnapped the CIA director, and they had every law enforcement service scrambling to keep up. "You're coming with us, bud," one of the cops said. "Put your arms behind your back."
"God damn it,"
Jason grunted. The cops handcuffed and escorted him back into the woods. He was now at the mercy of the institutions he hated the most. The only way out would be to play along. Hopefully the CIA officers he met in the George Bush Center for Intelligence, or Sierra White, would vouch for him. "51. The Past." Gdansk was a 2-hour drive north of Ufa, deep within the Republic of Bashkortostan, Russia. It was close to the Yama River and was isolated from much of the world, an island in the middle of the great Russian landmass. In the 70s it had been a popular mining town. Massive Soviet apartment complexes had been built up along the city's outskirts. Its most popular feature, a world-class hockey arena, hosted the Soviet Hockey Championship in '77. Unfortunately, once the Soviet Union collapsed, so too did Gdansk's economy. Everyone left the small, cold, helpless city that was located too far from anywhere important. Most of its citizens went to Moscow, St. Petersburg, or nearby Ufa, looking to be part of the new democratic Russia. The only people who remained were either too poor to leave or had no choice. Dr. Khrushchev fit in both categories. He was in his early 20s when the Berlin Wall fell, and he'd just got his medical degree in biochemistry from an illustrious Moscow university. He was top of his class, a very smart young man. At first he was excited about the prospects of a free and democratic Russia. He imagined having opportunities to study abroad at places like Cambridge or Oxford, helping the best minds in the world develop cures for rare diseases. He wanted to help, but after his grandfather grew sick and every good doctor left Gdansk, he had no choice. He had to go home and take care of his family. Yet he figured himself lucky when he discovered that a small military medical research operation was being set up in Gdansk's vacant offices, buildings, and facilities. Military leaders in the newly democratic Russia were eager to move sensitive operations from populated city centers to remote corners of the country. They didn't want the watchful eyes of Western powers interfering with what they believed were matters of national security. They wanted the world to think that Russia wasn't still a threat to the West, even though it was. Khrushchev utilized his connections at his former university and procured a job as a junior research analyst at the operation in Gdansk. With the job, he was able to take care of his grandfather. On his first day, he learned that the army doctors and scientists at the helm of the operation were experimenting with a new kind of gene therapy and human augmentation. His education in biochemistry was considered an asset, yet the more he learned, the more it felt like science fiction. Whether it was his desire to help his family or his purely inquisitive nature, he quickly rose up through the ranks of the military medical operation. Before long, he was heading his own research team. He was even given a lab, one in the recently remodeled hockey arena, the one which hosted the championships and was located just outside the city limits and sat atop a small hill that overlooked the city. His mission at the lab was to oversee the human trials of Dr. Markos Morozov's CRISPR formula, which was the most important experiment in Gdansk. Dr. Morozov was the head of the Russian Health Ministry's military division. He was in charge of the operation at Gdansk and was in charge of every detail. He was meticulous and was Soviet in his approach, which meant he was a damn nuisance. Men and women feared him. He demanded excellence, perfection. Under Dr. Morozov's watchful eye, Khrushchev helmed the human trials of the CRISPR formula, the gene-editing therapy that was supposed to augment a person's physical and mental attributes. If steroids could be put on steroids, that's what the formula was supposed to be. The human trials were slow. A person's body couldn't change overnight and from just one shot. It took many shots and over several years. 5 years passed before the experiment started to get some results. The preliminary data was beyond impressive. Early testing suggested that recipients of the special gene editing therapy had boosted mental cognition, endurance, and physical prowess. It was remarkable. But things quickly turned sour when every one of the recipients of Morozov's experimental therapy grew sick. CRISPR wasn't working the way the great Russian doctor believed it would. Things got worse from there. 6 months after the last shot, all 15 of the individuals who'd received it were dead. It was a tragedy. The men who received the shots were all extremely fit and were some of the most capable men in the main directorate of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation, or more commonly known as the GRU, Russia's equivalent to the CIA. Shortly after receiving the results, the Russian government shut down the CRISPR experiments headed by Morozov, calling them a failure. They pulled funding and closed every operation they had in Gdansk. Khrushchev was once again desperate for work and unsure of his future. That was when Spectre showed up. Khrushchev was with his wife in his small apartment on the 15th floor of a mostly empty building in the middle of the city. It was 3 days after the last government official left the city, signaling the true end of the military medical operation. Khrushchev and his wife sat on the floor of their living room. It was night.
"Should we leave?" he asked her. "We have nothing here. We should head back to Moscow."
His wife's name was Valeria Olinsky. She was 5 years younger than him and very beautiful.
"The people in this city still need a doctor," she said. "Shouldn't we stay?" "We came here to care for my grandfather. He's been dead for 3 years. I only stayed because of the project? The one that failed? What about the people?" We were close to perfecting Dr. Morozov's... It's over, she said, interrupting him. But the preliminary data was amazing, Khrushchev said. I know Dr. Morozov was on to something. He was close. So close. It's a damn shame they've given up so early. If we just reduce the dosage, maybe then... Maybe... This is an opportunity, Alexander. You don't have to work for that madman anymore. He wasn't mad.
Valeria shook her head. She grabbed her husband's hand and held it tightly while she looked him in the eyes.
I know you would never have given those men those shots if you thought it was going to hurt them. I know the type of man you are. Dr. Morozov and those men in the military were not your friends. They betrayed you. They used you. I did what I was told. I was trying to make a difference.
Khrushchev's lower lip trembled.
I didn't want to hurt them. You're right. They were so young. It's okay, she said. But those men aren't like you. They don't value life. They had you helm the trials because they could blame you if things went wrong.
Khrushchev tried to think of something to counter his wife, but he knew she was right. They'd met before he left for university, and she followed him to Moscow during his studies and when he returned to Gdansk. She was the rock of his life and a truly good person. She always reminded him who and what he was.
What should we do then? We should...
There was a knocking at the door. Khrushchev and Valeria looked to the entrance of their apartment, a frightened expression on both of their faces.
It's so late, his wife said to him. Who could it be?
Khrushchev checked his watch. It was 12:15. Was the military back in the city? Were they checking in on him?
I'll go see, he said.
He went to the door and peeked through the keyhole. He saw a man with longish hair who was wearing a long trench coat. He looked academic, albeit scary, in that his eyes were bloodshot.
Who is it?
He shouted. An old friend, the man on the other side of the door said, with a ragged and tired voice. His accent was odd. He definitely wasn't a native Russian speaker.
I have a message from Dr. Morozov. He has a job for you in Moscow. One at the Kremlin.
Khrushchev decided to ignore the strange accent. The Kremlin. A job. A sense of optimism flowed through his body. He opened the door. The man in the trench coat pushed himself inside.
Who are you?
Khrushchev asked.
How do you know Dr. Morozov? Where are you from? What university?
The man in the trench coat walked to the kitchen, grabbed a cup from a drawer, and poured himself a glass of water. He downed the whole cup in one swig.
Who are you?
Khrushchev asked again.
I'm a dead man. The name is Elias Spector. I'm an ex-CIA director looking for an opportunity, and I know you're a desperate doctor who needs help, or so I hear. CIA?
Khrushchev froze. Spector laughed.
I've been monitoring the operation in Gdansk for years. I had a few assets, guards, and officials who were stationed here. They updated me about its progress. I want to know the results. I want to see them for myself. I've heard good things. If you've met Dr. Morozov, then you know that we've failed. You were trying to make a super soldier, right? We were trying to augment the abilities of our men. I wouldn't call them super. I'd call them better. But it's like I said, we failed.
Spector smiled.
Do you have the formulas? Do you know the science? I want everything you have.
I know enough.
Then you're coming with me. I have a helicopter waiting for us outside the city. He will take us to Kazakhstan and then to the U.S. We failed. Every one of our test subjects failed. Were you not listening? I was listening. But you don't know what you had. Dr. Morozov thought highly of you. Men like him tend to tell the truth when a gun is held to their heads. He admitted that the experiments failed, but he said you were close. The only reason the whole operation was shut down was because of how shit your economy is right now. Things aren't looking good for Russia. You want to finish his work? Why can't he finish it? I'm asking you. You want me to go with you and betray my country? I won't. Take Dr. Morozov. This was his passion. This was his... Dr. Morozov is dead, Spector said. What do you mean he's dead? I killed him. What? Spector's eyes narrowed, and his voice turned deadly serious. I want you to think about your future, both the immediate and the long term. Come with me and come to the United States. We'll pick up what you started here. We'll finish it.
You'll be fighting with the good guys this time. Khrushchev looked at Spektor's eyes. There was a madness in them, one not unlike what he saw in Dr. Morozov's. He then saw Valeria walk into the kitchen from the corner of his eye. Spektor pulled out a gun from inside his jacket and aimed it at her. He didn't shoot, but he kept it aimed at her.
"Get back in the room,"
Khrushchev said to his wife.
"Get out of here." "No," she said. "What is this? Who is he? Why is he here?" "If you don't come with me, I'll kill her right now," Spektor said to Khrushchev. "I am a man out of options, and you're my only way to get back to work. If you don't come with me, I can't go back to the CIA. Or rather, I won't go back." "Why? Why do you want me?"
Tears streamed down Khrushchev's face.
"I'm just a simple scientist from a poor city in the middle of nowhere. Let me be."
"You're going to help me," Spektor said, "or you're going to die." Valeria's head shook. She didn't want Khrushchev to take the deal, even if it meant her death. Yet Khrushchev couldn't see his wife killed.
"I will help you,"
Khrushchev said to Spektor. Spektor smiled.
"Excellent. Come with me."
"52. Spektor took Khrushchev and Valeria to the United States and set them up in a small house. He was much friendlier with them both after Khrushchev had agreed to help. He was almost a completely different person. Neither Khrushchev nor Valeria had any living family in Russia, and while they didn't want to betray their fellow countrymen by working with the CIA, they also weren't devout patriots. Still, they knew they couldn't really ever trust Spektor. The ex-CIA director put the Russian couple up in a small house 3 miles west of Martinsburg, West Virginia. It was quaint and overlooked a small river. Spektor then set Khrushchev up in a lab and introduced him to Kate Price and told them their goal: create a team of augmented assassins, of genetically enhanced super spies using Dr. Morozov's CRISPR formula. Khrushchev got to work right away. Before long, he'd learned how to modify Dr. Morozov's lethal formula, albeit slightly. Khrushchev's belief that Morozov's formula was too potent turned out to be true, at least for lab rats. After seeing the results, Spektor knew it was time to push things forward. Khrushchev was hesitant at first, but the man was essentially holding him hostage. Human trials were set up. For a brief second, it looked like everything was finally turning around for Khrushchev and Valeria. Spektor and Price were happy with the Russian doctor's work. Price even mentioned that she'd help him and his wife secure permanent residency in the country. Khrushchev would be lying if he said he wasn't starting to feel at home in West Virginia, that he wasn't starting to think about a future in the United States. Still, he didn't get ahead of himself. The men who'd received the shots, the members of Price's Terminus division, would need to be monitored over several years. The effects would need to be monitored. And after several years, shortly after the final shots were administered and the Terminus officers were sent to an island to quarantine and be examined, Khrushchev felt relieved. He'd been living under fear for years, perhaps since leaving university and heading to Gdansk. He felt he could finally take a breath and start looking toward a future. Things were different for Valeria, however. Since coming to the U.S. from Russia, she had only grown more despondent and more suspicious of everyone around her and her husband.
"He's using you,"
she said to Khrushchev while they were both sitting on their deck of their house. The sun was setting, and the wind made the trees rustle. Khrushchev was nursing a Budweiser and looked at the trees as he spoke to his wife.
"He's using Russia, not us. He's doing what he has to do, and I don't blame him. He's a desperate man." "What happens if the human trials fail?" "They won't." "Why won't they?" "We're at the finish line." "Didn't you get this far last time?"
He nodded.
"Then how is this any different?"
she asked.
"Do you have a contingency plan?" "The men, they will be fine. I just know." "How do you know?" "Don't you trust me?" "You sound foolish. We need to prepare for the worst. This could all go wrong very quickly. You know that." "It won't."
Valeria shook her head.
"We need to be careful. This won't end the way you want it to. Remember Gdansk? We have, for the first time in our lives, a place we can call home," Khrushchev said. "We don't have to worry about warmth and light, and we have each other. You need to focus on the positives, my love."
Valeria looked at him with wide yet empty eyes. He knew she was holding something back. He wasn't telling her the whole truth. She stood up and walked to the bedroom, angry. Khrushchev waved his hand in her direction dismissively.
"Once the human trials are done, you will see how foolish you are,"
he yelled before she slammed the door to the house shut. He finished his beer and fell asleep on his porch. He'd later learn just how wrong he was. Years later.
"You need to leave," Spectre said, his voice in a panic on the telephone. "Head back to Russia, head back to Gdansk, and stay low. I'll meet you there." "What?"
Khrushchev was in his kitchen. He was trying not to look too upset. Valeria was cooking dinner.
"What are you talking about? What's going on?"
he said in a hushed voice.
"One of our Terminus operatives went rogue, killed a senator. They're going to shut this whole operation down when they find out what we did to them. Listen, you just need to get out of here." "When they find out? I thought you said the CIA knew what we were doing." "They knew what they needed to know," Spectre said. "They knew they were creating a team of specialized killers, and that we messed with their DNA. They don't know that you're from Russia. They don't know that this is Soviet theory." "I've created a life in Virginia. I want to start a family here." "The CIA will wipe us out. They'll either imprison us or... Or what?" "What do you think?" "I have a green card. I have a driver's license. I've been in this country for years. Doesn't that mean anything?"
"No," Spectre said. "It doesn't." Weeks later. Khrushchev and Valeria fled the United States. They headed back to the only place they felt safe, Gdansk. The city hadn't changed much. Despite the fact that they hadn't set foot in the place for almost a decade, it looked like nothing had changed. It was snowing when they arrived, and was very cold. They used what money they had to rent an apartment close to the downtown core of the city. Valeria sat on a wooden chair in the kitchen of their new apartment. She looked at her husband and sighed.
"I'm so sorry," Khrushchev said. "I'm sorry for all of this. This is all my fault." "I told you this would all go wrong." "You were right." "I know," she said. "But now we are back where we belong. We are finally free of Dr. Morozov, Spectre, CRISPR, and the CIA."
Khrushchev rubbed his brow and then smiled at his wife. He hadn't told her yet that Spectre would be joining them in Gdansk. He knew what she would say. He simply smiled and grabbed a bottle of vodka. It was midnight and cold. The snow had fallen early that year. Khrushchev walked down a narrow alley toward a small door. A light flickered above it. In the corner of his eyes he saw rats and other vermin scurry into the darkness. Once at the door, he knocked. It opened. "I've been here for 2 days," Spectre said. "I was about to come to your apartment." "You can't," Khrushchev said. "You can't. I haven't told Valeria that you're here. She'll kill me. She thinks I am done with this." Spectre smiled. "She really doesn't like me, eh?" "You aimed a gun at her when we first met." "Oh yeah, I forgot." Spectre winked at Khrushchev. "Follow me." The two men walked down a stairwell into the basement of an old brick building. At the base of the stairwell, Spectre turned to Khrushchev and asked, "Are you ready?" Khrushchev was agitated. "What is this? What are we doing? The other Terminus officers, where are they?" Spectre chuckled and opened the door. "Go inside," he said to the Russian doctor. Khrushchev walked into the room. He couldn't see a thing. Spectre flicked a light switch on the wall. "Oh my God," Khrushchev said. At the opposite end of the room were 5 Terminus officers. They stood with their hands behind their backs and looked like they were waiting for orders from Spectre. "At ease, boys," Spectre said. "What are they doing here?" Khrushchev said. "They're here to help us." "If the Russian government finds out about this, then we will all be killed. You can't keep them here. They were CIA assassins." "It will be fine." "And why is that?" "Because the Russian government already knows," Spectre said. "They've agreed to let us stay here as long as you help start up the lab you once oversaw. The Russian government was impressed with the data I shared. They liked what they saw. They want us to create an army of soldiers for them, just like you did for the CIA." "You killed Dr. Morozov, and now you're working for the Russian government?" "It's how the world works," Spectre said. "And anyway, I lied to you. Dr. Morozov isn't dead. You're coming with me. You're going to help me."
Help you with what?
Spectre smiled.
You'll see.
"53. Present. That's clear you've had a rough go of it, mate," Colt said to Khrushchev. His hands gripped the steering wheel of the Jeep they'd picked up from the farmhouse. Alexei was fast asleep in the back seat. The three had been traveling for over 24 hours. Each of them had took turns behind the wheel, sharing stories, revealing why and how they ended up at the Gulag. "I want to know more. Me and Alexei are risking our butts for you. Tell me what you expect to find in Gdansk. I need to know everything." Khrushchev looked at him wearily and shook his head.
I told you. I want to find my wife. Isn't that enough?
You haven't told us how you ended up in the Gulag. You haven't told me why you hate Elias Spectre. I want to know what I'm in for, mate.
I'm done talking about my past.
No, Colt said. You're not. He turned from the road and looked at the back seat. Alexei was snoring. He then looked at Khrushchev. Your story put the young chap to sleep. You're leaving out the good parts. I know you are. You better not be wasting that young man's time. He risked his neck to save us, and he has a family.
When we get to Gdansk, I'll tell you the rest, Khrushchev said, looking out of the window. I don't want to talk about the past anymore in the car. It makes me feel sick.
They were close to Gdansk. They'd be in the city in the next 30 minutes. The landscape undulated. The road twisted and turned. The foothills surrounding Gdansk were odd, almost unnatural. The landscape was barren, no trees, and short grass. You don't get that luxury, Colt said. You need to tell me everything you know. I want to make sure I know what's at stake.
I just want my wife.
You think she's still there?
Yes,
Khrushchev said. And why is that? Khrushchev sighed.
You won't shut up, will you?
Colt chuckled. No, he said. I'm a real pain in the ass. Haven't you learned that yet?
Fine. I will tell you the rest of my story. I'll tell you what happened after I came back to Gdansk with Valeria, and how I ended up in the Gulag.
The past. It felt like Khrushchev had traveled back in time. Everything in Gdansk was as it had been before he'd left with Spectre and gone to the U.S. to work with the CIA. He and Valeria were even back in their old apartment. And like before, he was stationed in the hockey arena that had been turned into a lab, and was once again working under Dr. Morozov, albeit this time in a much more intimate capacity. The former top Soviet doctor was no longer in control of the operation, and seemed angry and paranoid. One night, while Khrushchev and Morozov worked in the basement of the lab, Morozov brought up what was bothering him, and why he was no longer in control of the recently revitalized operation. Morozov looked down at a spreadsheet on a desk and rubbed his brow. He stared at the numbers, squinting his eyes. The room was poorly lit. Khrushchev was in the corner, setting up a series of beakers for the next day's tests.
Did he tell you I was dead?
Morozov asked. It almost sounded like a mumble. Due to how quiet the lab was, Khrushchev heard Morozov's low voice, and turned from the beakers to look at his former boss. The two men had hardly spoken since he'd returned.
Yes,
he said. Morozov looked up. He looked almost startled.
What did he tell you? He told me you thought I was talented. He told me that you thought I knew everything about this CRISPR tech. He said he killed you.
And you believed him?
Was I not supposed to?
Morozov laughed and stared at the piece of paper in front of him.
When I told Elias about you, I felt like you would ignorantly lead him on. I thought you would fail. I knew what he wanted. He wanted to steal our technology. He wanted to steal my formula. That's why I made a deal with him. I didn't know it would go so wrong.
What do you mean?
I mean that Elias is the enemy. He's no friend. He made me an asset years ago, and I had no choice but to help him when he came asking. He had dirt on me and knew how to make me do his bidding. He's ruthless, you know. He's sick. When he told me he wanted the CRISPR tech I was working on in Gdansk, I told him I had no idea how it worked. I played dumb. I gave him your name. I was trying to lead him astray. I thought you knew nothing. I thought you were just some administrator Moscow had sent down to Gdansk to keep a watchful eye on me. If I'd known that you understood biochemistry, I wouldn't have given him your name.
I didn't realize.
You idiot, Morozov said. How did you do it? How did you modify my formula? How did you reduce the dosage while maintaining the efficacy? The men, the ones that you injected with the CRISPR tech for the CIA, they're all still alive? How? How did you do it? All our men died.
I just changed things. I lowered...
Stop playing stupid. Tell me the truth. Elias shared with me the results. I saw how magnificent they were. The men who received those shots showed better results on almost every test, despite receiving half the dosage. How did you do it?
I told you how I did it.
Yet we've been here for weeks in Gdansk and I haven't seen a single result to back up anything you've said or told me. It looks like you know nothing. Was it a fluke? Did you simply get lucky? Did you guess? Do you have any idea what you're doing?
I told you what I did. I've shown you my formulas. You have everything.
While Morozov was a frail man, he was stronger than he looked. He lunged at Khrushchev and grabbed him by the neck. The younger scientist fell to the floor. Morozov fell with him, somehow still with both of his hands wrapped around Khrushchev's neck.
"How did you do it?" Morozov screamed. "Tell me!"
I can't...
"Breathe," Morozov said, with an almost twisted glee. "Good. Do you have any idea the hell I've been through? After I gave you up to Elias, I had to go into hiding. I had to disappear, give up everything. The Kremlin had eyes on me. They suspected me a CIA asset for a long time. I had to wait until the smoke had died out before I could return from the shadows. I was one of Russia's top doctors, but I had to hide in Belarus, hoping to hear that either Elias was dead or you had failed and the CIA project was put on hold. I didn't know what was going to come first."
Khrushchev's face started to turn blue, and Morozov tightened his grip. His lengthy, bony fingers dug deep into Khrushchev's neck. He only stopped when one of the guards in the facility heard the scuffle from outside the lab doors and ran into the room and kicked Morozov in the stomach, causing the older scientist to release his grip and fall onto his back. Gasping for air, Khrushchev pushed himself up. He looked up at the young guard and said,
"Thank you."
Morozov lay on his back and stared at the ceiling.
"I'm going mad," he said. "This whole experiment is driving me mad. I don't know how you did it. I don't know what you did. You were supposed to fail. You weren't supposed to succeed."
Despite the fact that the man had just tried to kill him, Khrushchev felt sorry for the older man.
"Your formula was good," he said. "I just modified it. I removed what I could. I cut it down to its essential."
Morozov turned and looked at Khrushchev. There was a defeated look on his face.
"I don't believe you."
To keep herself busy through the day, Valeria volunteered at a local orphanage. It was one set up by the Russian military and gave a home to children who'd been abandoned in Syria. The children, the military said, had been brought to Gdansk as a lure of sorts, to coax couples who wanted children to come to the beleaguered city from other, more populated city centers. It felt wrong, but Valeria wanted to help. Plus, it helped her keep her mind off her husband. She was very worried about Khrushchev. He'd been very quiet about his work since returning to Russia. While volunteering at the orphanage, she grew particularly fond of one baby girl. She had blue eyes and sharp features, and looked unlike the other children. She was young, vulnerable, and beautiful. The nurses at the orphanage called her Oksana. Valeria and Oksana grew close over the weeks she worked at the orphanage. So close, in fact, that she wanted to bring up the subject of adoption with Khrushchev. She told Khrushchev about Oksana the night of the day that Morozov tried to strangle him.
"Adoption?" he asked. "Are you crazy?" "Why is that crazy?" "Do you know the stress I am under? I don't have time." "I need this. She needs us. But we may need to leave."
A startled look appeared on Valeria's face.
"Leave? What do you mean?" "Dr. Morozov tried to kill me today." "Why did he do that?" "He's jealous. He's gone mad. We need to prepare for the worst." "But this is our home. Where will we go? Back to America? You know we can't do that. We know too much."
Khrushchev embraced her and kissed her forehead.
"I wish we could stay. I'm sorry for all this. I became a doctor to help people, but I found myself in a situation that I just couldn't control."
Valeria looked at her husband and saw the sadness in his eyes.
"What about Elias? He'll protect you. He'll look after you. You said yourself that he's in charge of this operation. If Dr. Morozov has gone mad, then you need to tell Elias. Elias might be just as mad, Khrushchev said. I don't know if I can trust him. Remember that night he came to us? He was going to kill us if we didn't agree to help. But that was when you thought he'd killed Dr. Morozov. It's not just that, Khrushchev said. I don't understand Elias. He was a CIA director. He was an enemy of the Kremlin, yet now he's working for them. The Russian government seems to have welcomed him with open arms. They've refunded the medical experiments in Gdansk and put him in charge. A CIA director working for the Russian government? It doesn't make sense. You need to talk to him. We have nowhere to run. If you don't fix this here, we will have nothing.
Khrushchev sighed and nodded.
If this fails, then we will have to run. Just talk to him.
Okay, he said. Valeria looked at her husband's face. He looked defeated. He walked to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and grabbed a beer. He opened it and sat on the couch.
And the adoption?
She asked.
Really, Valeria? Were you not listening?
Khrushchev looked up at her.
We can't adopt a child.
The next day was Khrushchev's last in Gdansk. A blizzard raged over the hockey arena turned genetics lab. It was mid-afternoon, and Khrushchev walked from one repurposed building to the next, trudging through 3-foot-deep snow, keeping his chin tucked close to his chest to avoid the worst of the winds. He made his way to the main building, which was the old arena. He had arranged a meeting with Spectre. He wanted to talk about Dr. Morozov. He stomped his feet on the concrete floor after entering the building. Thick clumps of snow fell off and pooled onto the floor. After hanging his jacket inside a closet and rubbing his hands together to warm them up, he walked up the stairwell of the building. Spectre's office was in what had been the press booth of the arena. It overlooked what had been the ice surface, but had been transformed into a large, wide, open area, crammed full with medical tents and lab assistants. Those on the ground floor were preparing for something. Khrushchev knocked on Spectre's office door. "Come in," he shouted. Khrushchev walked inside and saw Spectre overlooking the arena through his office's wide, large window. The ex-CIA director wore a long, black leather jacket. "What is this about?" Spectre asked. "Is there another delay?" "No," Khrushchev said. "Good. We need to prepare for mass production." "Mass production?" Khrushchev walked hesitantly toward a free chair in the large office and sat down. "What do you mean, mass production?" Spectre turned from the window and smiled at Khrushchev. "President Sergei Makarov wants us to inject his entire army with your stuff." His army? The Russian president? You're talking to him?" "Yes," Spectre said. "I've been chatting with him one-on-one since my arrival. He's very interested in your tech. I told him what we did at Langley. He's convinced. Why else do you think he let a former CIA director into his country and gave him access to a secret biomedical lab?" The world felt like it was collapsing in all around Khrushchev. If President Makarov was involved, then there was no way out. Makarov was a dictator. What he said was law in Russia. He knew he had to be very careful. "You look worried," Spectre said. "I thought you would be excited about this." "Sorry, sir," Khrushchev said. "I'm just a little overwhelmed. It's a lot to process. You were a CIA director, and now you're working for the Russian government. I guess I'm struggling to come to terms with all this change." Spectre chuckled. "I guess we haven't had much time to chat since we've set this all up, eh? I'm sorry for that. That's my fault." Spectre sat behind his desk and stared at Khrushchev. His eyes were intense and focused. He didn't blink once. He looked almost drugged. "Langley shut down Terminus. They made me their enemy." "I'm so sorry." "Did I tell you how they tried to shut us down?" Khrushchev shook his head. "No. They tried to kill us. They tried to wipe your and my hard work from the face of the planet. They saw it all as expendable." "But why did you come to Russia?" "President Makarov offered protection. If you think I care about the Kremlin, you're wrong. Do you not know that this is all a game?" "A game?" Khrushchev asked, confused. "Yes," Spectre said sharply. "A game. I don't follow. I don't get it. Don't you feel any loyalty to your country?" Spectre rubbed his hands through his hair, which had grown long and thick. He stood up, walked to the window of his office, and looked back out at the floor of the arena.
I find it fitting that this operation is in a refurbished hockey arena, don't you? Langley played me for years. They used me like I was some player on the ice. They saw the men I recruited the same way. I tried to deny it. I didn't want to believe it. For years I wondered if I was just unlucky, if all the misfortunes my men suffered were either the will of God or a bad intel. But...
Spectre paused, turned away from the window and looked back at Khrushchev.
I now know that I wasn't unlucky. I was just a player. It was just a game. There are winners and there are losers. I still have trouble following, Khrushchev said. I don't mean to be rude. Of course you don't follow, Spectre said. You haven't seen the wheels of the machine turn like I have. You haven't seen that the men at the top will do whatever it takes to keep themselves there. You don't yet know how the sausage is made. Power is the only thing that matters to them.
Spectre sat back down. He reclined back on his chair and put his feet on his desk.
They give us orders, we follow them. Nothing changes. I'm done playing sides. I'm done playing games, and I'm going to make those who made me suffer pay.
Khrushchev didn't speak. He just looked at the man who he knew he could never trust, and nodded. Spectre laughed.
If this isn't about a delay in your project, what is this about? Why did you call this meeting? I want to talk about Dr. Morozov. What about him? He's gone mad. He tried to kill me. Did he?
Spectre looked unconcerned.
Why would he do that? He doesn't understand the formula. He's frustrated. He's not a man I can work with. Do you remember Jason Drake? What? The runt of the litter, the youngest of the Terminus Division. The last man you injected with your injection. He was young, but he was hardly a runt, Khrushchev said. He was the most capable recruit we had. I wondered if he even needed the injection, to be honest. He was that good. He was already exceptional. He's the reason Terminus ended. He's why you and me are here. You told me that. He killed a senator, right? Yes, Spectre said. He killed the senator. What about him? You want to talk about Dr. Morozov, don't you? Yes, but... Khrushchev scratched his head. What does Dr. Morozov have to do with Jason Drake? I know your wife is with the children at the orphanage, Spectre said. She needs to keep herself busy in the day. Weren't we talking about Jason and Dr. Morozov, or what's this about? I brought those children here. My wife told me the children were brought here from Syria to help inspire young couples looking for children to come to Gdansk. Spectre chuckled. Is that what they said? I have to hand it to the Kremlin. They know how to bullshit as good as those bastards at Langley do. Maybe even better.
Khrushchev didn't want to ask, but he knew he had to.
Why are the children here? The Kremlin loves your tech, but they're not about to inject their entire army with the stuff before a small test. I made an agreement. The children?
Khrushchev's face turned white.
Spectre nodded. That's why they're here. President Makarov forced me to test your experiment before we inject his army. I bought hundreds of the cheapest children I could find to test your experiment. Turns out, if you want to buy cheap lab rats, you just have to turn to war-torn countries. They're children, not lab rats. Don't make it sound so dramatic, Spectre said. You and I know those injections are safe. Just give the kids the shots, and we will move on. President Makarov won't commit to this project fully until he sees some definitive results. We have no choice but to use those children. We know your stuff works. We know it's safe. Children are different. Their biologies, their genetic makeup. This doesn't make sense. It won't work. That's why I brought Dr. Morozov back into the fold. 2 great minds are better than 1. The 2 of you should be able to figure it out. I can't.
Khrushchev felt out of breath. His vision blurred. He was having a panic attack.
You seem upset.
Khrushchev found his voice again.
This is mad. You can't do this. I won't let you. I won't inject this technology into anyone who is unwilling to receive it. You can't do this. I can't? Spectre raised an eyebrow. Is that a threat? This is crazy.
Khrushchev's heart pounded. For years he'd just rolled with the punches. He'd done what he had to do to survive. But he was done. He didn't want it anymore. He couldn't do what he was being asked to do. He laid it out for Spectre. He wanted to be as clear as possible.
If we give those children those shots, they will die. All of them. I know it, and I won't be part of it. If you want to kill children, you'll have to do it without me.
Dr. Morozov said you would act like this. He suspected it.
Dr. Morozov tried to kill me yesterday, Khrushchev said. You shouldn't be listening to him.
Spectre rolled his eyes. You need to relax.
He's a fool. He's driven by fear and hate. Whatever he has told you.
He's told me enough.
What do you mean?
The door to Spectre's office opened. Dr. Morozov walked into the office. Stop lying, Morozov said to Khrushchev. I know you're lying. I don't even need to know what you're saying to know that you're not telling the truth.
Lying?
Yes, Morozov said. Tell him the truth, Alexander. You should tell him what you did to those Terminus Division officers. I finally figured it out. I admit I went a little crazy last night, but it was out of frustration. Tell him what you did.
I told you that I watered down the serum, that I essentially made...
You gave the Terminus officers nothing, Morozov shouted at Khrushchev. You watered down the CRISPR tech so much that it was practically rendered useless. I've done the math. Spectre watched the two scientists argue. He waited for Morozov to get close to Khrushchev before speaking up. It was almost as if he wanted them to come to blows. Stop, Spectre said. He couldn't let the brains of his operation kill each other.
This is an easy fix, Alexander. All you have to do is give those children the shots. After a couple of years of study, we'll have all the data we need. I know you're not lying. I saw what those Terminus officers were capable of. I know your formula works.
Both scientists looked at each other with a kind of hatred. Khrushchev thought about running out of the office, but he stayed. Everything about the meeting had gone wrong. He turned to Spectre and said,
I won't give those children those shots.
Morozov laughed and looked at Spectre. I told you he would say that. He won't give the children the shots because he's a liar. He must have faked the results of the Terminus officers. It's the only possible explanation. Spectre shrugged.
If you don't oversee this operation, then I will have no choice but to send you to a gulag. Maybe a couple of years in a cell will help you realize the mistake you are making. You either stay here, inject the children with your formula, and work with Dr. Morozov, or you spend years in darkness. You're monsters, Khrushchev said. Both of you, you're sick men. I won't be part of this.
Think about your wife, Spectre said.
I will make her life a living hell. This is all within the realm of your control. Now who's playing games? Khrushchev said to Spectre. I won't be part of this experiment.
Then you're going to go to a gulag, Spectre said. I should have killed you yesterday, Morozov said. I hate men like you. I know you're lying. You're taking the coward's way out of the truth. I'll inject those children with your formula. I'll study it myself. And when I finally confirm that you faked everything, I will start again. My formula was close to perfect. I'm the only one who understands how it works.
You're not the scientist you think you are,
Khrushchev said to Morozov. Morozov's face turned red, and he lunged at Khrushchev. Although unlike the day before, Khrushchev was ready. He stepped aside and avoided Morozov's attack. Khrushchev turned to Spectre.
Don't you dare hurt my wife. So you are willing to pay the price. I won't inject the children. The formula was meant for men, not for kids. My wife told me some of them are still babies. I don't care, Spectre said. I just need the data. Once we see that the children are safe, then we will get approval. Once we get approval, I'll make sure that everyone at Langley knows the mistake they have made. If the Kremlin wants an army of CRISPR-modified soldiers, I'll give it to them. Again, it's like I said, I'm not playing the game. You're a madman, Khrushchev said. I won't be part of this.
There was a moment of silence between the two men. Dr. Morozov was still on the floor. He panted and slowly pushed himself up. When he finally got up, he said to Khrushchev, You're a fool, Alexander. Spectre stood up from his desk and walked toward Khrushchev. He stared at him the whole way. His eyes turned dark, and he said in a menacing yet controlled voice, I'm going to make your wife suffer for this. I will make her regret her existence. If you won't help me, then you are my enemy. I hope you enjoy your time in the gulag. He then whacked Khrushchev across the temple. Khrushchev's world turned black. He fell to the floor. When he opened his eyes again, he was in the gulag. Present. So, you want to kill those bastards? Colt said.
Yes,
Khrushchev said.
Now you know why I need to go back. They have my wife, and they're evil men. We need to rescue her.
The lights of Gdansk shone in the distance. The sun had fully set, and the sky was a deep purple. When we get to your cottage, we'll work on a way to get her out of there. But from this point on, you need to keep telling us everything you know. The more you hold back, the harder this whole thing will be. We'll need to know everything about that lab. I want to know access points, areas of weakness, everything that you can remember that may be useful. We need to know. You worked there for years, right? You need to tell me everything.
The arena is less a lab than it is a fortress. I don't doubt that Spectre has heard that I have escaped the gulag. I know he'll be expecting me.
Colt smiled. Good, he said. I want that bastard scared. Part 3. The Game. 54. Hundreds in D.C. were dead. The explosions that had been set by the Terminus operatives had been more than effective. The MPDC, the FBI, and every other security agency in the city had been rendered almost useless thanks to the attacks. The bombs had gone off all over the city, all at the same time. It created mass confusion. No one knew what to respond to, where to go. If there was one thing the FBI didn't like, it was being confused. The fact that Drake fit the description of the shooter didn't help matters at all. Drake was picked up by the MPDC on the shores of the Potomac and put into a small cell. On the ceiling, a flickering light buzzed. It was squalid, dark. The only thing he'd heard was that the feds were going to come question him. 4 hours after his arrest, 2 federal agents came into his cell. "That's a nasty-looking scar you got there, pal," an FBI agent said to him. "Yeah. Mind if we get another look at your wrist?" a second agent said. "You think I'm the shooter?" Drake asked. "I was in South Dakota when the attack happened. I can prove it." "We don't care," the agent said. "I also helped some federal agents secure the president after the bombs went off. Bastards who shot the president, who bombed the city, I was chasing them. They got away. We're keeping you here while we complete our investigation." "They escaped down the Potomac," Drake said. "Did anyone catch them? I gave the MPDC a description of the boat." The federal agents shook their heads. "We found nothing," one of them said. The conversation ended. The 2 agents left Drake in the cell. Drake shook his head. His wrists and ankles were cuffed. He sat on a small wooden bench and waited. The next morning, the cell door opened again. A fat man with a sweaty face walked in. "So, how'd you do it?" Director Gallant asked. "How'd you shoot the president?" "Are you serious? You know I didn't do it. I just rescued the damn president." Gallant laughed. "Then who did do it?" Drake sighed. He knew what he was about to disclose was redacted CIA information. He knew that some of it would be impossible to prove, but he was tired of the bullshit. Plus, he didn't give a rat's ass about the CIA. He told Gallant the truth. "The attack was orchestrated by 5 members of a secret CIA unit referred to as the Terminus Division," he said. "They were special operations. Kate Price was our wrangler." "Our?" Gallant said. "I was a member, one of 6. And 5 out of those 6 attacked the president." "Yes," Drake said. "That's what I just said." "Why?" "I don't know. All I know is that they attacked the president and Langley." "And why'd they attack Langley?" "They wanted Kate Price." "Is she alive?" "I saw her in the back of the boat they escaped in. She's alive." "And why the bombs all over the city? Why the bloodshed?" "Diversion. They were trying to draw as many security out of the main CIA campus as they possibly could. Thin the herd. The bombs were meant to cause mass chaos while they attacked Langley. That's it. It was tactical." "Why'd they want her?" "She was our wrangler. Our division was shut down, and they blamed her." "Oh, and the CIA tried to kill them, so they were pretty pissed off about that."
Why weren't you pissed off? Why are they all working together and you aren't? They didn't like me. Why's that? Because I didn't like killing innocent people to get the job done. Isn't that what they do at the CIA? Do you want to help get them or not? Gallant scoffed. I'll tell you this, kid. You might be telling me the truth, but I don't know how in the hell I'm going to be able to prove any of it. What I can prove is that you have a tattoo on the inside of your wrist and a scar on your face. A woman who saw a man we believe is the shooter described an individual that looked just like you. So you're just going to blame me for it all? The nation needs someone to blame, and in this political climate, a man like yourself is the perfect punching bag. Then why are we still talking? Drake said. If you were never going to believe me, why are you wasting my time? You CIA types, Gallant said. You're all the same. Just because you get to operate outside of our legal system, you think you can get away with anything. You're going to put me on trial for something you know I didn't do. Is that the legal system you want to uphold? I didn't say that, Gallant said. You know I helped your agents rescue the president from the hospital, Drake said. Have you talked to any of them? Why the hell would I help them secure the president if I wanted him dead? Gallant shrugged. The country needs a resolution, he said. We need to make sure we at least give the public the appearance that things are moving forward. You're an asshole, Drake said. The men who attacked the president are out there. Who knows where they are right now? Hell, they've probably already left our country because you were too busy thinking about optics. What's your name? Why should I tell you anything? You really want to drag this out? All I have to do is run your prints. I'll find out what I want to know eventually. You know I will, and I can. Jason Drake. Did you meet with President Clarkson months ago? What? Did you meet with him and Kate Price at the White House? Drake nodded. You need to help me. I can make the bastards who attacked the city pay. I can track them down. I know I can. Gallant stood up and buttoned up his tight jacket. If what you're telling me is correct, then I have no reason to help you. If this Terminus division, if these men were Kate Price's problem, and now they have exacted some sort of revenge on her, then, well, so be it. And the hundreds who are dead? What about them? Drake seethed. Are you going to do anything? Gallant smirked. It's just another sad day in America, son. That's it. If the CIA wants to create a mess, then they can clean it up. I'm not helping, especially if it concerns Kate Price. It's been nice talking to you, Jason Drake, he said. Kate tried to protect you when I asked who you were days ago. I had a picture of you walking into the White House with her. All I wanted was your name. She said you were no one. She said you were nothing special. And after talking to you, I can see that she was correct. You are no one. Enjoyed taking the fall for Kate's bullshit. Drake didn't react. He just stared into the eyes of the rotund FBI director and took a long, deep breath. "55. The Jeep Alexei had secured was on its last legs. Colt turned down a long dirt road and guided the vehicle slowly toward the destination, Khrushchev's cabin. The landscape was snowy, mountainous, and rocky. When the Jeep finally rolled to a stop, it had 2 flat tires and the engine was smoking. It was pitch black outside save for the cabin, which was lit up by the Jeep's headlights. Khrushchev jumped out of the vehicle almost immediately and ran into the cabin. He didn't say anything to Colt or Alexei, who had finally awoken from his long rest. Colt turned to Alexei and said, "Be ready for anything, mate." "You think he's lying?" Alexei said, yawning. "He seems like a good man." "Aye," Colt said. "He is a good man. But if you think that'll make me trust him, you've got another thing coming. It doesn't matter whether a man is good or bad. If he's desperate, he will do bad things." "You think he's going to try something? He's a scientist. He's not a soldier. He can't be that stupid." "I hope he isn't," Colt said. "So what do? We get out and we follow him inside. If he tries anything, we put him down." "I helped you escape the gulag because I believed you. If you suddenly have feelings of doubt, you should have told me. I have a family. I'm doing this for them. I did everything you told me to do." "I know you did, lad. I just want you to be ready for the worst." "It sounds like you're scared," Alexei said. "Scared?
Colt looked at the young Russian officer in the back seat. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Maybe I am, he said. I'm about to follow a Russian scientist into his cabin, and then I'm going to help him break into a secret facility to rescue his wife, who may be alive or dead.
It sounds like a suicide mission.
It probably is, Colt said.
And what will you do after you help him? Where will you go?
Assuming I survive? Assuming all of this is real, Colt chuckled. And that's a lot to assume, isn't it?
What will you do?
I'll go to America, find my ex and apologize.
Why apologize?
When we were married, I was an arsehole, Colt said. She had no reason to love me, but she did. And while our child lay sick and dying, I was out gallivanting from mission to mission with the SAS. I figured our boy would pull through. Now I realized I was in denial of it all. Poor Cody. I didn't want to face the truth. I lost him. Kate and I decided to separate. She didn't need to put up with me any longer.
I see,
Alexei said. Funny thing is, she probably thinks I'm dead, Colt said. Part of me wants to go back just to see the look on her face when she sees I'm still alive.
You're a weird guy,
Alexei said. Aye, Colt said. I'm Scottish. The two men stepped out of the jeep. Colt stretched and was pretty sure he felt every bone in his back crack. He looked around the woods. The forest floor was peppered with snow, and the brush was thick. It was a dense, undisturbed place. The wood paneling on the cabin looked rotten. The windows were either dirty or broken. They'd have to patch up those windows if they wanted to get a good night's rest. He and Alexei joined Khrushchev inside. They quickly discovered the reason for Khrushchev's rapid departure from the jeep. He was holding a rifle, aiming it at Alexei.
What the hell is this?
Alexei asked. What are you doing, mate? Colt said. I expected something, but not this. Have you lost your mind?
You need to leave, Alexei, Khrushchev replied. You're not welcome here. Where's my money? You promised me money if I helped. I don't have it, Khrushchev responded. You piece of shit! Leave, Colt groaned.
You don't have any money?
I lied, Khrushchev said. You asshole, Alexei yelled. Just leave or I'll kill you, Khrushchev said. His voice quivered with fear and his hands were shaking. I'm not leaving until I get my money.
Ah, for shit's sake, Colt said. He walked up to Khrushchev and snatched the rifle from his hands. Khrushchev fired, and the bullet blew a hole through the ceiling. Colt batted Khrushchev's chin with the butt of the rifle, knocking the doctor out. Alexei stood at the door.
I knew this was a fool's errand, he said. I should never have trusted him. He had the eyes of a desperate man. He was willing to tell me anything I wanted to hear.
Colt looked down at the passed-out doctor and nodded. Aye, and you believed him because of me, Colt said. I'm the one who told you he had the money. He fooled me, too.
At least you got what you wanted out of this, Alexei said. You're out of the gulag. I have nothing. What am I going to do? My wife and child in Ukraine will have no money.
It's a shitty situation, mate, Colt said. You don't have many options.
Options? What options? What are you talking about? I should kill that lying asshole.
You can beat the shit out of him, but you can't kill him, Colt said. I need him alive.
How do I know you weren't in on it with him?
You really want to go down that route, son? I'll tell you how it'll end. You'll end up with a broken nose and a sense of regret. You understand?
Well then, what are my options?
You stay here and help us, Colt said. Either that or you stay here against your will.
Against my will?
You know too much, Colt said, and you're looking for money. I can't trust that you won't turn us over to the Russian military guarding this facility.
You think I would do that?
I don't know what you'd do, but that's the point. It's a shame that Dr. Khrushchev lied, and I hope he understands the error of his ways, but you can't leave this cabin unless you're going to help us.
Blyat!
Alexei cursed. Yeah, Colt said, and now you're beginning to understand the situation. I can't promise you much, but if you do help us, well, then maybe I can help you.
That's the best you can offer.
It's not an offer, Colt said. It's either that or I tie you up and leave you here until we're done.
Fine, Alexei said. I'll help. But if that asshole doctor so much as gives me a dirty look, I'll smack him in the face.
That's fine, just don't kill him, Colt said. Now, Let's see if he has any vodka lying about. "56. It had been hours since his meeting with Director Gallant when Drake heard a knock at his cell door. "If you think I'm capable of opening the door for you, you need to get your head checked," Drake yelled. "I'm in that damn cell and my wrists are tied." He heard chuckling. A woman. "Who's there?" he asked. The metal locks on the door slid open. A thick and bright light shone into the small dark cell. Drake winced as his eyes adjusted to the light. "Who's there?" he asked.
"Who do you think?"
Sierra White said. She strode into the cell and sat down beside him. "What the hell are you doing here? Is this the next step of the Fed's interrogation plan?"
"Are you upset, Jason?"
"I'm being blamed for a crime I didn't commit, and no one gives a shit."
"I know you're frustrated."
"So why are you here? What's this about?"
"Divine intervention," she said.
"Get to the point," Drake said.
"I thought I was dead, but you rescued me. I'm sorry I didn't come to get you out of here sooner. I spent a night in the hospital. You saw the rough shape I was in, and then I spent a day looking for my mother."
"Your mother?"
"Yes,"
Sierra said solemnly.
"Those Terminus assholes used my mother to get information out of me. They'd hired some goons to kidnap her."
"Who is she?"
"She's dead."
"What?"
"For almost 2 days they told me if I did what they told me, they'd let my mother go. They lied."
"Jesus," Drake said. "I'm sorry."
"They pushed me beyond the breaking point,"
Sierra continued.
"I feel broken in so many ways. They were callous with their power.
"They're brutal men."
They're monsters. I don't know if I'll ever be okay. I don't know if I'll ever be able to sleep without seeing their sick and twisted faces."
"You'll have to find a way," Drake said. "I've seen what happens to people who don't."
"Can you stop them?"
"Stop who?"
"Terminus. Those bastards. Can you find them? Can you kill them?"
"I'd have to be out of this cell to have a chance."
"But if you were, could you?"
"I'd need help," he said. "I don't even know where the hell they went. I doubt they're in the country."
"I know where they are."
"What?" Drake's eyes had finally adjusted to the light of the cell. He saw the full extent of Sierra's injuries. One of her eyes was red, her cheeks bruised, and scratches were all over her face.
"They said they were going to a city called Gdansk," she said. "It's in Russia."
"Gdansk. That's near Ufa."
"You knew that? I had to look it up."
"I know my Russian geography," he said.
"If I get you out of this cell, will you go after them?"
"The FBI director told me that I was going to be used as a scapegoat for the attack. He was going to pin the whole thing on me. He says the country needs a victory."
"He's an asshole."
"No shit," Drake said. "I doubt he'll play ball. Like everything else in this damn city, no one in power is willing to do anything unless it benefits them."
"Before Kate left to go to Deadwood, she sent me to meet with an old boyfriend. He was an FBI agent."
"Was?"
"He died a coward's death at the hands of Terminus."
"They got him, too?"
"It doesn't matter," Sierra said. "Kate wanted me to meet with him because she wanted to find dirt on Director Gallant. I succeeded, but when I went home that night, your Terminus friends kidnapped me."
"What kind of dirt?"
"Gallant has a bad reputation in the FBI. Not only did he sexually harass the women at the Bureau, but he also didn't share with the public news about the second attack. He knew about the threat days beforehand. He's in deep shit."
"I heard Kate mention that in the SUV from the airport," Drake said. "That's how she got him to help."
"He didn't want to scare the public,"
Sierra said. "The fool," Drake said. "Moss knew exactly what he was doing. He left that message because he wanted the feds scared. He wanted them to make mistakes."
"I confronted Gallant," she said. "I told him what I know. I showed him the emails I forwarded to myself as proof."
"You're going to make a lot of enemies around here," Drake said.
"I don't care. My mom died, and I want the men who did it to pay."
"So Gallant will let me go?"
"Yes," she said, "but you need to promise me that you will find them and you will kill them."
"And how am I supposed to get to Gdansk?"
"I've already made arrangements," she said. "Did you forget I used to be the director's assistant? I still have the names and numbers of contacts all over the world."
Drake smiled. "Then let's get me the hell out of here." 57. They traveled non-stop from D.C. to New Jersey via a moving truck waiting for them at a remote section of the Potomac. Then they moved from Newark to Gatwick via a small private passenger jet reserved for Russian diplomats. From Gatwick, they caught another private jet to Moscow. It was a chaotic journey, meant to make the trail they left difficult to follow. Once they were in Moscow, travel became easier. Their status and connection to certain individuals within Russia meant they could get pretty much whatever they wanted. They didn't even have to hide Sly's body or the body of the unconscious woman they were lugging around at that point. They landed at the airfield in Gdansk almost exactly 48 hours after fleeing from Drake on the boat. It was snowing and dark. The red lights from the satellite towers that surrounded the airfield glowed and pulsed. Spectre met them on the tarmac. He wore a black trench coat and was surrounded by a group of soldiers carrying AK-47s. Moss saluted his boss. Spectre glowered back. Thick flakes of snow fell between the two men. It was clear that Spectre was not happy. "We succeeded," Moss said. "We finished the mission." Spectre slapped Moss across the face with cruel intent. "You idiot," he snapped. "You were sent to America to do one thing, and one thing only. Do you know what you've done? The Russian president has threatened to put an end to our research. We'll be back where we were 5 years ago. We'll be an army without a home. Is that what you want?" Moss's head twisted from the force of the slap. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "We needed to teach them a lesson. You should have consulted me. You're no better than him." Spectre, of course, was referring to Drake. Moss stared into Spectre's eyes. A part of him wanted to snap Spectre's neck and leave him dead in the snow. Another part of him wanted to fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. "We had an opportunity," Tex said, recognizing that Moss might lose it on their boss. "We took it. We had to." Behind Tex was Rowan. "I'll warn them it was foolish," Rowan said. "I knew we should have come back after we shot the president and killed the 5 others. That was our primary mission. We should not have stuck around." "Shut up," Spectre said to Rowan. "Your groveling does you no favors with me." He seethed and turned to Moss. "The Russian president is worried that your extracurricular activities will make his plan harder to execute. I just spoke to him. He's not pleased." "I'm an American," Moss said. "I don't care about—" Spectre slapped Moss once more. "President Makarov asked us to open up some vacancies in D.C. The men and women you killed on Inauguration Day were your only targets. He has people in line to take their place, assets of the Russian government who will twist American foreign policy to benefit Moscow. The men and women you killed were just pieces on a board. You removed them. Why did you feel the need to start playing their game? You completed the mission. Why didn't you come home?" "I wanted them to know what they lost." Spectre sighed. "Do you know the risk you took? Dr. Morozov still hasn't mastered the formula. We need more time. If you truly want revenge, if you truly want to bring the CIA and the U.S. government to their knees, then we need to play it safe. If President Makarov thinks he can't trust us, then this is all for naught." "We brought you a gift," Moss said. "A gift?" Spectre's eyebrow rose. "What do you mean?" Moss smiled. Spectre grunted. "Well, what is it?" "She's on the plane, asleep." "She?" "Yes," Moss said. "We brought you Kate Price, the bitch who betrayed us." Spectre stared at Moss with wide and unbelieving eyes. "You brought me Kate Price? Is she alive?" Moss nodded. Spectre laughed. "You boys certainly know how to test my patience. Is she with Sly and Sloan?" Tex looked back at Rowan, and Rowan looked at Moss. "We lost 2 of our Terminus comrades in the pursuit of our retribution," Moss said. Despite the dark of the runway and the thickness of the snow that fell, it was clear that Spectre's face had turned red. "When I heard the reports in D.C., when you refused to answer my calls, I knew you'd all made a terrible mistake," Spectre said. "What good is a gift if we all can't cherish it? What happened to them?" "Jason," Moss said. "Jason?" Spectre said. "We wanted retribution." Moss looked back at Rowan and gave him a look of condemnation. "But we failed." "I figured Jason was dead,"
Spectre said. The CIA tried to kill us after what he did. Why would they keep him alive?
My thoughts exactly, Moss said. We found Jason's name after Rowan hacked into a CIA repository of information while we were setting up the attack. He was able to track down the phone receipts from Kate Price. He noticed that she kept calling a small town called Deadwood in South Dakota. She was checking in on him. We did some digging and found that Jason was there. Needless to say, we wanted to kill him.
That bitch was protecting him?
Spectre asked. Yes, Moss said. She was protecting him. The woman who sat idly by while Director Taggart tried to kill us. Spectre placed his hands on Moss's shoulder and said,
I forgive you. I am sure that news was devastating to you.
Moss nodded. It was. Now you know why we had no choice. While we were only supposed to kill some senators and other DC officials, the knowledge that Jason was alive and was working with Price burrowed into my skull. We had to kill him and her.
But you failed,
Spectre said. We were so close. We'll find him again. Spectre slapped Moss across the face once more. Moss fell to his knees.
You petulant moron. Get Kate Price, Spectre said. Bring her to the lab. I want her to see what she has wrought.
Yes, sir, Moss said.
And if you ever go against direct orders again, I will kill you.
Moss stood up, nodded at Spectre, and turned to Rowan and Tex. He ordered them to grab Price. Rowan and Tex grabbed Price and followed Spectre and Moss into a car on the tarmac that drove them to the lab. '58. After Sierra met Drake at the FBI building where he was being held, the two of them walked out of the front doors and stepped into a black SUV which was parked in front of the building. It was early morning, and it was cold. There was an eerie calm to the streets surrounding the federal building. The city was still reeling from the attacks. Police cruisers, heavily armored Humvees, and National Guard troops stood at every intersection. Everyone looked paranoid, as if the attacks on Langley and the rest of the city were just the start. Drake mulled over whether the anxiety was deserved or not. How could he be sure that it wasn't the start? Maybe something big was going down, something bigger than Terminus. After all, why would they attack the president? Why would they target U.S. politicians? They were clearly working for someone very, very powerful. He knew he'd find out more in Gdansk.
I'm taking you to Andrews Air Force Base, she said as she put her seatbelt on. There's a jet there, waiting to fly you to Air Force Halton Air Station in England.
I'm headed to England? Why not just take me to Russia directly?
Because the CIA won't be able to get you to Gdansk in time. Everyone at the agency is still reeling from the attack on the city and the campus. With Kate gone, no one knows who's in charge. I've asked senior executives and directors for help, but everyone is looking out for themselves right now. I've arranged this all on my own. I'll be in a load of shit as soon as the higher-ups find out.
Typical Langley, Drake muttered.
I know,
Sierra said. The driver of the SUV pulled away from the FBI building and drove toward Andrew Air Force Base. She looked at Drake.
You have very little reason to help,
she said.
I know you said you would, but...
If you think I'm going to run, you're wrong, he said. You got me out of that cell. I owe you. And honestly, those Terminus assholes need to be stopped. If I don't stop them now, I know they'll come back for me. One of those assholes tracked me down in Deadwood. If I run, if I try to hide, it will only be a matter of time before they come back for me.
If you're lying to me, you can add me to that list of people who will hunt you down.
Drake stared at Sierra and smiled. He saw a young woman who was coming into her own. She was ferocious, angry, and stubborn. She was giving him the cold, hard truth. He liked it. She wasn't going to make it easy for him. That's fair, he said. The SUV they were in was guided through security at Andrews Air Force Base and pulled up to a small jet on the tarmac.
Do you remember SAS Commander Graham Howe? Sierra asked. He's how we're getting you to Gdansk. You'll be airdropped in.
He's agreed to help us? The last time he helped us, the British C-17 I was in went down, sabotaged by a CIA officer. I'm surprised he wants to help.
When I said Kate's name, he agreed immediately,
Sierra said. And when I'm gone, what will you be doing? Drake asked.
I'm going to wait for the dust to settle, and I'm going to make sure that Director Gallant doesn't do anything stupid.
Just be careful, Drake said. You made him an enemy. Watch your back, Sierra.
I will.
Before Drake stepped aboard the aircraft, Sierra grabbed hold of Drake's hand. She kissed him on the lips.
Kill them,
she whispered.
Kill them for me.
Drake nodded. He saw the pain in her eyes. He boarded the plane, found a seat, and closed his eyes. 6 hours later, he was in England. Graham Howe was waiting for him on the tarmac at Air Force Halton Air Station. Drake stepped out of the small jet and met the harsh winds of an English winter.
"Hello, Jason,"
Howe said. The older SAS commander was just dressed in a brown tweed suit.
"Is everything ready?"
Drake asked. He wasn't in the mood for pleasantries.
Yes,
Howe said.
"Everything has been arranged. Miss White said you will need a flight to Russia. She said it concerns Kate Price. You're going to rescue her?"
"Is that what she said?"
"I've agreed to help because I like Kate," Howe said.
His face turned sour.
"You know she was the ex-wife of my good friend, Clyde Colt, the man who—"
"Clyde was a good man. A bastard, but a good man."
Howe laughed.
"Yes, and I promised Clyde to look after Kate if anything were to happen to him. If she's in trouble, then I have to help."
"I'll do what I can."
"Good enough."
The men made their way to the airfield hangar. Howe broke down the plan while he sipped a cup of Earl Grey tea.
"I've got a flight scheduled to take you from here to New Delhi. Our SAS fleet has a C-17 at an Indian Air Force base there. Our C-17 will fly up to Gdansk, passing Ufa, at the height of about 35,000 feet. You'll need a special pressurized suit for the drop. You'll be going in alone."
"You can't get me any lower?" Drake said. "That's a high-altitude drop."
"We need to fly above Russian radar. The SAS is already taking an exceptional risk helping the CIA with this. The less feathers we ruffle, the better."
As they spoke in the hangar, an Airbus A400M Atlas rolled out from a fueling station.
"How do you know where to drop me in Gdansk?"
Drake asked.
"Satellite imagery of the region. We spotted what looks like a heavily fortified research facility. Former hockey arena by the looks of it. Typical Russians."
"Hockey?"
Drake said.
"Yes,"
Howe said.
"By the looks of the satellite data, the arena has been retrofitted to serve a new purpose. If Sierra is right and Kate is in Gdansk, that is where she will be."
"And if she's wrong, how am I going to get out of there?"
Howe smiled.
"You had better hope she's right, old chap."
The A400M's loading bay doors were open. SAS officers began filing inside.
"I take it that's my flight," Drake said.
"Yes," Howe said. "It's scheduled to leave in an hour. Now, we've got an armory here. Take what you need. I've made sure that everyone here at base knows who you are. They'll give you whatever you want."
"Thank you."
"Godspeed, Jason."
59. They'd been in the cabin in Gdansk for just over a day. Colt was as dry as a duck in the desert and was in a pissed-off mood. There was no vodka in the cabin. He knew it was good for him, but he didn't like it. He knew he needed something to cool his nerves. Alexei and Khrushchev had come to a truce, for now. Colt's assurances that he would help Alexei's family seemed to settle the young man just enough to keep him focused. Truth be told, Colt was almost glad Alexei hadn't been paid. They were going to need him. Khrushchev paced back and forth in the small, dilapidated cabin. Colt and Alexei were sat on wooden chairs, listening to Khrushchev's plan to get into the main lab.
"It's heavily guarded,"
Khrushchev said.
"The main building, the old hockey arena, rests alongside a steep ravine, and there's a 20-foot wall that surrounds the entire complex."
"So how the hell do we get in?"
Colt asked.
"I spent years there," Khrushchev said. "I remember the security protocols. I remember the layout."
"Don't think that some things in the past 5 years might have changed?" Colt asked.
"Obviously I don't know if they've changed,"
Khrushchev said.
"All I know is what I know. If you want to help me, this is the only way."
"All right then," Colt said. "Get on with it."
"Every 30 minutes, the facility guards perform a perimeter check. Every security camera is carefully analyzed, and all other systems are looked over. Doors that are supposed to be locked are confirmed to be locked, and the guards are all meant to confirm that they are where they're supposed to be. It's a lockdown system, and it's staffed very well. The Russian military spared no expense."
"That sounds like it's going to be difficult, then."
"At 10 p.m. every Thursday there is a shift change. New guards are rolled in, and old guards are rolled out. The old guards are taken to the military in Gdansk for debriefing. The new guards come in via patrol jeeps. There are 3 entrance points to the facility. One in the north, one in the south, and one to the west. The entrance in the west is the most remote, as it is the farthest from the city along the steepest edge of the mountain. A narrow road leads to the entry point. There's only a small group of guards that come in through that post.
So you're thinking we ambush the guards who enter that entry point, take their uniforms, and sneak in?
Precisely, Khrushchev said. Once inside, we'll have at least 30 minutes to find my wife and get out. If we take much longer, the alarms will sound during the security check for the guards missing from their posts. Once those checks are missed, the facility will go into lockdown and we won't be able to get out.
30 minutes is not a long time, Alexei said.
I know where they will have taken her, Khrushchev said. All we have to do is get into the main building and take an elevator down to the holding cells. If she is alive, that is where she will be.
And all of this is dependent on the security protocols not changing in 5 years, Colt muttered, shook his head, and laughed.
I need a damn drink.
I have no vodka here, Khrushchev said. I'm sorry.
This better work, Colt muttered.
Do we have any weapons?
Alexei asked.
I brought us to this cabin because there are some weapons here, Khrushchev said. My father and grandfather used to hunt deer in these forests. Their rifles are below the floorboards in the bedroom.
Let us see them then, Colt said. We'll have to clean up those guns before we use them, especially if they're as old as you say they are.
Khrushchev nodded.
Follow me.
He walked to the bedroom, knelt down, and lifted up 4 floorboards which were loose. There was a metal box below the floor. He picked it up and opened it. When Colt saw the weapons, he laughed.
When were those guns last used? He asked. When the Tsar still ruled?
They're old, but they should work, Khrushchev said.
They better, or this whole thing will be over before it started.
Alexei shook his head and cursed in Russian. "60. Price woke up laid on what seemed to be an operating table. Her wrists were strapped down at her sides. She tried to get up, but couldn't. A bright light shined into her face. It made it difficult for her to ascertain where she was. The last thing she remembered with any certainty was being stabbed with a needle in emergency command in Langley. Everything since then had been a blur. Her head pounded, and her body ached. "Wakey, wakey, rise and shine," a gruff-sounding voice said. Price looked toward the direction of the voice. Her eyesight was still blurry, but the voice... It couldn't be, she thought.
Elias?
She asked, still trying to make sense of everything going on around her. She felt like she was dreaming.
Is that you?
You look good, Spectre said. He pulled away the operating light shining into her face. She winced at the sudden change in luminosity. You haven't aged much.
What is this?
She asked.
Are you behind all of this?
Spectre walked around the table that Price was strapped to. I didn't want you here, he said. I've been too busy to be concerned with the past. But it looks like your Terminus boys wanted to settle the score. They had some unfinished business with you.
Where am I?
Russia, Spectre said. We're in a research facility in a remote city called Gdansk. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's a nice, quiet place where I can do my work without being bothered.
Russia?
Yes, Spectre said. Russia. I've been here since Terminus ended. I came here with Dr. Khrushchev.
Why did you come to Russia? What the hell is going on? How'd any of the Terminus operatives survive?
Spectre chuckled. Look at you with all the questions. Curious, aren't you? Of course you are. You thought that you'd wiped your hands free of us. You created this mess, Kate. You wrought this destruction. If not for you, none of this would have happened. Remember what I told you when we first met. Once you start this, there is no turning back. Price's eyes were beginning to focus. She looked around the small room she was in. It looked like she was in a hospital or some sort of medical facility. There were beakers, needles, and scalpels on the table against the wall.
How did Terminus survive?
How'd they survive the missile strike? I made sure that the Terminus operatives were never in Camp Solitude to begin with. I knew something was up. After Jason murdered that senator, I gave our boys a new place to hide. I wasn't going to sit back and watch another Black Ops team I created get murdered. Before the strike, I planted some of their DNA all over the camp. I knew that Taggart would want to confirm that they were on site. It looks like my little trick worked.
And now you and them work for the Russians?
We don't work for anybody.
Why are you in Russia, then?
I'm here because I'm tired of the games, and this was the only place in the world I knew would welcome us with open arms.
I came here because I knew the only way to get back at the CIA for what they did to me and my men was to work with the enemy, to level the playing field. You've gone mad.
Spector's face turned red. He grabbed a scalpel and held it to Price's throat. She couldn't respond. She tried to move her neck away from the sharp blade, but couldn't.
You call me mad? You came to me, Kate. I told you this wouldn't end well. I warned you all those years ago. Hell, even Clifton, that old bastard, warned you. You wanted to create a Black Ops team like none other. Well, you did. And then you tried to kill them. I didn't try to kill them. I wasn't okay with it, she said. I didn't know that Taggart was going to try to kill them all. Are you really that stupid?
Price kept her eyes on him as he held the blade of the scalpel against her neck.
Just kill me then, she said. Why bother telling me any of this? A part of me does want to kill you. A part of me doesn't. Our boys brought you here as a gift from me. I haven't yet decided how I want to use you.
He pulled the scalpel away from her neck and turned away from her.
Maybe I should keep you alive. You'll get to see what I've created, what you helped start. When I'm done here, the CIA will know what they've lost. They'll regret the day they ever tried to mess with me. Did you and Dr. Khrushchev share the CRISPR formula with the Russians? Do you know what that could do? The CIA has the same formula, Spector said. If they want to use it, they can. It's like I said, I'm not playing games or sides. I just want to level the playing field. You're a psychopath. Call me whatever you want, Spector said. I spent years working for who I thought were the good guys, but after years in their service, I learned that was all just bullshit. Save me your sad story. You think I don't know the CIA has its problems? Every institution on this damn planet does. What you're doing is...
Spector turned back to Price and cut her off.
Is what? Evil? You're still playing sides. Listen to me. I am done with that. Clearly you're not. You stayed with the CIA after what they did to your creation. Hell, you were even promoted to director. You're as complicit in that nonsense as anyone else. I have no sympathy for you, Kate Price.
Spector paced back and forth.
If you want to play sides, then have it. Enjoy watching your sides suffer. You're a fool if you think you're not playing sides, Price said. You're a damn...
Spector slapped her across the face and pulled her hair back so her neck was exposed.
What do you think I am? A fool?
He placed the scalpel against her exposed neck once more. Price looked Spector in the eyes and saw pure desperation. She began to laugh. The look of shock on his face when he saw her broad smile made him step away from the table. It was clear that he wasn't in control of the situation the way he was pretending to be.
You're just a puppet for the Russian government, she said. You always will be a puppet, Elias. You're a damn fool. Shut up. Why did the Terminus officers shoot at the president? She asked. Why did they kill those senators? I get why they attacked Langley and why they wanted me, but the only way to explain the attack on President Clarkson is if you are running missions for the Kremlin. It was part of the deal, Spector said. The Kremlin would give us a home if we did the odd mission for them. I thought you said this was about leveling the playing field. Haven't you given the Kremlin the CRISPR formula? Why would you need to do their dirty work if you've already given them so much? Your story doesn't add up. You're trying to lecture me about not picking sides, but you're clearly fighting for one. I see only two reasons. You're either fighting for Russia or you haven't given them the CRISPR formula. Which is it?
Spector lowered his head.
You're a smart girl. A very smart girl. What's the hold-up? Dr. Khrushchev is gone, Spector said. So I'm right. As soon as we have the formula, we'll stop working for them. It's like I said. We just needed to complete the odd task for them. Odd task? You tried to assassinate the U.S. president. You know how it works, Kate. We don't ask why. Once we have a target, we execute. After you give the Kremlin the formula, do you really think you'll be able to keep up the charade? Do you really think you're not indebted to them? It's one problem at a time, Spector said. And anyway, if Dr. Khrushchev is gone, how the hell do you expect to get the formula? Dr. Khrushchev's mentor, the true founder of the CRISPR formula, Dr. Morozov, is working here. He's very close to cracking the code, to getting this whole operation back on track. And it's all thanks to Jason. Kind of fitting, isn't it? Jason? What do you mean? Dr. Khrushchev's formula was problematic and difficult to understand, Spector said. And after he had to leave Gdansk, well, after he chose not to help us, Dr. Morozov had to re-engineer the whole thing from scratch. The only problem He needed every Terminus operator who'd been given the shots to fully understand how it worked. It seemed impossible. We had 5 of them, Moss, Sloan, Tex, Rowan, and Sly. We were just missing the 6th. That's when we stumbled upon a miracle.
A miracle?
I have Jason's daughter.
What? A child?
Price gasped. Yes, Spectre said. A child I bought from Syria to experiment on. She has the most beautiful green eyes you've ever seen. During a blood test Dr. Morozov performed on her, it became apparent that she shared the same genetic makeup as the other Terminus officers. After some digging, we confirmed that Jason is the child's father. She was born to a woman named Aya Khan, a woman he stayed with in Syria.
Is the child here?
Yes, he said.
Is she alive?
Yes, he said. Her DNA is giving us everything we need to finish Khrushchev's formula. We're so close. And because of our talk, I think I want to keep you around. I won't kill you. Not yet, at least. Spectre left the room and turned off the lights. Price closed her eyes and began to cry. The world was standing at the brink of chaos and disorder. Spectre had gone truly mad. 61. Moss paced back and forth. He simmered with anger. He slammed his fist against the wall of the small room he'd been assigned in the faculty's living quarters. His fist had punched through the drywall. Elias is ungrateful, he said, breathing heavy and looking at the blood that seeped through the wounds in his knuckles. We brought him a gift, and all he does is complain. Does he forget what we are capable of? He was with Rowan and Tex, who were sat at a small desk, a bottle of whiskey between them. Both men nodded, not because they agreed with Moss, but because they knew there was no point in disagreeing with him. Moss was never someone you wanted to piss off. We've been here for years, Moss said, hiding like cowards. She needed to know we were alive. She needed to pay for what she did. Elias is wasting our time. He's going to screw us over. He's going to drive us over another cliff. He's put too much faith in Russia. We need to get out of here. You need to relax, Tex said. Have a drink, cool down, dampen your nerves. Rowan chuckled and said to Tex, Now you're in for it. He reclined back, sipped his whiskey, and watched as Moss elbowed Tex's head. Tex fell out of his chair and screamed. Moss kicked him in the gut. Don't you ever talk to me like that, Moss said. You're a fucking runt like Jason. You're a fucking waste of the gift you've been given. Tex lifted up his hands in submission. I'm sorry, he said. Moss thought about kicking Tex in the head. He thought about smashing Tex's skull into pieces. Would he enjoy watching the brain matter leak out? He shook his head, grabbed the bottle of whiskey, and took a swig. Rowan sighed. He calmly said to Moss, Elias will get over it. You know how he is. If not for him, we'd all be dead. You know that. He saved our asses from Camp Solitude. He's just angry because of how long it's taken Morozov to develop the formula. And seeing Jason again, Moss said. He rattled my nerves. He put me off balance. When I saw him walk out of the woods, I felt like my brain had been knocked off its tracks, you know? I feel like I've lost my ability to relax. It was knowing that he's still alive, and that she protected him. You and Jason are more alike than you'd like to believe, Rowan said. That's why I never liked either of you. You both come from broken homes, you both killed men before joining the military. But you're stronger than him. You kept us together. He tried to tear us apart. You kept our minds focused. That's why I followed you here. Elias Spectre created this team, but it doesn't mean he gets to control us. Thank you, Moss said, but I still think we need to leave. You serious? You really want to leave? After the Kremlin gets the formula, what do you think they'll do with us? They'll hunt us down just as the CIA did. We're an army without a country to fight for, and they will owe us nothing. Elias is taking a risk trusting them. We need to start planning what life is like. If Elias is right and Dr. Morozov is close, then I don't want to stick around and find out what happens next. Men with our experiences could easily get work. You want to be a mercenary? Isn't that what we are already? Tex pushed himself up from the floor, his face covered in blood. Sorry,
he said. "I didn't mean—" "No need to apologize," Moss said, helping Tex up. I was wrong to hit you." Both Rowan and Tex gave Moss a confused look. In the years they'd spent together, they'd never heard him admit his faults. "You weren't wrong," Tex said. "I was wrong." "No," Moss said. "I was wrong. But I am right about us having to leave. There's only 3 of us now. If Elias thinks he can do this without us, then let's give him what he wants." "They saved us," Rowan said. "I don't think it's a good idea." Moss shot Rowan a look that made it clear his decision was not up for debate. "If you want to stay, then stay. I'm leaving." "Where'll we go?" "I have a safe house in Dubai," Moss said. "We'll head there. Gather your things." "This seems rash," Rowan said. "We should give it more thought." Moss grabbed Rowan by the neck. "You want to question me again?" Rowan shook his head. Moss let him go. Rowan fell to the ground, grabbed his neck, and gasped for air. He looked up at his leader with a kind of fear. Moss turned to Tex. "Do you have any objections?" "Nope," Tex said. "Good," Moss said. "We'll pack our things and disappear. We'll see how long he lasts without us." Rowan rolled his eyes, pushed himself up from the floor, and followed Tex and Moss out of the living quarters. '62. Drake traveled from England to India via the A400M. Once there, he boarded a C-17 that flew him into Gdansk's airspace. For the first time in days, he felt properly rested. He'd managed over 10 hours of sleep inside the fuselages of the 2 military aircraft. He felt stronger, more aware, ready. He'd just finished putting on his high-altitude military parachute jumpsuit when an SAS officer inside the C-17 approached him. "Are you ready for the drop?" the young officer asked. "Yes." "We're flying over Ufa now," the officer said. "We'll be over Gdansk in 5 minutes. Once the doors open, you're free to jump." "Good." It was a halo jump, the first of which occurred in the 60s when the United States Air Force had conducted experiments that tested a pilot's survivability when ejected at high altitudes. It was during those experiments that they developed pressurized suits and ejection seats. The first time a halo jump was used for military purposes was during the Vietnam War. There was no better way to get a man into enemy territory without alerting enemy radar. Drake had performed various halo drops during his time at the CIA. He understood that after jumping from the back of the aircraft, he would freefall until he hit terminal velocity. Standard protocol would require him to open the parachute at about 3,000 feet. The speed of the fall and the lateness of parachute deployment would allow him to evade detection further. That said, he also knew there were various health risks with such a jump. Frostbite, hypoxia, and decompression sickness, to name a few. To offset the worst of the risks, it was best for the jumper to perform a series of breathing exercises 30 minutes prior to the jump. Drake had just finished the breathing exercise when the SAS officer walked away, and the red lights of the loading bay doors began to shine. As the loading bay doors opened, he felt the change in pressure. He waited for the lights to turn green, a sign which meant they were fully open. Once green, he ran toward the downslope doors and leapt into the air, performing a front somersault as he did. The somersault helped stabilize and control his descent. He saw the twinkling lights of Gdansk in the dark of the Russian night. About 3 miles from the city, he saw the large research facility. He didn't know what he would do when he touched foot on the surface, but he knew that he'd figure it out. He wasn't going to stop until he got to them. He was about to put a dark chapter of his past to rest. '63. Jumping from 35,000 feet meant that Drake was in free fall for about 120 seconds. He hit terminal velocity, about 120 miles per hour, shortly after exiting the 317 loading bay. Every 5 seconds, he dropped 1,000 feet. He wore a helmet with an attached face shield to help fight off the -30 temperatures, and checked the altimeter on his wrist. Once he hit 3,000 feet, he pulled his parachute, and then guided himself slowly toward the repurposed hockey arena turned medical facility. He noticed there were 3 roads that led to it. He chose to land close to the western entrance point. It seemed like the least popular. The forests surrounding the facility were thick, yet not so thick as to be unmanageable to navigate. Drake guided himself into an opening and barrel rolled on the ground, dislodging the parachute in one swoop as his feet touched the earth. The nylon parachute collapsed onto the cold ground. Drake took off the jumpsuit and opened his backpack. Inside were the weapons and armor he'd taken from the SAS armory. He'd grabbed a C8 carbine primary assault rifle with an attached suppressor. The C8 was a Canadian weapon, first revealed in 1983, and based on a modified M4, Drake's weapon of choice. As the SAS didn't carry M4s, it was the closest thing he could get. All he knew about the weapon was that it was gas-operated and had selective fire modes, semi and full. He inserted a 30-round magazine and then stood up in the dark of the forest. Holstered on his armor was a Beretta M9. He crouched and made his way up a steep slope toward a road he'd seen as he parachuted down. The facility was about 2 clicks from his current position. He walked alongside the road, but stopped when he saw the headlights of a vehicle approaching. He leaned against the trunk of a tree and readied his weapon in case they were a patrol that had spotted him parachute in. But the vehicle didn't make it down the road. Instead, one of its tires popped. The vehicle skidded to a stop. It had run over something. Drake waited. He heard the front door open and the frustrated sounds of the driver as he realized what had happened. But then Drake heard something else. He heard a rustling in the bushes close to the vehicle. He heard a struggle. Another door opened. Men shouted. Then everything went silent.
These bastards were easy enough to take down.
Drake felt a chill go straight through his body. He listened carefully to the men who'd attacked the vehicle. It couldn't be him. Could it?
We have to be careful. We need to make sure these clothes aren't stained with blood,
someone Russian said.
I just cut this poor bastard's throat. The uniform I'm putting on is going to need more than dry cleaning.
Clyde, can you help me? We need to clear these bodies from the road.
Drake took a deep breath. Was he hallucinating? He put his C8 over his shoulder and approached the vehicle with his hands raised.
Wait!
A Russian man yelled.
Someone is approaching.
Another guard?
Colt asked.
No,
the Russian man said. Colt looked down the road and then smiled.
Ah, shit, Colt muttered. Who the hell invited you?
Who is it? The Russian said.
It's the bastard who left me to die. He's a damn good friend.
Colt burst out laughing. "64.
What the hell are you doing here?
Colt asked Drake. The former SAS captain wiped the blood from his combat blade on his clothes. The man he'd killed was lying face first on the ground.
Thought you were dead,
Drake said.
I was.
And now you're alive?
Appears that way, doesn't it? The hell is going on?
Long story short, I survived Golovinka, mate. Some Russian soldiers found me on the floor of that mansion we were in. My heart wouldn't stop beating. They dragged me out of there, performed heart surgery, hoping to squeeze some juice out me old Scottish arse. They got nothing, and then they threw me in the gulag. That's where I've been for 12 months. Well, till about a week ago.
Jesus,
Drake said, still shocked.
Oi,
Colt snapped, pointing the combat blade at Drake.
You know how I feel about Carson, you daft son of a bitch. Nice to see you too,
Drake said. Colt laughed and walked up to Drake. The two men gave each other a firm handshake.
It's good to see you,
Colt said.
You know this American?
Alexei said, dragging the dead bodies off the road.
Who is he?
Aye,
Colt responded.
He's CIA. Or is it ex-CIA? Who the hell knows with these types?
He turned to Drake.
Allow me to introduce you to the men who helped me get out of the gulag. This arsehole here is Dr. Alexander Khrushchev, and that twat over there is Alexei Baronsky.
And what the hell are you doing here? Drake asked.
What are any of you doing here?
I should be asking you the same thing, mate, Colt said.
We're here to rescue a woman.
He nodded at Khrushchev.
That man's wife.
Drake looked at Khrushchev. The Russian doctor hadn't yet placed him, hadn't yet remembered who and what Drake was. He was going to wait before revealing anything. He turned to Colt and asked, Have you heard anything about what's going on in the world?
No, Colt said. What happened?
President Roy Clarkson was shot during his second-term inauguration, Drake said. The FBI blamed me for it.
Colt laughed. And were you the shooter?
No. Kate brought me back to D.C. to help straighten things out. But the Capitol was attacked before we could get to the bottom of anything.
Langley was attacked too. The bastards who shot the president and attacked Langley are Terminus. They kidnapped Kate. We believe she is here.
Kate. Colt's eyes narrowed.
Alexei turned to the Scot and said,
Isn't that the name of your ex-wife?
It is. Well, I'll be damned, Colt said. He lifted an AK-47 that one of the guards had dropped and slung it on his shoulder. What are we waiting for, then?
Remember, Khrushchev said, we must all be dressed in the uniforms of the guards. That's how we get past security. I worked here 5 years ago. I know the layout well.
We've only got 3 uniforms, Alexei said. What will our new edition wear?
Put me in the trunk, Drake said. If you get me in, I'll be fine. Colt smiled. So, you came here to save Kate? If she's alive, I'll get her out. But my main mission is to kill my primary targets, the men who shot the president. I'm here to take them out.
Khrushchev turned to Colt.
We can get him in, but he can't come with us. If he wants blood, let him have it. Remember, this is about my wife.
Aye, Colt said. But my wife is involved too now. This little operation just got a whole lot more interesting.
"65. Spectre walked into his private office and slammed the door shut. He paced around the room. He was going to scold Moss for bringing Price to Gdansk. He didn't need the distraction. Her presence unsettled him. She was a reminder of how much he had lost. He looked out the large window in his office, the one that overlooked what had been the ice surface of the arena. Dozens of people, all dressed in lab coats and wearing surgical masks, ran from booth to booth on the floor. They were checking the diagnostics of the test subjects. Blood pressure, heart rate, and many other important metrics that gauged an individual's health. The test subjects being the children Spectre had adopted from Syria. They were a sign of his future. When he ran the Terminus project with Khrushchev, life had been much easier. Khrushchev was up front and clear with the data. Morozov was the exact opposite. Things had not gone smoothly. Spectre sat at his desk and picked up his phone to call Morozov, who was in an office in the lower levels of the facility. The phone rang 3 times before Morozov answered.
I've been trying to call you for a couple days,
Spectre said.
Where have you been?
I've been busy.
I want an update, Spectre said. You keep saying we're close. Have you been able to figure anything out? Do we have the formula or not? We may need to push this forward, regardless of the status.
We're close, Morozov said, but we do not have what we need.
And what do you need?
Time.
Spectre rubbed his brow.
Dr. Khrushchev used your formula to make something great. Why can you not replicate it? It's based on your work, after all.
I've told you this 12 times. What he did to those Terminus officers was unnatural. I don't know how he did it. He said he watered down the formula, but he didn't. He did something that I don't understand.
You said the girl would help.
She does, but her DNA is different, too. It's not a pure source. And plus, the older she gets, the harder it is to trace it back. If I had access to the last Terminus officer, Jason...
You don't.
Without that, we don't have much. I have theories, but nothing substantial.
I don't care about the theories. I thought you said the preliminary tests on the last batch looked promising.
They showed the same problems as Dr. Khrushchev's formula. The formula is not strong enough to hold. It gives a momentary boost, but that's it.
That doesn't make sense, Spectre said. The Terminus officers are exceptional at everything they do.
I'm just telling you what the data tells me.
Spectre grunted in frustration.
We need this. We need this badly. This whole operation is at risk. As you know, the Terminus officers were on a special assignment for President Makarov. Things went wrong.
Are they back?
Yes, but we lost 2 of them. Sly and Sloan are dead.
Clearly they've lost an edge.
You think?
It's as I feared, Morozov said. Dr. Khrushchev's formula changed their DNA, but only so much. It's just like what the preliminary tests showed. What made his formula long-lasting, what saved the lives of the men who received it, was that it was weak. I wanted to create something permanent. He created something that will only last for a short while. 5, 6 months tops.
Are you saying the Terminus officers are no longer exceptional? Are you saying they've lost what made them different?
I'm sure if we ran performance tests on them, they would show numbers similar or lower than before they were given the CRISPR shots.
Why lower?
Their age, wear and tear. These are men, after all.
You can't tell the Kremlin about this, Spectre said.
I've already told him, Morozov said.
What?
This is a failed project, Elias. I want no part of it. For years you used me, and now, well, I get to use you. I've already turned over all of our research. It won't do them much good, but at least they will know we left no stone unturned. The CRISPR formula that Dr. Khrushchev developed was little better than a steroid, albeit one that lasted longer. Your desperation has won you no loyalty in this country. You thought that the Russian government would help you get your revenge. You were wrong.
You son of a bitch, Spectre said.
Goodbye, Elias.
Goodbye.
You'll learn soon enough. I was doing my best to avoid contact with you. That's why I've been ignoring all your calls. But it feels nice hearing the panic in your voice.
Morozov hung up. Spectre ran to the office door. He was going to head to lower levels and find Morozov and kill him. He wasn't going to let the asshole get away. But he stopped. His phone rang in his pocket. He looked at who was calling. His mouth went dry, and he began to shake. He answered the phone and walked to a window that looked outside the facility. The city of Gdansk was less than 3 miles away. Its dim lights twinkled along the horizon.
Yes, Mr. President,
he said. Your operation is being shut down, Elias.
Sir, I can explain.
Makarov's voice boomed through the speaker of the phone. Explain what? I give your men one task. You said they could do it.
They did do it. They shot President Roy Clarkson and killed the 5 others. It was just as you instructed.
And why did they attack Langley?
How do you know it was them?
Spectre said. Don't be stupid, Elias. They used Russian resources and connections to get out of the United States. Do you realize how vulnerable this leaves me? The whole point of the operation, the reason why I assigned them to it, was because they were American. I didn't want Russian fingerprints on this.
I understand your frustration, but I assure you that they were careful. They did what they had to do, and now they are on their way.
And on top of all of this, Dr. Morozov calls me to tell me that the whole point of the medical lab is based upon bad data? He said that the CRISPR formula will never work. I'm done funding your project. It's too much of a risk.
It did work, albeit on a much shorter timescale.
He said he can take over from here. He doesn't need you, or your men, who are becoming a very, very big problem. I let you stay in this country because you promised me an army of specially modified soldiers. Instead, I've been given a liability.
Spectre was growing angry. We did what you told us to do.
You don't have control of your men, Makarov said.
I do.
You don't, and because of that, I have no choice.
What do you mean? What are you going to do?
I might as well tell you, since you won't be able to run. I've sent 16 ground units from a nearby base to surround the facility. They'll be blocking every road and patrolling the forests. On top of that, I've recently ordered 4 Mi-24 helicopters to circle the facility and shoot to kill. You and your men and the staff inside will not be able to run. I'm wiping this stain off of Russian soil. My soldiers will move in slowly. The only ones who survive will be those who I've told them not to kill.
You're going to kill us all?
Yes.
There's children here.
Makarov laughed.
Don't act like you care about those children, he said. You've been using them like lab rats for years.
This is a mistake, Spectre said. We can fix this.
No, Makarov said. Goodbye, Elias. You at least cleared some pieces on the chessboard for me in Washington, and for that I am thankful. That was vital for my bigger plan.
Bigger plan? Chess pieces? We can help.
The Russian president hung up. Outside, Spectre saw distant lights in the night sky. They belonged to the Mi-24s. He ran to his desk and hit the alarm button for the facility. Instead of trying to make a run for it, Spectre grabbed a pistol from a drawer in his desk. He had 2 targets to take care of before he could even think of leaving. He was going to kill Dr. Morozov, but first he was going to kill Kate Price. 66.
Alexei drove the Russian military jeep up to the western entrance of the facility. A light snow had begun to fall, and the guards who were manning the entrance stood in what had been an old ticket booth. The guards in the booth had worried expressions on their faces, and were looking at their computer monitors. Colt didn't like it. Something seemed off. Drake was in the trunk, under a jug of windshield washer fluid, a spare tire, and an empty duffel bag. Alexei answered the questions of the guards who were manning the entrance. The guards waved him through. They didn't seem too bothered. Alexei drove inside and rolled the vehicle to a stop in a parking lot next to a group of other similar-looking jeeps. The young man still had his hands on the wheel. His hands were clammy.
"I think we did it,"
he said.
"I think we've got in without alerting the guards. I can't believe it. I thought for sure we were finished. They seemed so paranoid."
He got out of the vehicle and waited for the coast to clear before opening the trunk. Colt and Khrushchev stood on either side of him. "Something's wrong," Drake said, stepping out of the trunk. "That was too easy." Colt nodded. "I agree, but we have to keep pushing."
"Clyde is right," Khrushchev said. "My wife is close. We got in, that is all that matters. My plan worked."
"Don't think it was your plan that got us in, mate," Colt said. "Something is up. The guards seem rattled. Let's just hope it's nothing too serious." Drake was about to respond when, from the corner of his eye, he saw an armed facility guard approach. He ducked and hid behind the body of the jeep. Colt gripped his AK-47 tightly. He resisted the urge to lift it up and shoot the guard. He had to play it calm. Khrushchev stared at the entrance of the main building. The guard ran up to Alexei and said something in Russian before walking away. When he was gone, Alexei turned to the others.
"That man just told me that this whole area is under attack. Russian attack helicopters have been spotted. They're evacuating the facility."
It was at that point that the facility's alarms sounded. Red lights lit up. Tiny snowflakes looked like glowing pieces of ember.
"What the hell's going on?" Colt muttered. "Attack helicopters. Do they know we're here?"
A booming sound reverberated outside the walls of the facility. The ground shook. The attack helicopters had fired some missiles.
"What the hell?"
Colt said. "They're bombing their own facility?"
"I don't know," Alexei said. "It's bad. We should get out of here. We should turn back. If we stay here, we will die."
Drake stood up from behind the jeep. "They're trying to clean up their mess," he said. "The Russian government seems to have realized that they've hired a bunch of psychopaths as assassins."
"What?"
Colt asked. "The CIA tried to do the same thing to them, but failed," Drake said. "By the sounds of those explosions, it's clear. They're going to kill anything that moves. I don't doubt they've sent in some armored ground divisions as well. They're going to surround the whole facility and kill everyone inside."
"Why would they do that?"
Alexei asked. Khrushchev spoke finally.
"They've probably also discovered the truth."
"What's the truth, Dr. Khrushchev?" Drake asked. "I know who you are. You're the doctor that helped Kate with Terminus. I saw you in meetings with her years ago. Do you remember me?"
"I know who you are, Jason. You're the reason I had to leave."
"I had to do bad things for bad men."
"Isn't that always the way it is?"
Khrushchev said. "What's the truth?" Drake said again. "You know I was a Terminus officer. What did you do to us?"
"The CRISPR formula I gave you Terminus officers isn't effective. The changes I made to it helped protect you from side effects, but all at the expense of the desired effect. Hell, I don't even know if they ever had a true effect. I gave you boys enough of the stuff so that it would show up on diagnostic checks, but that's about it."
"What about the performance metrics?" Drake asked.
"I either gave you steroids without any of you realizing it, or I manipulated the numbers."
"But we did things I didn't think were possible. I felt different."
"It was a placebo effect. You simply believed you could, so you did."
Drake stared at the doctor and shook his head, but deep down felt a sense of relief. After he'd been given the CRISPR shots, he'd regretted it.
"So what do we do?"
Alexei asked, his voice quivering with fear.
"We can't just sit around and talk about the past. They're bombing us."
"I need to find my wife,"
Khrushchev said.
"I need to find her."
"And I need to find Kate," Colt added. "And I need to hunt down some bastards," Drake said. "The CIA couldn't kill them. I doubt the Russian military will do much better." Facility guards began to run in all directions. Alexei understood their worry and their angst. He understood better than anyone.
"I am here for no reason," he said. "But I will help. If I am going to die, I want to die honorably."
"Then let's go," Drake said. "Let's get what we came for." 67. The loud sirens of the facility stirred Price awake. She'd fallen asleep after Spectre left. She was still groggy from the heavy dosage of drugs the Terminus operatives had injected into her when they kidnapped her from Langley. She dreamt about the past. She had been with Cody and Colt. They were happy. It was Christmas, and though it had been cold outside, she was warm. The world had felt like it was at peace and calm. Her current situation was far different. The walls of the room shook after what sounded like thunder. Footsteps clamored against the tiled floor outside the room. Men and women were screaming, crying for help or direction. It sounded like the place was under attack. She was still strapped to the operating table and couldn't move.
"Help!"
she cried.
"Help!"
Dozens of people passed the room before one young soldier stopped. He pushed open the door to the room and saw her. By the looks of him, he was one of the facility's guards. He had an AK-47 wrapped over his shoulder. He stepped into the room and approached Price cautiously. "Test subject?" he said in Russian. Price knew enough Russian to understand the question. She nodded. He cut the leather straps that bound her to the table and lifted his index finger over his mouth to signal her to be quiet. "Evacuation," he said. "If you try to run, I'll kill you." Price nodded. They scurried out of the room and made their way down the chaotic hallways of the facility. The soldier stayed close behind her. They turned a corner, and then she saw him. She stopped running and froze, almost in a catatonic state. The young Russian who'd freed her turned and gave her an exasperated look. "Do you want to die?" the soldier yelled. "We need to leave." "Out of the way!" Spectre yelled from the opposite end of the hall. The guard turned and looked at Spectre. "She's a test subject. We're evacuating." Spectre fired the pistol he was holding and put a bullet in the young man's skull. He then fired 3 more shots. The young soldier's body inhaled every bullet. "Goddamn useless," Spectre said. "Everything about this place. I can't—" Price collapsed onto the ground and grabbed the soldier's rifle from his body. Instinctively, she fired 3 shots at Spectre while he spoke. Spectre avoided getting hit by ducking into a nearby room. Price stood up and walked slowly toward where she saw him run. Instead of doing the smart thing and running past the room he had hid in, she went after him. She was going to make him pay. She was going to find some catharsis in putting an end to the greatest mistake of her life. Terminus. The emergency lights of the facility flashed, and the sirens roared. The walls shook, and every now and then the fluorescent lights flickered. The entire facility felt like it could collapse at any moment. Price pushed open the door of the room that she saw Spectre run into.
"Where are you, Elias?" she
yelled. Spectre didn't respond, but she knew he was there. She could sense it. It was at that moment a massive missile must have hit the building. The walls and floor shook with such intensity that Price was knocked from her feet. As she pushed herself back up, she saw that Spectre also had been knocked to the ground. He had been hiding behind a desk. She unleashed the full magazine of the AK-47 into the desk. When she was done firing, there was nothing left of the desk. Parts of it had been rendered into dust. She screamed as she fired. All that pain that she had been burying for years seemed to come out in that moment. Her son, Colt, and Taggart. Everything that she had lost seemed to come to a head. She waited for a second, and saw the limp hand of an older man lay facing upward on the ground behind the desk. She approached the desk. Spectre's body was littered with holes, but he was still alive. He coughed up some blood and tried to lift his hand, which was somehow still holding his pistol. He was a stubborn man. "You bitch," he said, before coughing up what looked like a pint of blood. "I'll kill you." Price kicked the pistol out of his hand.
"I should have listened to Clifton. I never should have started this. I knew you were a madman from day one. I just wanted to be wrong."
Spectre laughed. "I gave you the same warning." His breathing was heavy and labored.
"Enjoy hell,"
she said. "I should have killed you that day on my front porch." Spectre's eyes closed. He died. Price stared at the man she'd worked with so closely for years. The man who'd tried to kill her when they first met. She didn't spend long reminiscing about the past, however. The walls of the building continued to rattle and shake. She ran out of the room, fled down a hall, and stopped when she found an elevator. It looked to be working. The lights were on. She hit the button to call for a lift. She waited for the doors to open. When the doors opened, she made her way inside, but stopped. She gasped. Her skin turned white. She fell to the floor. Was she dead? What was going on?
Colt!
She said. Katie, he replied.
Am I dead?
No, Colt said, but we will be soon. He helped her up, and the two embraced. I missed you, he said.
What's going on? Why are you here?
I'll explain it all later, love. The facility's under attack, he said. We believe the Russian military is trying to kill everyone inside. We need to move.
What can we do?
We're going to help Dr. Khrushchev here find his wife. After that, I don't know. Pray for a miracle, maybe? Colt gestured with his head toward Khrushchev.
Dr. Khrushchev?
Price said. She looked at the man standing behind Colt.
Oh my God.
Hey, Colt said. You know how I feel about the Lord's name.
What the hell is happening?
Price asked.
He was the doctor who helped us start Terminus. He worked with Elias.
Khrushchev didn't respond to Price. Instead, he just stepped out of the elevator and ran down the hallway. Alexei ran after him. Colt took Price's hand, and the two of them followed the Russians back toward the holding cells. I'll explain it all as we go, he said. Price smiled. If she was going to die, she was at least going to die with the man she loved. '68. The basement halls of the facility were mostly empty. Guards, medical staff, and those individuals they were experimenting on had all long fled, and were trying to escape via more traditional methods. The missile strikes that were shaking the facility's walls had become less frequent, which, to Price, meant only one thing. There were fewer targets left. The traditional method of escape, leaving through the front entrance, was not going to work.
Where are we going?
She asked Colt as they ran down the hallway.
Why the hell are you here with Dr. Khrushchev?
We're in the second-floor basement of an old hockey arena turned medical facility, Colt said. Your old friend, Dr. Khrushchev, knows this facility better than anyone else. He was brought here against his will with Elias. Elias was going
to give the Russians everything we knew. He told me.
Colt nodded. He's a bastard, eh? He said.
He's not a concern anymore.
Why's that? Colt said.
I killed him.
Colt smiled. Good girl. Khrushchev ran from door to door. He knocked on every one and yelled the same thing over and over. Valeria?
Who's Valeria?
Price asked Colt. His wife, Colt said. You never met her?
Elias kept us separated. I only met him a half-dozen times. If you hadn't told me his name, I wouldn't have even recognized him.
Valeria! Khrushchev continued to shout. He pounded on door after door. Valeria! Alexei yelled, joining Khrushchev in the search for his wife. Valeria Khrushchev! They made it to the end of the hall and found nothing. Alexei walked up to Khrushchev and put his arm around him. I'm sorry, he said. Khrushchev lowered his head. He felt defeated. They made their way back to the elevators. The blasts that had shaken the walls of the facility had stopped and were replaced by the popping sounds of small arms fire. The battle had grown more intimate. Once they reached the elevator doors, Colt turned to the defeated-looking Khrushchev and said, So, what now? Is there any way out of this facility? Is there any chance? No matter how small, we have to take it.
Why don't you just give up? Khrushchev said. There's no hope. There never was, I suppose. I should have known that Elias would have killed her. He was awful, simply awful. And I was a fool for trusting him. A damned fool.
Come on, Colt said. We broke out of the gulag and travelled halfway across your damned country to find her. We did everything we could. You can't give up hope. We have to survive. Is there any chance that we can get out of here alive?
There's a sewer system in the third-level basement, Khrushchev muttered. The pipes there lead to a small river. That would be our only way out.
Well then, Colt said, let's head down there and see what we can do. '69. Drake maneuvered through the facility's main building with caution. Before separating from Colt, Khrushchev, and Alexei, he'd asked Khrushchev where the Terminus officers would be located. The doctor said that any high-ranking members who lived in the facility resided on the top floors of the main building. Apparently the old hockey arena had some makeshift hotel-style rooms for visiting teams to stay at. Drake wished them luck and made his way to the top floors via the stairwells of the main building. As he pushed up the stairs, he held his rifle firm against his inner shoulder. He knew what he was going to do when he saw them. He had to be ready. On the walls of the stairwells were posters of great Russian hockey players from the past, which had yellowed with age. Despite the letters being in Russian, Drake knew the names of some of the players. The only players that were hard to recognize were those on the lower floors. As he got to the top floors, he began to recognize some of the faces. Vladimir Shadrin, Valery Karlamov, and on the top floor, Alexander Yakushchev, one of the stars of the 1972 Summit Series played between Russia and Canada. What had become clear to Drake was that the higher he got, the better the player on the poster. It felt fitting. He was looking for the best of the best, after all. Although, he was looking for players of a very different game. He pushed through the exit of the stairwell on the top floor, and then he saw all of them. They were lined up, ready for slaughter. They had duffel bags over their shoulders, and they were running. Moss saw Drake and stood still. His eyes were wide. Rowan and Tex dropped their bags and reached for their rifles. "Jason?" Moss yelled. "How did you find us?" Drake didn't respond. He switched the firing mode to auto and unleashed an entire magazine at them. He wasn't in a talking mood. He kept firing, making sure they couldn't grab whatever weapons they were carrying. Moss stepped backward, recognizing the look on Drake's face. He grabbed Tex and used the oafish terminus officer as a human shield. Tex's body inhaled the bullets, blood gushing out of his wounds like water from a tap. Rowan dove into a nearby office. Moss dropped Tex's dead body and followed. Drake persisted. He pushed into the office. The room was empty. They were weaponless and running. That was all he was sure of. A window was open. He looked out of it and saw Rowan and Moss sliding down a sloped rooftop. He fired at them. One of his bullets hit Rowan in the leg, causing the brute to roll over the edge of the roof. Drake jumped out of the window. As he slid down the rooftop, he saw 4 helicopters circle the outer perimeter of the facility. They were firing rockets and bullets at those who were fleeing. From the sounds of it, a larger military force was moving in on the ground level. The Kremlin wanted everyone dead. They wanted every square inch covered. From the edge of the roof, he saw Rowan on the ground. The terminus officer's legs were broken in contorted shapes. The bastard had fallen 60 feet. Drake grabbed hold of a pipe and used it to climb down toward the ground. He approached Rowan. "How'd you find us?" Rowan asked, blood spurting out of his mouth on account of the wounds he'd sustained during the fall. "How'd you track us down?" Drake shot him in the head. There was no reason to answer. He felt the way he had the night he killed the senator. He was out for justice. He wasn't going to give them 1 ounce of mercy. He saw Moss run into a nearby building. He lifted his rifle and ran after him. "70.
This is it,"
Khrushchev said. He grabbed the handle of the last door at the end of the long hallway in the 3rd-floor basement.
"Assuming that they haven't changed the plumbing, this will be our only way out."
"Wait," Colt said, placing his hand on Khrushchev's before the Russian doctor could pull it open. "Do you hear that?" Khrushchev pulled his hand back from the handle and listened. The sounds of a woman yelling could be faintly heard. It sounded like she was with a child. There was someone with them. A man. Khrushchev knew the voice of the man as well as he knew the voice of the woman. His eyes narrowed, and his face turned red.
"What is it?" Alexei said. "What's going on? What's wrong with Dr. Khrushchev?"
"They heard something in the room,"
Price said to Alexei.
"It's her,"
Khrushchev said. "Valeria?" Colt asked. Khrushchev nodded. "We need to be careful about this, mate," Colt said. "We've got the element of surprise."
"She sounds scared. We need to get to her."
Colt lifted one finger over his lips, signaling to Khrushchev, Alexei, and Price to be quiet. He then carefully pulled out a combat blade from a sheath on his vest and opened the door slowly. He walked inside the room, followed by the others. The room was mostly dark, save for the light of a flashlight someone was holding at the far end of it. The light was cut up by the hundreds of pipes that were clung to the ceiling or winded down in an assortment of different directions. The plumbing of the facility was archaic and Soviet. Colt ducked down behind a large pipe and followed it until he got close enough to the voices to get a clear view. The man with the flashlight was holding an AK-47 and was aiming it at the woman. A small child stood beside her. Colt turned to Khrushchev, who was knelt just beside him. "Is that her?" he asked in a hushed voice.
"Yes,"
Khrushchev said, looking around Colt's shoulder.
"That's her, and that's him. That's Dr. Morozov."
"The little girl?" Colt asked.
I don't know.
Colt made a move to leave the cover of the pipe to take care of Morozov, but Khrushchev stopped him.
No,
said the Russian doctor.
She's my wife. I should do this.
Don't be stupid, Colt said. You'll only get one shot at this. You can't fail.
I'm a doctor,
Khrushchev said.
I'm good with blades. You give me that knife, and I will slit his throat. I brought you here. If I fail, you'll still have the element of surprise. You'll still be able to maybe end him and get out of here.
This is a stupid game, Colt said.
This is no game,
Khrushchev said.
This is how this ends.
When I whistle, Colt said, slit the bastard's throat. I don't want to risk him pulling down on the trigger when your wife and that little girl are in its sights. Understand?
Of course,
Khrushchev said. Khrushchev took Colt's blade and carefully moved up to Morozov. The Russian doctor was barking orders at Valeria and the young girl in his native language. He seemed crazed.
The Kremlin wasn't supposed to start the attack until I was out of the facility. What the hell were they thinking? These pipes are the only way out. Open the door and crawl inside. I'll follow you.
It's too tight,
Valeria said. Her face was covered in sweat.
I can't open it. These doors are rusted.
Open it!
Morozov screamed.
Open it!
Colt whistled.
What is that?
Khrushchev cut the older scientist's throat. He was surgical about it. He made sure to get deep, to cut with precision. He hated the fact that he found joy in it. But then again, how could he not? Morozov was as responsible as anyone in his life for the many problems he faced. After making sure that Morozov was dead, he lowered the body onto the ground and picked up the flashlight the bastard had been holding.
Valeria,
he said.
Alexander?
Khrushchev ran towards his wife and hugged her. Tears streamed down his face, and he kissed her over and over again.
Is this real? Can this be real? You came back for me,
she said, digging her head into his chest.
I'm sorry it took me so long,
he said.
Are you hurt? Are you okay? I've been here for many years,
she said.
I found comfort in caring for Oksana.
Khrushchev looked at the young child. Her dark complexion and vibrant blue eyes made her look unnatural.
Oksana? The child I wanted to adopt the day you were taken to the Gulag. After they took you away, I was brought to the facility, as were the rest of the children from the adoption center. If not for Oksana, I would have died a long time ago. The young girl was different than the rest of the children. There was something in her blood, Dr. Morozov said. He put me in charge of her. I was the only one who could stop her from crying during her many blood tests. She was his prized asset. It's why he took us out of the holding cells when the walls began to shake. What's going on? The Kremlin is shutting this facility down. They're attacking it? They're wiping away any trace of it,
Khrushchev said. Colt, Price, and Alexei walked up to them from behind the cover. Valeria shielded the young girl from them.
Who are they?
She asked Khrushchev.
They're friends,
he said.
They are the reason I got in here just in time.
He handed the combat blade back to Colt. Price looked at the little girl hiding behind Valeria and saw the resemblance immediately. It was clear who she was.
Oh my God,
she said. Hey, Colt said. Watch your damn mouth.
I'm sorry,
Price said to Colt.
I'll tell you who that little girl is once we get out of here.
Colt nodded and turned his attention to Khrushchev and Valeria. Sorry to break up the reunion, he said, but there's a Russian army who'll kill us all if we don't move. Will these sewers lead us out of the facility? Valeria wiped the tears from her eyes.
Dr. Morozov said that this sewer leads to a river 5 miles from here. I can't get the door open, though.
Colt tapped Alexei on the shoulder. Let's take a stab at it, he said. I'd rather die crawling through shit than by taking a bullet from some Ruski arsehole. He and Alexei opened the sewer entrance after a little bit of effort. Colt looked inside the pipe, and then turned to the group and said, It's going to be a tight fit, but it's the only shot we've got. '71. The sky was turning blue from the light of the rising sun. The facility had become permeated in an almost invisible, thick fog. Groups of Russian soldiers walked along the main grounds, shooting anyone they spotted. Every now and then the sound of a man or woman begging for their life could be heard. The cries were followed by a gunshot. But those interruptions became infrequent. The Russian military operation was coming to an end. They were pulling back from the hockey arena. The buzz from the rotors of the helicopters that were firing missiles at the facility had grown quiet. An eerie silence had settled over the ruins. Drake walked through the fog slowly, stepping over bodies and shells.
"Where are you, Moss?"
he said quietly to himself. He gripped his rifle tightly and prepared himself for anything. He only had one more target, one more man to kill. It was then he felt the wind get knocked out of him. The punch had been swift and had cut through the fog so quickly that he couldn't see who had swung it. It hit him in the kidney. He fell to the ground and gasped for air, stood up quickly, and aimed his rifle in the direction of the attack. But it was too late. The assailant was gone. He knew who had punched him, though. Only one man he had known had ever been that quick. Raymond Moss, the man he had to kill. "You shouldn't have come here," Moss said from within the fog in a taunting voice at Drake. "You should have stayed in D.C. I'm going to enjoy this." Drake didn't respond. Instead, he tried to pinpoint where Moss was hiding. By the sounds of it, Moss was moving all around him, almost all at once. It sounded supernatural. "There was an army of Russian soldiers attacking this facility," Moss continued. "As usual, when you arrive, all hell breaks loose. Whatever fun I was having ends. Do you know that you have this effect on things? You make things worse. You are a curse, Jason, a blight on this earth. I guess that doesn't matter now, though. The Russian army are winding things down, and we don't have any time to escape." The fog was so thick that Drake could hardly see 3 feet in front of him. He moved toward the direction of Moss's voice, which still seemed to be moving around him, but not at the range that it had been before. He was honing in, getting close. He stopped his pursuit when a military jeep seemed to appear out of nowhere. He turned around. He heard a breath and was about to react, but he was too slow. He was pushed to the ground and kicked in the stomach. Moss disappeared again. Drake fired his rifle this time, but by the sounds of the bullets he only hit metal, concrete, and sky. He pushed himself up once more and continued on after Moss. "We were brothers, Jason," Moss yelled. "We could have had it all. All you had to do was follow orders. Instead, you had to let your morals get in the way. You had to kill that senator. Do you know they tried to kill us? The CIA tried to vaporize us out of existence. They tried to end us all because of what you did." Drake ignored Moss and closed his eyes to better heighten his senses. He didn't want to get ambushed again. He heard the faint exhale of a breath behind him and quickly swung his right elbow backward. His elbow made contact. It was a solid hit. Moss fell to the ground. Drake quickly fired 3 shots in his direction, but missed. The bullets chewed only dirt and rubber. One of the bullets hit the tire of the jeep he'd run into earlier. "You can't win," Moss said. "You probably are wondering why I don't just stab you in the belly or cut your throat. It's because I don't want this to be quick. The Russians have withdrawn from the mess they've created here, and now they're calling in the sweepers. Do you know what they are? They're going to gas this place. They're not going to spend any more time or manpower in this facility. They're going to carpet bomb this place with toxic gas. In less than 5 minutes, this whole place will be swallowed by a thick yellow and green gas. You and I will be dead. I have accepted my fate. I'm going to make sure that you accept yours." Drake didn't respond. He just continued to follow Moss's voice. He was getting close. Still, what Moss was telling him unsettled him. From how quiet the facility had become, what Moss was saying sounded true. The Russian soldiers were gone, and bombs had essentially stopped. "If not for you, I would have been out of this facility by now," Moss continued. "Tex, Rowan, and myself were ready to leave. We were done following Elias's orders. He seemed more concerned with replacing us than helping us. This whole facility was built to satisfy his ego, to allow him to quell some anger he inherited from his time at the CIA. Still, he was all talk and no action. When we actually did something, he embarrassed me. I hope he's dead. He signed us up for job after job. We were pawns of the Russian government. Elias said we weren't playing sides, that we were more like mercenaries. But me and the boys knew the truth. We were indebted to the Russians. We were reliant on them." "You went along with it all," Drake shouted. "It's not Elias or the CIA you're mad at. It's me." He decided it was time to engage. He'd had enough with the tricks. He could sense it all coming to an end. He was ready for it. You and the rest of those assholes were angry that I had a spine. You always were a bunch of cowards. Cowards? Moss said from within the fog. We were anything but. I should have gone to hunt you in the Deadwood. I should have let Sloane take care of the shooting in D.C., but I let my own hatred of our country get in the way. I should have killed you in that forest. Seeing how slow you are to react, I would have made short work of it. I had help, Drake said. If not for my dog, Sloane would have killed me. Are you serious? You're willing to admit such weakness? Moss sighed. That's why you never belonged with us. You never appreciated the gift you've been given. You don't know how exceptional you are. Your DNA has been modified, affected. It was, Drake said, but I've felt a change, and I know you have too. You know you aren't the same as you were. Our bodies have slowed, our strength has diminished. Sure, some things remain elevated, but the things that matter, the things that made us exceptional, well, they're gone. You lie, Moss said. I'm telling the truth, Drake said. I'm sure whatever we've been given has long left our body. The CRISPR tech we were told was permanent was flawed. Dr. Khrushchev and Elias made an educated guess. We were experiments. Guinea pigs. Fools. They picked desperate men with nothing to lose. That may be how you feel, but not me, Moss said. I've been quicker than you, stronger than you. Is that what you think? Drake then heard a rumble of footsteps. His ploy had worked. He was trying to agitate Moss, to get the so-called Terminus leader to make a mistake. He knew the pressure point to hit, and he hit it hard. Moss wanted to be powerful. He wanted to be in control. Drake fed that belief to him like it was a drug. Moss lunged at Drake, but missed. Drake sidestepped the attack. Moss landed face first on the ground. Drake looked down at Moss and smiled. You want to prove that I'm wrong? I've noticed a decline in my abilities since the Terminus days. If anything, I feel the same as I felt before it all happened. You're a liar, Moss yelled. You're just like the others. Rowan, Sloane, Sly, and Tex said they felt the same. And I told them they were wrong. It's just age. It's just our bones. The fog was beginning to dissipate. The two men could clearly see each other now. All Drake had to do was lift his rifle and fire, and Moss would be gone. It would be all over. He didn't, though. We weren't given the gifts you believe we were, Drake said. If that's what you believe, how about we settle this man to man? Unless you're too much of a pussy. Drop your weapon. It's like I said, we're both dead anyway, but if you really think that you're stronger than me, you're wrong. Drake placed his rifle on the ground. Fine, he yelled. And don't forget to remove your pistol, Moss said from the ground. Drake unholstered his pistol and placed it beside the rifle. Moss smiled. You dare call me a coward? You are a coward. You've murdered all your brothers but one. We weren't brothers. We were. Moss rolled up his sleeves. Remember when we were on the island near Panama? Remember when we shared stories about our pasts? That was the day we got our scars, Drake said. Yes, Moss said. And we both shared stories. You killed your stepfather. I killed my brother. I had no choice, of course. My brother had become addicted to opioids and found himself in a gang. His involvement led to an attack on my parents' household. They died, my brother ran. I hunted him and forced him to beg for mercy. I didn't give it to him. I took pleasure in his death. You said he attacked you first, Drake said. You remember our conversation, Moss said. He laughed. I stretched the truth a bit. But there's no point in stretching the truth now. Drake cracked his knuckles. If Moss was right about the gas attack, he wanted to seize every second he had left. Moss seemed to realize that the time to talk was over. He ran at Drake full speed and swung his left fist. Drake easily dodged the charge and extended his leg, tripping Moss. Moss fell to the ground and screamed, I hate you, Jason! He pulled himself upright and charged at Drake once more. Drake didn't dodge, though. Instead, he elbowed Moss in the jaw, breaking the momentum of his charge. Drake grabbed his former Terminus brother by the shoulders and headbutted him, breaking Moss's nose. Moss stepped backward in a daze. "This is impossible," Moss said. "How are you doing this? How are you beating me?" Drake marched up to the still delirious Moss and headbutted him once more. Moss fell to his knees. His nose cartilage was mush. "How are you doing this?" "There's nothing about us that is special," Drake said. He stood over Moss. "I've long accepted that fact. You haven't." Moss reached for the pistol Drake had placed on the ground. He grabbed it and fired it at Drake. The bullets missed the target by inches. He pressed down on the trigger again, but realized that the magazine was empty. He looked up at Drake with an expression of fear and dread. "How did you do this?" he asked. Drake kicked the pistol out of Moss's hand and picked up the rifle. "I never believed the CRISPR formula made us special," Drake said. "In fact, getting that shot was the biggest regret of my life. If I could take it back, I would. All it did was bring me into a world of lies, pain, and sadness." The low, ominous popping sounds of nearby explosions reverberated through the walls of the facility. The gas attack had begun. Moss shook his head. "I thought we were something special. I wanted to feel powerful. I thought I was. I believed I was. Maybe that's enough for some, but it wasn't for me. I needed to know it. I wanted the world to know it. Just kill me, Jason. End this. You win." Drake put 3 rounds in Moss's chest. Moss fell to the ground. A wall of green and yellowish gas crawled over the walls of the facility. Drake walked up to Moss and looked down at the man he had called leader for years. Terminus had been a bad idea, one born from pain. Price wanted to control the world, and Spectre wanted to prove everyone wrong. All they had done was create monsters. Drake closed Moss's eyes and stood up. He was about to face the toxic gas and accept his fate when he saw something under Moss's jacket. Drake knelt down, pulled back the left side of Moss's jacket, and pulled out a gas mask from the inside pocket. "You son of a bitch," he said. "You were going to kill me and run. You were trying to play me. You were trying to act all high and mighty." Drake shook his head, put on the mask, and ran out of the facility. The wall of toxic gas followed him. 72. Inside the Kremlin sat the Russian president. His office was dark and located on the top floor of the building. There was a long Brazilian wood desk in front of him. Makarov's face was placid, calm. He gave no indication of what he was thinking or feeling. There was a document open on his computer. The faces of the dead American senators and joint chiefs of staff he had the Terminus officers kill were on it. They had done their job, yet they had done too much. They needed to be exterminated. "You found the bodies?" he said into his phone. "Excellent. Burn them." He hung up. Across from his desk was a senior general of the Russian Federation military. "Did our sweepers make sure that no one escaped the facility? No one in the world should know what we did there." "It's over," the general said. 90% of those in the facility are dead. The others we are hunting down. Those American assassins were a blight on our military," Makarov said. "We should never have let them into this country. I should have never trusted Elias. We should have never invited him into our country." "It was a risky move," the general said. "But he offered us an army of super soldiers. It was a move you had to make." Makarov nodded. "At least they removed the pieces from the board that needed to be removed." "Pieces, Mr. President?" "The world is a chess game," Makarov said. "That's all you need to know. I sent those assassins on a special assignment before they went rogue on me. Thankfully, they completed it. I now have everything in place." The general smiled. "Then your plan worked perfectly. You got exactly what you wanted." Makarov sneered at the general. He didn't need or want the affirmation. "You're dismissed," he said. "Let me know when 100% of those who worked or stayed at the facility are dead." "Of course, sir." The general nodded and left the office. Makarov stood up, straightened his suit, and smiled. He made his way to a chessboard and looked down at its pieces. He looked at the geopolitical world like it was a game of chess. It was all just a game, and he was winning. "73. Colt stepped out of a small jet at RAF Halton Air Station in Aylesbury, England, and made his way down the steps to the tarmac. It was raining, and he was tired as a dog. Since the escape from the Gulag, he'd been traveling non-stop. Yet, as the English rain pelted against his skin, he felt better than ever. He felt alive. He placed his foot down on British land and breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time in months, he felt he could relax. "It's good to be home," he said. "You want to come to the pub with me after a debrief?" Price was behind him. She laughed.
You really are 1 in a million, you know that?
Colt gave her a devilish grin. "You know it."
Well, now that I know that President Clarkson is safe and FBI Director Tony Gallant is arrested, maybe a celebratory pint or two is in order.
"That's my girl," Colt said.
Yet, I don't think I could drink enough to drown my worry.
"Why's that? Less than 20 hours ago, you'd all but accepted the fact that you were about to die."
Why did those Terminus officers shoot at the president? Why did they kill 5 others during the inauguration? Why did the Kremlin seek to destroy the facility we were in with such ferocity? While I'm glad we're home, I don't feel safe. Something big is going on, Clyde. Something far more dangerous than a rogue group of former CIA assassins.
"You definitely need a pint, lassie," he said. Alexei, Khrushchev, Valeria, and the young girl Oksana followed. They all stepped out of the aircraft and nervously followed Price and Colt. All of them looked like they'd been through hell. The sewer pipes that they'd crawled through had led to the river Valeria told them about. They'd made it out, but not without a few bumps and scratches. Once in the river, they made their way slowly to a small nearby village. Colt called Graham Howe from a local's house, and they all waited for an SAS helicopter to pick them up and take them safely to Kazakhstan. Once there, they were flown via a private jet to England. "When will you find out about Jason?" Colt asked Price as they walked toward a large hangar. "I need to know that he's all right. I saw you on the phone while we flew here. What's going on?"
It's not good,
Price said.
I've been on the phone with Langley. They've been able to determine via intercepted comms that everyone at the facility is dead and accounted for. The Kremlin wanted to wipe that place off the face of the planet. Still, we can't trust everything the Kremlin says. He may still be out there.
"He could be captured," Colt said. "You thought I was dead, after all."
Jason wouldn't let himself get captured, you know that. And if President Makarov had a high-profile officer like Jason, he'd let Langley know. A former CIA assassin is a valuable trading chip.
Colt knew she was right, although he didn't want to believe it. He lowered his head and followed her toward the hangar. Alexei was on the phone with his wife and children in Ukraine. He'd made arrangements with Price on the flight. Price had offered his family immunity and would set them up in the United States under new names. It was the least she could do for his help. Colt noticed the wide smile on Alexei's face. "He's a happy bastard," he said to Price about the young Russian.
You said he's a good man, she said. Your word means a lot to me. I did everything I could for him. He'll be all set up in an apartment in Philadelphia.
"Without his help, I'd be dead." Price smiled.
"Without you, I'd be dead."
"I could say the same thing, love." Khrushchev, Valeria, and Oksana were behind Alexei. They walked hand in hand and were smiling. Their faces were aglow with hope and optimism. "And what about them?" Colt asked Price. "What will become of them? What will become of her?" He nodded toward the direction of the little girl. "You still haven't told me about the little girl. Why did you act so strange when you saw her?"
The Khrushchevs are going to stay in England,
Price said.
And her? I'm going to keep a close eye on her, but from a distance.
"Who is she?"
She's Jason's daughter, I think. I can't be sure, and I don't know if I want to be. Elias told me he had her. I can only imagine that's her. Did you see her eyes? They look just like Jason's. Elias told me before I killed him that her DNA has elements of the CRISPR formula in it.
"His daughter?"
Yes. Aya Khan was her mother, I believe. There's no doubt in my mind that Dr. Morozov was trying to get her out of the facility to use her DNA as some sort of bargaining chip with the Kremlin. Both he and Elias were mad, desperate men at the end of it all. She is very valuable. I need to keep her safe.
Colt looked back at the little girl. She looked scared and unsure of herself. Yet she looked comfortable with Valeria. He shook his head. "So she'll stay with the Khrushchevs?" he asked.
Yes,
Price said.
For now she will stay with them. Graham has agreed to set them up in Manchester. I don't want anyone at Langley knowing about this. If her blood does contain the CRISPR formula, we have to be very careful.
Of course, Colt said. Colt opened the door of the hangar and held it open, while Alexei, Khrushchev, Valeria, and Oksana walked inside. Price was about to follow them, but he stopped her. The two of them stood outside in the rain and looked at each other with solemn faces. And that comes to us then, doesn't it? A cheeky smile spread across his face.
What about us?
Price asked. I was a shit husband, he said. I failed our son, and I failed you.
We failed each other.
No, he said. I've come to terms with things. I was an ass. I was a piece of shit. I should have been there when Cody was dying. I should have stayed with you. Instead, I ran away.
I did the same thing,
she said.
I tried to find some control over a world I couldn't control by creating Terminus. We were scared. We needed to work. We needed to keep our minds off of things.
Stop trying to make excuses for me, he said. I love you, Katie. I always have, and I always will. I want to be with you. I won't make any more mistakes.
There's no more mistakes to make,
she said.
All we can do is just accept what we have, which is pieces of the past and hopes for the future. I hope you're with me. I hope you're going to stay with me. When you came back into my life all those months ago, I didn't realize how hard it would be to lose you again. When Jason told me you were dead...
Colt kissed her. The moment was ruined when they heard Graham Howe's nasally voice from inside the hangar. Clyde, old friend, what a sight for sore eyes. I think I might just cry. I was told you were dead. Colt took a deep breath, rolled his eyes, and turned from Price to face Graham. He looked at his old commander and said, Shut up, you daft idiot. Price chuckled. Come inside, Howe said. I want to know everything. It's a long story, Colt said. A very long story. Epilogue. One day later. Drake pulled off his gas mask and took a deep and full breath of fresh air. He was miles from the facility, far from the wall of toxic gas that had engulfed it. He'd been running for hours and hours. He fell to his knees and dug his fingers into the almost frozen soil. He needed to sleep, but he knew he couldn't stop moving. The Russian army were everywhere. They were looking for survivors. He pushed himself up from the ground and thought about his next course of action. He could either run to Gdansk or move deeper into the woods and disappear. For the first time in his life, he felt free. All he had to do was survive. All he had to do was live. It was a new beginning. Terminus was finally over. He wondered if Colt and Price had survived. In a way, he didn't care. A part of him thought about heading back to South Dakota, to Ruby and Houston, but he knew that was stupid, at least for now. If Price lived, she'd look for him there first. If he was going to contact Ruby, he would have to be careful. He'd have to wait. The peace he'd been after since his childhood was finally within his grasp. All he had to do was pretend to be dead. He couldn't let anyone know he was alive. This has been The Assassin's Game, Jason Drake, Book 2. Written by Austin King. Narrated by John Andrews. Copyright Unlimited by CreatorContact.com. Production copyright by CreatorContact.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.